around, you know.
Is that the Dogger song?
I wish.
I wish.
Okay, I am so ready.
Why?
Sure.
Hi, chat. Pour in. Go on.
Hello.
Everyone gather
Hello.
around the little fire we have to have a little chat.
Come sit
Why are you saying it like
down,
that?
What?
Have a pint or 17 and forget everything.
Don't you
forget
forget
everything.
about me.
Forget what you think you know. Oh.
Forget
done
everything
already?
you know about slipcovers. So I did.
Just forget everything, perhaps.
Oh, the misery.
But hey, we got Random and Theo here today. Yay!
Yay! Hello. Hello.
I'm trying to get some
I'm very
positivity in
excited.
here.
We've traded Nutzer and Das for Random and Theo, though I believe Nutzer may be able to pop in. Actually, goes the same for Das, to be honest with you. I'm not sure if he's 100%. I think he is. But, oh boy. What a day. What an exciting everything.
What do you mean? What happened today?
Well,
I woke up, got out of bed.
Yeah, all that.
Yeah. I did those things too.
It was fun to
Nice.
do those things that I did.
Yeah.
But now we have to. This is now we have to work. We got to do our jobs. We got to talk about the show here. We have to leave our lives behind and instead step into the lives of other people.
You have to.
We have to put ourselves in the shoes of new characters, new scenarios, different situations. We have to explain to all the people why it's good, why it's bad, what's going on. So, yeah, I like films.
You guys know how this works. We do.
My coffee tastes really bitter this morning.
We do an analysis on the act of the previous Saturday because of how it released. That's the time. That's just how it works. However, the majority of the people here have seen Act 3, and I'll just read out of context a super chat that just came in. I finished the ending and I want to die in a hole.
In a hole?
Hey,
you know who didn't die in a hole? I won't say because it's a spoiler.
Oh boy, man. Oh Jesus.
Hey, guess what? I love holes.
Great. That's awesome, man.
Yeah.
The whole episode was my favorite. Not
It's
the
never felt
WHOLE episode.
It's never felt better to be invested in this IP. That's all I'm saying.
They reward it.
All those characters and stories and like visuals and
there's definitely stuff in there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
Quite
Valve,
a lot.
I need you to make a Deadlock show that's as good as Arcane Season 1, please. If we could do that, that would be just fucking peachy.
Why did they release Season 1? Why did you tease us this way? What was that about? So
this
rude.
was their long con, their massive sordid scheme to lure us in.
You lied to us. Anyway.
They lied to me.
So, as you know, in continuity of our own little show, we weren't so happy with Act 1. We weren't. We were like, oh, you know what? That wasn't great.
Act 1 could have been better. Is what Mahler's trying to say.
There were a couple of
quite
issues.
a lot of room for improvement.
But you know,
Theo was just being upset. Okay?
There was.
He's just being a negative Nancy.
Yeah. There was
Debbie Downer, if you will.
A Debbie Downer, that's right.
It was a prevailing sentiment in several areas of discussion that were like, you know what? The EFAP lads, at least they'll like Act 2 more because it's better. The pacing's better. The story is better refined. Better payoff.
It turns out you can't say 2 more without tumor.
Oh.
Or you can or something.
They could be right, you know. After the breakdown, maybe you know the arguments will
breakdown.
Yeah, that one.
But yeah, you know, it's safe to say
today.
the story is in trouble after Act 1. But I shouldn't even. You know what we should do first is get everyone caught up with Theo and Random's perspective on Act 1. How did you guys find it? What was your ups and downs? Feel free to have either go first.
I guess I'll start. Due to my investment in League of Legends as an IP, and how much I liked season 1, I had so much confidence in the writers, and I lent them quite a lot of benefit of the doubt, especially when I was first watching the first act. I sort of got caught up in the hype wave in many ways, and then the more I thought back on it, the more I started feeling, you know, and that steady
No, what do you
feeling of
mean?
steadily kept growing until I had more questions than I really wanted to be having coming out of the first arc, and started to feel like we're probably in quite a bit of trouble. But maybe they
Is
can pull
the
it together.
Yeah, they can pull it together, yeah.
Is the beginning of the end in a sense when you start going
Yeah.
like the peepo sus. That's like
The people
usually
with this
bad
little magnifying glass.
That's
What's he looking at?
It's only going to go downhill from there.
Mm-hmm.
Rarely do you ever go, and then it's like, oh, it's actually better than I
Yeah,
thought.
this is way better than I thought it was at first.
That's the difference between season 1 and season 2 so far from what I've seen, is the more you pay attention, the more problems you find in season 2, whereas the opposite happens for season 1. Which, yeah, I mean, pretty much my thoughts are pretty much the same as what Theo said. Massively hyped for it, but, a little bit worried because I figured, given how season 1 ends, they could completely cock it up in the opening minutes. And then the opening minutes happened, and I was like, no, come on. And that was the least of the problems. There are bits in it that I definitely liked, and at the very least, not writing wise. I'm talking.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Carry on then.
No, there's a couple of bits I liked writing wise in Act 2, which I'll get to when they pop up. But again, the presentation is fantastic, as is everything that was also equally fantastic in season 1. The thing that has just gone down the toilet is the main thing. The main reason why I personally liked season 1 as much as I did is how strong the characters were, and how efficiently it was written, and how focused the storytelling was. None of that is true of season 2. But it took me. I had to watch it twice to properly, I guess, understand how bad the problems were. Because the first time, like Theo said, I was just like, well, maybe they'll explain that later. But because of how Acts 1 and 2 are structured, there's a lot of things that are just not explained. And you're kind of relying on, well, this might get explained in episode 8, but until then, we have to just assume that it makes no sense. And whether it ends up making sense at the end, I don't know, because I have yet to see Act 3. But yeah. I guess disappointing would be the word that I would use.
That's pretty apt.
Well,
I guess one thing I can point to particularly is I was willing to see where they were going with it, but I was rather not pleased as I guess the resident Echo fanboy to have Echo's participation in the first act mostly entail getting shuttled off to Narnia while talking to barely anyone.
He went to go see Mr. Tumnus.
That's
well, at least
of
I
the
mean,
choices that could be made, that's not the choice I would have made, but who knows?
I mean,
who
Act
knows?
2 made up for that, right? We got lots of Echo in Act 2.
Oh, that is true.
Which
That is
scenes were
true.
those again? Maybe I missed them.
All the ones with him in it.
I'll have
Big
to
D and
check my
Easy E.
notes.
We get to see what happens to them.
Oh, right. Yeah, I'd forgotten about that. Sorry, my bad.
So,
You'll have to forgive Theo. His mind is clouded by hate.
Oh boy, is it.
Okay.
I think there would have been a risk of us getting the "you hate everything," but after Act 3, if everyone watches it, I don't think we're gonna get that anymore.
Oh, it's settled. Yeah, we are gonna be okay.
Nothing to worry about. So I guess we'll get started promptly on Act 2, which comprised of episodes 4, 5, and 6. I mean, what can you say as a brief sort of previously on, other than crazy amounts of nonsense has happened in Act 1, and I guess we'll go through the pieces and remind everybody of what had happened as we find relevance here and there. But I mean, broadly, it ended with Hitler Caitlyn or Dracula Caitlyn. It's really your pick. Being
Hitler. Or Dracula?
puppeted.
Dracula or Hitler?
Hitler or
you have to.
Kate,
We've had Dove Caitlin as well.
Yeah, I mean, It's a big old combo of the three.
Take your
She's
pick, man.
being controlled by good old Ambessa, and Piltover is in a mode of like, oh, we're gonna get you, Zorn, being naughty, because Zorn's through Jinx spewed a whole bunch of nonsense through like smoky nonsense graffiti onto Piltover.
You're
naturally.
recounting what
Very
happened
rude.
in the previous arc, and I was almost a little. I was like surprised and reminded that Zon as an entity in Arcane exists. So it's good to
Yeah.
think back to that being a thing.
All right. Well, so we start with a music video.
Fuck yes, let's go!
Hell
How,
yeah!
Okay.
How are you guys feeling about music videos?
I want to start watching
I
End
it.
like
of
music.
By the
I
end of Act
sort of,
1.
I sort of checked out quite quickly the
Yeah.
moment I heard this come on. Like, really? Okay.
I
Fine,
think
I
the
guess.
issue is we're starting to see, and we have seen, and will maybe continue to see. I don't know, of course. I make no claims. That music videos, where in the first season they were used to create very deliberate artistic depictions of events, to hype up emotions, to establish a certain vibe, but it was used in tandem with the kind of a story that they were trying to say. And it seems like so far in season 2, music videos are almost obligatory and are being used as a crutch instead of things that need to be discussed. As we'll find out, essentially plot lines are being summed up as it was in this music video and now it's done.
Yeah.
Yep.
I
Mhm.
think kind of individually as a work of art, I think they're great. The problem is that the Arcane, as the TV show, is using them in place of storytelling, which gets into, again, another one of the differences between season 1 and 2 is season 1 is so efficient, season 2 is just not.
Yeah.
Because I mean,
it
by the time
gives
you get to
them-
the end of the series, how much time have they wasted with this?
I feel it gives them a sense of an excuse to move past significant amounts of time. They're like, well, if we do a
Mhm.
music video, then it mostly covers it. Which is part of a lot of criticisms that add up to the whole pacing issues, which they've become catastrophic by the completion of the season. So like what's being covered here is the Piltover occupation of Zorn. They're capturing shit tons of people, setting up like districts where it's just completely controlled. Especially with the help of Noxian soldiers and Ambassa's interests. It's just this is a very quick assessment of it's getting bad out there, and it's just like the first thought I had, I think a lot of people did, was, oh shit, I thought we were going to see this, not like
Yes.
I didn't think we were going
Yeah.
to speed past it. Damn, this is going to be a huge
Because
event. This is the most like clenched fist they've ever had built over Zorn.
Well,
Yeah.
you would think that this is the culmination of the events of season 1 and that it is the primary focus of the entirety of the second season.
Yeah.
Man,
I
would
can
I have
see-
liked to see the scenes where Caitlyn is convinced to sign off on this.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes. Exactly.
No, all you're gonna get is her looking evil.
Woo!
Looking
Yeah.
like with her Dracula,
and the
with
music-
her very
Whoa, I
pointy
come to suck her
collar.
blood.
The music video continuously saying it's Jinx though. It's Jinx is what's pushing her. It's Jinx's motivation, and it's like yeah, I got it. I know.
Yeah.
You're gonna,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
No,
Uh-huh.
that's kind of like, I mean, yeah, it's pretty obvious. I mean, hell, she said it explicitly more than a few times. So
I feel vaguely lied to by the song as well, or at least because this was part of the promotional material. I thought this was about, like, Jinx, not, I guess, the cultural phenomenon that sprung up around Jinx, while Jinx is,
The
shall we
show
say,
Arcane? Are we getting
previously
meta?
indisposed.
Yeah, because all of this is
this is
I guess-
happening with
yeah, I guess
no
it-
push from Jinx at all.
'Cause
she's
Yeah.
doing
The
nothing
lyrics are
after.
very descriptive of the sort of mindset you might have expected from Jinx going into this season, perhaps, but I don't know.
When would it be good to talk about why on earth the Undercity has decided to idolize Jinx? Now or later? Because there's a few scenes where it's important, I guess.
I
I
mean,
think now is honestly
you can
good.
go now. Like, so just so everyone is clear, Jinx with reverse shenanigans launched. Oh, hi nuts!
That's
a bunch
hey,
of.
Oh,
Nuts.
hello there.
She
Hello.
forced a bunch of the Grey, I guess, plus different colors up back through all the vents into Piltover, which spread across it like you could say like in an interesting display of colors. And
Like
they
salt on
definitely
a table, true.
they have a shot of a bunch of kids watching it happen and being like, "Whoa, wow!" like Undercity kids. And I think the point of that shot is to be like, "See, they all saw it, and now they're going to spread the word that there's someone who, really fought back against Piltover and made a difference, and that lady is Jinx." And then everyone
But
just
that's really
so now
all you-
all these people call themselves Jinxes.
and they
Jinx.
That's what
kind
they
of
call
worship
themselves.
her.
Oh man.
Such a
Yeah.
shit name. Holy shit, dude.
I would never ever join an organization that calls themselves Jinxers.
Yeah, and
That would not have
I would
been my
never-
decision.
that is not a
sounds
joke.
true.
Just making sure everyone understands
No,
that is
I'm not meaning.
in universe.
That's
No.
what they're called.
They call
That's
themselves the
in-universe.
Everyone does
Jinxes.
Pansexual.
that.
They all dye their hair blue and they worship Jinx.
And most
Do
of
they
them are
remember
kids.
when she was
They do
Only a
this.
kid would
really
worship
unstable
Jinx, though.
terrorist who was causing them nothing but problems?
Yeah, they do this.
I don't know what you're talking
The
about.
show is completely forgotten. She already had a huge rep. She was
Yeah.
an unstable
Yeah.
lieutenant for Silco who killed a shit ton of people. Everyone knows who
Like
she
based
is.
on everything, based on everything that the show has told us, basically everyone should hate her.
She should be
The only-
despised.
Like the only shot that we have to work with from Act 1 is just after all the bombs go off, and you see this like some kids watching it from a distance, and they're like, "Oh wow, that's really cool. She's sticking it to the man," kind of thing. And that has led to this revolution where
Yep.
she's like the symbolic representation of "fuck you" enforcers. Because again, she's not doing anything. She's just chilling out, putting her feet up, and pretending that she doesn't exist for now. But like her attack on Piltover was really, really, really successful. But that has directly led to the Enforcers and the Noxians taking over Zorn, which is what's happening
It
during
led
this
to-
montage.
It led to exactly what everyone would have assumed it would have done, and it would
Yes.
have had Piltover come down on Zahn with a clenched iron fist. And then
And-
all
and
that
the-
would have been great to see
Yeah.
if we got people's general perspectives or if we got any of the political situation involving Zahn and Piltover, but that it doesn't happen. It just
Yeah,
doesn't happen.
The only thing you get, because you mentioned these kids that saw the fireworks happen or gas happen, it's like, oh, that's cool. We see like one kid at the end of episode 3 that has like one of these gas masks, and it's like, look, did a thing. And then Abessa uses that to do martial law somehow. But that's really all we get from the public eye. Like, we don't really explore any of this. Just like,
And
no,
the-
that's just what's
We're
happening
skipping
now.
over it.
There
Got a
you
music
go.
video.
Yeah,
I
we get
feel
the
like
music
this-
video, and that's it.
This should not be understated. Like, Jinx was enough of a problem, like her instability was enough of a problem that it was driving a wedge between Silco and his top lieutenant, and it
Yeah.
was causing all sorts of problems with the Chem Barons too. So what the fuck is everyone else who isn't so invested in Silco as
Well,
an
think of,
entity thinking?
The
Well, we
Firelights
mentioned-
despised her.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Well, exactly.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
He did. And let's consider from the first season, because we did talk about it, the show kind of wants to forget that this happened. But at the end of season 1, Jace gave Silco a very generous deal to recognize the sovereignty of Zahn. And it is very likely the reason that didn't go through was because Silco couldn't give up Jace because he loved her so much.
We're not
So
gonna...
it's very possible. Yeah?
I was going to say, we're not going to speak about Act 3 at all, really. But I do want it said at this point, because now we know the answer to it. The information that Jinx killed Silco just never becomes public.
No,
Yeah.
it never
This-
does, and it
and
never
this is
creates drama
absurd.
because Savika is barely a character this season.
Oh yeah.
Never.
She is
Um,
barely a character.
There are
I don't know. Yeah.
main characters that know this information, and it never comes out.
Yeah.
hmm
'Cause why would
I
it?
don't know if this was mentioned, but it just bugs me that Jinx is the one to become a symbol, kind of off screen for very vague, abstract reasons, while for all these years and all the effort that Echo has put in his sanctuary, that never was enough of a reason, I guess, for him to become a symbol. And also, meanwhile, while people are worshiping Jinx, whole Victor thing is going on,
Yep.
where he's basically Jesus and fixing people. the word never spread around. Why isn't he one who's worshipped and symbolized? It's just weird. Why?
It's very
The,
matter of fact, which is how they did a couple of things in Act 1 as well. It's very like, this is the case now, and you're like,
This is
oh,
this
okay.
is the world.
Yeah.
It seems this happens a few times in season 2, but it seems like where season 1 treated these characters as people that exist within the world and they act according to their values, season 2 almost feels like the writers are playing with action figures, or like, they know that they're video game characters, so everyone worships Jinx because she's the one from the game, which is that honestly, that's kind of what I expected when I heard that they were doing a League of Legends TV show. But then season 1 was just so good. Season 2 is, I mean, it's pretty much what I expected season 1 to be.
Well, hey, why don't we have some fun? And
I love fun.
Oh, I love. Yeah,
I enjoy
awesome.
fun.
Fun's pretty cool.
I don't like this kind of fun.
we'll post. I'll post.
You
we'll
don't
do-
even know what it is yet.
We did it in Act
It might be
1,
cool.
and we'll have Rags read out in the most mundane voice you can the
Oh.
lyrics of this song. Just a selection.
I love songs and music.
So we've discussed what this is about, this whole sequence, and who it's regarding. Why don't you just read out this portion? I've built in that I'd like you to repeat the last one. It's not the whole song; it's just a selection, and I just feel like the lyrics hit different when you take them away from being in a song.
All right.
Oh, I hate this.
Oh, you want a villain? Let me show you how I evil. Oh, you think I'm difficult? I'll show you all my devil. Sharpshooter, lethal. 'Cause I'm a messy, feminine diesel. Crush, crush, crush. Crush you all beneath me. You bitches are my pups. You're drooling for a squeaky. You are drooling for a squeaky.
This is a
It's-
different set of lyrics to the official release, marginally, for what it's worth.
It's
but,
I mean, it's not quite it's no time to say goodbye, but it's
Not quite. Yeah.
eh,
you know, it's for a new generation. It's
Hmm.
they don't listen to the
It's-
music that us old folks do, you know?
I find it really interesting to compare the music from season 1 to 2 because season 1 was also like, I really like these songs in isolation, but I guess they fit right now.
Yeah.
But in season
I
2,
gotcha.
every time a song comes up, I'm just like, stop! I hate this.
it
It's
sticks
really,
out so much.
yeah. It's just like, look,
Why,
find me or something.
it
It's like,
feels rushed.
Oh, you want?
Like,
Yeah,
Yes.
they're
it's
stacked in a
so
timeline that they've
lame.
someone else completed this video, and then they passed it over to the guy making the episode, and he put it at the beginning, and then hit go. It doesn't
Yeah.
feel like anything more thorough than that. It sucks that way. Lots of ways, but hey, the art in them is always really solid. You ain't,
The
you
art
ain't
is
taking that
the
away from 'em.
animation and the art is gorgeous. Those guys, whoever was in charge of that, did a very, very good job. You could tell that this is expensive. It looks very good. There's a lot to like visually. So
One thing I'd highlight briefly for this sequence, which I'm not sure if I'd call it good on its own, like this is a reason why it's good. It's more of an observation that I found interesting, is that the name of the episode is Paint the Town Blue. Is that also the name of the song? I can't
Yes.
remember.
I think so.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
Oh, okay.
Paint the Town Blue in narratively would refer to Jinx. They're becoming like
they're
Jinx,
blue
I guess.
goddess, yes.
Mm-hmm.
But
The person who's
also,
not fucking doing anything.
yeah, true.
She's done worse than nothing. She really.
But
if you
then
think about
blue
it.
would also refer to the enforcers, because blue would typically be the color that is associated with the police. So both sides are attempting to paint the town blue. I thought that was interesting. But on its own, it's not something I'd be like, oh, it's good because of the double meaning. It's just something
Neat
that exists, I guess.
observation.
Sure.
Yeah, it's a neat observation.
I
I
really
like season
missed
2.
when season 1 used to do this thing where they would like make songs from perspective of the characters, which I guess this song also kind of does. But the thing is, like, Guns for Hire was for Silco, What Could Have Been was for Jinx at the end, Goodbye was for Powder, and the lyrics were so symbolic for what was going on in their heads and kind of gave you additional context. Whereas this is from the perspective of Jinx, I guess, and it's all about being a villain and doing evil deeds. And she is anything but.
Well,
in
it's
this, at least in this act.
I
She's
guess
also
it's
not
Caitlyn,
there.
right? That this is supposed to be. Sharpshooter, lethal, I'm messy, feminine, diesel, crush all you beneath me. You're drooling for a squeaky. That's very Caitlyn.
Well, it's
Listen,
placing
it's just
Jinx.
as the resident dog, I've drooled over many squeakies. All right.
I see.
Makes sense.
I find it depressing that we've gone from what could have been to drooling for a
Well,
squeaky.
The clear analog here to me is Misfit Toys, the Firelight song. Like,
Oh yeah.
that's the only real one of this sort that was in the first season. And there's so many of them in this season for some reason. Like, I don't know if it would be fair to say, but I think that one might have been the most poorly received of the ones in season 1. I know at least a few people who found Misfit Toys at the start of episode 7 kind of jarring.
Mm-hmm.
I'm fond of it. I think it's pretty cool for establishing like the vibe of the firelights and whatnot.
Yes.
But yeah, it's doing a little bit of work at the start of one episode before giving us a quick reveal about that episode and moving on. It's not a formulaic thing, and it's using its time relatively efficiently.
It also
Well, yeah,
I didn't really like it because I just don't like the music, so I may well be biased. But it
Fair
was
enough.
also, like you say, the only example of a song of that genre, which then immediately slaps you in the face with "This is what the Firelights are like," and it gives you a good sense of who they are. But the problem that I had with it, I guess, in how it is used in season 1, is that it isn't. It is just a music video. That there is basically no narrative content in it, which contrasts it with basically every other musical sequence in season 1.
I would say that it's actually a little worse than that. It is being used as narrative content in a terribly inadequate way. So it feels as if they've used that to check something off the list of story beats when they haven't really done that.
We can fast forward through stuff that we need to see to get them to where they want to be, rather than the necessary work that they have to do to get to the point in the story that they want to be at. Instead, you can make it a music video, and then it'll be like, oh well, hey, at least the visuals are nice, so it's chill. It's like, why didn't we see what's happening in the music video? Why didn't we get to see this play out over the course of an episode or episodes?
Yeah, and
I know
that
just
sequence
doing
with
every episode,
yes.
like, it's ridiculous. Sorry.
Misfit Toys felt like the season already was doing such a spectacular job at like telling the story. When that sequence happens, it's more like, okay, you earned this. We can have a little fun little music video here. It feels earned and deserved, and you don't feel against the show because of that. You kind of have a little break from all the tragedy that is going on. But here it's just
It's pretty appropriate
replacing
because,
storytelling.
yeah, it's pretty appropriate in episode 7 because the Firelights had been introduced as a faction, but we didn't really know a whole lot about them. They are opposed to Silco and to Shimmer, but we don't really know much of anything else that they're actually about. And that song is there to tell us generally what their thesis statement as a group, gang, organization, whatever you want to call them is. And then it's done, and we move past it and into more about the Firelights.
Yeah.
Luckily, they don't feature this much. The seasons, they don't, contact.
They use actual scenes and conversations to
I remember
discuss
when they
between
did that.
characters.
That was crazy.
Yeah, that was good.
Well, you get your regular intro. You gotta love it, and off we are to what at this point it's almost like traumatic with everything in terms of just like, so where we're gonna end up. What's how far into the future are we? Show what are you gonna tell us has happened? And we are joining Caitlyn, pondering her life choices, as many of us can relate. And she's sort of she's with Maddie of all people, in bed.
Yeah.
And this,
Right.
We love Maddie.
this was such
Who
a
is
like
Maddie, Mahler?
what?
Remind people.
Yeah, this is the
Came out of
lady,
nowhere.
the girl enforcer who was a part of the strike team. You remember the strike team? Everyone remembers the
Yeah,
strike team.
Shield Man and Fish Man and the other guy.
Man,
Man.
Guy-
He was
Guy
my
Man.
favorite.
Guy man. There was a
Guy Man.
She expresses like several different things in this scene, and there's such a like, "Who are you? what are you doing here?"
I also find it kind of whiplashy, I guess, because last episode we see Ken like, yeah, fascism, and then we go here. I don't know, am I evil now? It's like,
Yeah, because we've done the
We
whole
skipped
arc.
Well, she's been
everything.
doing all of this shit. She's been
we skipped
like
everything.
martial
think-
law
yeah.
in Zorn. What's
Am I
going on,
evil?
bro?
I think part of the reason why this in particular feels more jarring than it maybe should is because they have not been clear how much time has actually passed between episodes 3 and 4. They do state in, I think, episode 5 that it has been months of peacekeeping operations. So this
Yeah,
scene is
something like
taking
that.
place months later, but we don't know that at this point, which means given that we had no setup for this at all, it just seems like suddenly the next day after splitting up with Vi, she's just plowing Maddie.
It's
Which-
a dead
yeah.
it's a dead horse at this point, but can you imagine getting to see Caitlyn's like steady decline through obsession?
No.
Mhm.
Yeah.
They-
That's what I
No,
thought
I
what we
can't
were
imagine.
doing now, obviously. Because,
That's-
with
yeah.
this, now
there is
she's
that,
going to do all these
um,
operations, and like slowly it's like, oh, that was kind of fucked up, wasn't it? It's like, oh, they're doing this? I'm not really on board with this, but I guess I'll tolerate it for now, and then we...
She led
Dude.
with gassing them.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, but to be fair, she was gassing them for justice.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Ah,
also
right.
justice.
remember Vi said it was better that way. It's safer or something.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah. Gas my home.
Because
Gas.
people would like avoid the gas, you know?
Yeah, so it all worked
Yeah.
out really.
Nice.
But yeah, no, we jump right into her
Who-
bedroom. It's like, oh man, kind of fucked up what we're doing, maybe, huh? It's like, okay.
Who was it that said that there are no bad tactics, only bad targets? Where am I getting
That
that
was
quote
Movie
from?
Movie
Bob
Bob.
was something he said. Yeah.
That was Movie Bob.
That's a classic Bobism.
Bob
Caitlin would
isn't.
be a fan of Movie Bob. But I was just saying, like, the end of Act 1 is this promise of, like, holy shit, things are about to kick off. Then after, like, 2 minutes of Act 2, we're at the point of, so anyway, that was crazy.
Oh, man,
we
who-
had- that stuff that
All the
happened
things
between
we've done.
episodes sure would have been interesting.
Yeah, now that we've done all that, we could get back to the story. Like, what? Yeah, we find out the Noxians are requesting fortifications to be doubled, and that Caitlin says, "I never expected it to go on for so long. I didn't know what I
Before.
thought. It just wasn't this. It's
We don't
it's
know what
very
she thought either.
Well, that's the thing. It is very like we're gonna be evil. Then cut to man, we've been evil. Like I don't know.
How could this have happened?
How could
We
that
signed
have
off
get
on
here?
this.
Like,
That's the one thing
Anyway,
I
let
didn't
me
want
go
to happen.
fetch my Dracula cape.
yes.
Anyway, off we go.
I love the part where they show us what happened or what is happening. I love it.
Can we does anyone? Oh, I'm debating. There's a line here from Maddie, and a lot of people here will know why I was about to say something more. Maddie says, "You could call all this off, withdraw from the underground, re-establish the council. All you have to do is give the order." Is that not a very strange line in retrospect?
Yes.
Yeah,
Mhm.
a bit. Because what if she said, "Yeah, okay"?
Yeah,
Thanks, Maddie.
alright.
Thanks for convincing me,
Yeah,
Maddie.
Then how would she be feeling, given what we learn about her in Act 3?
Mm-hmm.
That seems
Well, also,
odd.
that comes up. That line comes up later in this episode when the next time we see these two together, she says, "This doesn't have to change what we talked about this morning," and it's like, what? Well, what did you talk about that morning? Because that line must be referring to an off-screen because the conversation that just
All
happened in this scene.
conversations are off screen.
Well, the conversation that they
probably
just had in
happened.
this scene was, "You can reform the council." No, like she never agreed to do anything.
Well,
And that's a deep ass line to be like, "Hey, do you want to reform the council and end martial law?" And she's like, "No." I'm like, "Oh, okay. How did we get to this point?"
Well, this does feel like the writer's trying to let us know why Caitlin. She does feel like, oh, are we the baddies? But why are we not stopping? And she says, well, not without Jinx. Besides, a withdrawal could lead to a worse situation than the one we're currently in.
Like what?
Like,
Well, what if?
What's gonna happen?
What
Well-
if? I don't know.
What is happening?
Look, it might be bad for us if less of the poor people had like boots on their necks.
I don't even. There are no leaders.
Hmm.
There's only Savika. Like, that's literally it.
And
Don't
I
even-
mean, and I mean, what even is she really? In terms
With that
of
hand,
taking on a
not
leadership
much.
With the
role?
goober hand, yeah.
Yeah. But again, I mean, it's all just like the world feels a lot smaller. It's just like, oh, Caitlyn is now like in charge. It's like, isn't she like
No.
20? Like, like why
Mhm.
is
No,
It's
she?
she
so
gets to do
crazy
all
that-
of the
Who
things.
was going to
She's
be
a
the sheriff
decorated
after
officer.
Marcus?
Fucking Ambessa, some general from a different faction, gets to come in and just be like, okay, so
Yeah.
this person's in charge now. And everyone's like, yeah, that
Yeah, okay,
person's in
sure.
charge
I
now.
assume they say
yeah.
that because there's no conversation or scene where they do this, and the council isn't involved in it, and no one seems to have an actual perspective. But they hit their chests, so I guess that's that.
What's
I'm
that?
certain that the
Dunno.
general from a foreign expansionist empire has no ulterior motives in the appointment of a
Well,
dictator to
You've,
ours.
She's
you've struck
grooming,
on
yeah.
something real interesting there, Theo, because there was one character who was desperately invested in preventing her from making moves because of that very knowledge, called Mel. There was another character
but
who
Mhm.
was desperately invested in sorting out the state of
Mhm.
Hex Tech and was likely going to move himself away from the council to do so.
Ooh.
Then there's another
that?
character who was the de facto leader of the underground at this point, as far as Caitlyn's perspective would go, who's entirely disappeared. And there was another character who was a friend of his that was a prior eldest creator of Piltover that's also disappeared. All four of them are gone, and Caitlyn doesn't
Yes.
mention any of this at all.
Weird.
No
None
one
of this-
mentions anything.
It's
The fact that
insane.
nobody is talking about, hey guys, Jace is gone.
How the fuck
What
didn't
do
they
you
put
mean?
that?
What's up
What do
with
you mean he's
Hextech?
gone?
Like,
Where did
what-
he go?
I don't understand, right? Is why isn't there a line with her and Maddie where she's like, "I can't believe Jace has been gone this whole time." You know, like there's
Yeah.
nothing.
Why did he
You
run
wouldn't
off?
have known
We
that
don't
she
know what
knew.
they think.
Yeah.
Yeah,
In
we have no idea.
reality-
Does she think that he ran away? That he's dead? That we have no frame of reference at all.
Yeah.
In reality, in real political situation, if there were so many people missing for no reason, just disappearing off like face of the earth, there would be like missing posters. There would be serious like consequences for that. They would try to
Well,
find
well, too
someone
bad. We skipped the
responsible for
part.
it.
Wouldn't that be?
We skipped the story
There would
part
be
where
a
that
war
would
just
have been
on that.
addressed.
Like, fucking John Hextech, the only guy left that we know of who can do Hextech, is just fucking
Yes.
gone.
Yeah.
That's pretty bad for
Right
everyone.
after he delivered that peace deal to the Zonites, and then they attacked us
Well,
on two
again,
different
Yeah,
occasions.
did they kill him? Is he
Mm.
dead?
How many things can you run away with that all of these people disappeared right when Ambessa, who
Well,
has essentially taken control of Piltover?
If you talk to the
effectively?
Firelights, they'll tell you, well, Echo left with Heimerdinger to meet Jace, and all three of them had disappeared.
It's
Like,
gone.
What?
I don't want to like
Behind
appeal to
you.
this too much as well, but this is like a lore thing in that Noxus in the League of Legends lore, it has a very vested interest in Piltover as a shipping lane. It's really, really important for it to reach its other territories in like on the southern continent, Shurima and stuff. So when one of their generals goes over there and seems to be essentially staging a coup and like just taking over on her own, why doesn't she get a letter that's like, "Hey, what are you doing?
Can you like not
Excuse
do
me?
that?
You're like fucking everything up. Can you stop it?"
Stop it.
Stop.
No, trade
And that was
fine.
something that was established in season 1, right? That Piltover is a really important shipping lane, especially because of the Hex Gates.
Yep. And that's why Noxus has a bunch of agents in Piltover at all times and stuff.
The world is just way smaller now. It feels way smaller.
Ambassa would totally weaponize the disappearance of Mel and Jace at least.
Well,
She would have-
surely
Hmm.
because she mentions in episode 3 when she makes up the lie that a Zornite assassin killed Amara, was her
Amara,
name?
yeah.
The lady.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Yeah, so that is something that's on the table anyway. There are supposedly Zornite assassins that are killing their like nobles or whatever. Like, surely the perspective amongst Piltover would be that an assassin from Zorn killed or abducted Jace, because surely they would have to think that
Mhm.
Zorn would blame Jace for
Well,
Silco's death.
You could run it such that they say that these assassins have wiped out the 4 major figures of peace deliberately: Jace, Heimerdinger,
point
Echo,
I-
and Mel.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I feel to almost tie a bow on these observations is the point of mentioning all of this is just drama that was on the table. It
Yep.
was just
Mhm.
there to be used, to be leveraged. Any number of choices that could have created conversations, created intrigue and drama that they haven't been seized. They haven't taken advantage of these opportunities. It's as if they don't even recognize that any of these opportunities are available to them. a lot of this feels like oversights that they didn't realize. Oh shit, yeah, like we could do something with Caitlyn wondering about what happened to Jace, or we could create conflict within like Piltover about whether or not, they think that Ambessa has had anything to do with any of these disappearances and trying to take over. But instead it's gone because the priorities are totally off. And they're rushing, as will become very clear. As I feel is already clear at the end of Act 1, but will become increasingly, like, exponentially more apparent as the season progresses.
I think it's honestly like even worse than how you just described, because what you just described is like a wasted opportunity.
Yeah.
But I think it's worse because it's honestly strange and out of character that these
Yeah.
characters don't mention it. In
Good point.
particular, Caitlyn not mentioning the absence of Jace. Like, yeah, she's
You're
got a
right,
flashy
you're
new
right.
job, but even so, you would think that they would drop a line in just to remind the audience that yes, these are characters and the actions do have consequences.
It's
But we get
really
nothing.
it's really funny when you put it that way, because it strikes as like the writers are actively dodging seizing writing opportunities.
Yeah.
They see them coming on the tracks and they're like, "Whoa, got to duck that."
We've got to cut that. We've got to
like
make room
video
for another music
dodging.
video.
Yeah, the video game
writing
sequence, you know.
So I think the only example of a character acknowledging the disappearances of the 4 characters that have disappeared is later in the episode. Ambessa mentions that
Yeah.
my daughter has been gone for a few months. That is it. No
That's
one
not
mentions
enough.
Talking about that.
No, it's crazy not enough, and the consequences in the world should be way more significant than one character mentioning it.
Oh, saying that, sorry, we do see that the Firelights they've added Echo to the mural because they, I guess, think he's dead or that he ran off. For some reason, they don't add Heimerdinger, though. They just forgot that he was there.
I thought that was actually
Yeah,
kind
no,
of
Heimerdinger.
fucking rude
Yeah.
that Heimerdinger didn't
Yeah, it
get
is
added.
rude. But
Yeah.
Heimerdinger was treated rudely this whole season.
Yes, he was.
Well, I mean, he made them a bubble machine, and they're just like, nah, he's a prick. He's responsible for all of our suffering. We're not going to add him to our tree.
It's out of my eyes.
I don't know, man. Like,
He's
nobody
not allowed
cries
on the
for
mural.
Heimerdinger.
I do.
I don't.
He's on the mural.
understand.
He's just
No, I do. But he's got a fun
Too
little
low.
mustache. He used to be a great character.
Heimerdinger
Oh, yeah.
season 1 was
Mm.
amazing.
Remember his
Really
face
cool.
when Jace was in the process of betraying him in season 1?
Oh
Yeah.
god,
Oh,
yeah.
man.
Season 1
Tragic.
Heimerdinger. Good character stuff. Season 2
man.
less so. Can't wait to talk about that next week.
Well, he's not even
Oh.
here.
Yeah,
He's not
yeah.
even here.
He doesn't appear in Act 2, and Echo doesn't appear in Act 2 either.
Yeah.
Heimer probably hit his head at some point
On
off
what?
screen, probably between seasons. I don't know,
I
on
think
the floor, on the
Arcane
wall.
hit its head.
What's down there to bump your head into?
I don't
Like,
know.
Trying to walk
Yeah,
under a
feels like,
chair?
Heimerdinger would
He
be
walked
like
into
the
a
least
tree.
likely person in the world to bump his head on something. It feels like.
And he's half head, so
Yeah, exactly.
It's
It's
really
a paradox. It's a paradox, is what it is.
Well, moving on. We get to see Jinx after Act 1. Where would she be with a little time jump? And she's it starts as like an announcement-y type thing. She says, "Ladies and gentlemen, you're in the wrong place. Scumbags and scallywags, put your hooks and paws together for the meanest, ugliest, goriest spectacle of your life." She's putting a bit of showmanship into a game she's playing with who will belovedly be considered Baby Grogu from now on, / Baby Yoda, baby whatever you want. Calling her Grogu, and you know exactly why, because that is her role, and holy fuck. The best thing about
I wish
Act 3...
Grogu would explode.
Best thing about Act 3 is that Grogu's not in it. But that doesn't save it. So
Why are you doing this, Jinx?
Dude, I was watching. It's like, am I watching like a Borderlands scene right now? Like this is like
God,
with the names and everything, like Stink Maw and shit, and the way she talks. Like, oh, this is just Tiny Tina right now. What are we doing?
Oh, you shouldn't have said that.
I'm sorry, but I had to.
Ow.
There's that, but there's also just I didn't consent to my character being altered so fucking significantly.
Yeah,
but I
like
guess
what?
here we
what
go.
Yes,
happened?
exactly.
Who the
Like,
fuck are you?
Who is this?
Well, you see, they
This
developed
is,
they developed a relationship off screen, is what happened. I think.
Stop saying that, I beg you.
Wait, you think they had? Wait, are you saying they had conversations and
No,
characters?
but it actually
moments
does
off
seem
screen?
like the writers have genuinely forgotten that like Jinx is severely mentally ill.
Yeah.
Like that was a
Yeah.
huge focus in season 1 was her dealing
No, but a
with
kid fell on her,
essentially-
so she's
Yeah, this
fixed.
random kid has
Right,
fixed
so
it.
now- so now
Just
it's
hit her
all
in the right
gone.
place.
She's cured. She's
Yeah.
cured of all of the voices in her head
Season
screaming at her.
You,
all of these
like,
horrible
Season 1
things.
Jinx. Season 1
She's a
Jinx
psycho killer.
would have shot her dead right then and there.
well, like, we're
but yeah,
joking
This
about
person
it,
had
but
lost
the
every
show,
reason to be alive, or to enjoy living, or to do anything with their existence. She was a completely broken person by the end of season 1.
like,
Who's
we're
this?
kind of
Now,
we're kind
by
of joking about it,
comparison-
but even like later in this episode, the little kid gets taken from Jinx, and immediately all the trauma, all the voices, her general
coming
attitude
back, yeah.
changes and reverts.
Briefly,
It comes back.
though.
So the
Very
show does
briefly.
seem sure. Well, yeah, because they get the kid back pretty much straight away. But the show does
Oh.
seem to think that having this relationship with this random kid who fell on her that one time has fixed her deep
Cured
trauma.
her, yeah.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Vi is doing comparatively a lot worse when it comes to her
Yeah.
mental stability at this point.
Uh,
We don't know that yet. We're not there yet.
hmm
Oh,
yeah, man, wouldn't it be nice to see what they've been doing this whole time? You know, how they bonded. So I give a
Well,
shit
no,
about Grogu down there.
we've skipped all of the time that we need to get Jinx to the arc that they want to put her on, which was impossible of season 2.
Yes.
Progressed in the in the actual amount of time that it needed to take for the
progressed
story
in the
to
time frame
play
that
over
season
naturally.
1 passed through. You know, like regular
Yeah, exactly.
storytelling time.
Mhm.
I mean, the reality is that getting Jinx to this point, you probably need more than one season.
Yeah.
One season
of
might
course,
not even
and-
be enough
and-
time.
It's
So it
just
doesn't feel like
cowardly
you just
too.
undid the last one, yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It's like one of the most praiseworthy aspects of season 1 is essentially that the writing had guts, and it feels like that is not the case anymore.
Mhm.
We're going back to things being a lot more bland and conventional and safe, and comfortable when it comes to writing.
It is
Look,
leaning
She's
on.
having fun.
I mean, it
Look
took
at
us
her. Look,
one
she's
act,
quirky.
and she's back to being fun. She's fun, Jinx.
Well, if any, well, no, I
Yeah.
mean it's even worse than that because
Yeah.
when we see her in Act 2, she's doing all the quirky stuff, but like she's unhinged. Like she's clearly not doing well. Whereas here, she's like kind of better off than she's ever been ever.
Yeah.
This is like the happiest
The-
that we've ever seen
The
Jinx.
fun was always a coping mechanism, essentially.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you see
Yeah.
it right when she was. It's like that scene where she was. She had the crystal and she was working on it, and she was kind of like a little bit upbeat. But then when the shit went wrong, she immediately is like in sort of trauma mode. It's like a facade, and it's not a particularly effective one. It can break pretty quickly, but here she's just chill. And we got here in 3 episodes from her being at the lowest point that she ever was as a character ever.
Yeah.
I think
It's
Most-
way too fast.
The most uncanny aspect of any of this for me is the fact that she seems happier and more well adjusted than she did before all the trauma, even as Powder. Like when we first ever meet her.
Yeah,
she
that's
seems
true.
more troubled than she seems here.
I want to know
It's
what the
crazy.
writers think as well, because she's happier and more well adjusted, while what we're actually seeing is she has retreated into her den with Isha, like never to emerge again. She's like
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
completely
the
cut
world
herself
is
out of the
collapsing
world.
because
Yeah.
of the actions that she took.
Yeah.
What
By the way,
should the
funny-
understanding here is that this is complete cope, but
Yeah.
it doesn't seem to be.
No,
I
she
think,
just seems
like-
to be
Ooh.
happy. Also,
It's
funny you
worth-
guys mentioned the den she's in. So remember how they found her with like 5 enforcers in like a couple of days, and they weren't able to find her in months with all of the Noxian army and being under martial law. What?
Makes
She's just been
sense.
here the whole
Yeah,
time.
she's just been in an actual
She's
house.
been here.
The place
She
the
drops
whole of
grenades down the bottom, down the fucking shaft thing when she gets bored. You can't find her.
Nope.
Yeah, it's crazy. How did you not find her? This should be resolved already.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, she should have died at the end of Act 1, but oh well.
Yeah,
Writing wise, if this was the intention that this is supposed to be sort of a coping mechanism for her to isolate herself, there should be, if she's still troubled in her head, there should be a scene establishing when she has to get out or she's forced to get out, she would completely break down. She would have an episode. But we don't see that. Even outside of it, even with Vi, everything's good. She's fine.
Avoidance
Nothing.
is a very clear safety behavior, and it's a vicious cycle where, like, it spirals in on itself, where you cut yourself off from more and more and more things. That's what essentially we should be seeing
you
here.
almost become terrified to go outside, right? It should get to a point where it's like the thought of interacting with the world and, in a sense, dealing with her problems and the problems that she created is like untenable. But instead, it's going in a different route. It's basically like, oh no, this will be the call to adventure and to become a hero.
We'll get there, but her first mission to go and fetch Grogu outside of this, time she spent here, she's like, it's like a comedic adventure.
Yeah, instead of being like traumatic, instead of her even feeling bad about any of the shit that she did.
They've had crazy tonal problems in the whole season. Just
for sure, yeah.
I don't know if this was noted, but I think this bug sort of monster fight, I think it's a reference, like the writers are trying to be sneaky. If you guys remember from season 1, where Vi's talking to Caitlin on the bed, and they're like, we would create like monsters in our head and imagination or stuff like that. So I think she's repeating the thing that she and Vi used to do as children with like whatever this kid is.
That's something that we talked about when we were watching it for the first time, but as was mentioned, I think it could have been Fringy or Rags or whatever, but it was pointed out that this seems a lot lazier because it's they have infinite access to all kinds of designs, and they chose these 2 bugs. Now, I think the counter to that would be, well, it's not the same game. They literally have bugs, and they've painted them, and they're having little fights with them, and then it's just like, okay, well then, why didn't they actually do the thing that she discussed? As in, Grogu and Jinx having a back and forth, she could draw images, and so could Jinx, and then they could imagine the fight, and Jinx can be, and you could have completely made up creatures, and how they would...
I've got an answer for you. The 2 bugs are a reference to the video game.
Yeah.
Like, kinda, a little bit.
Kind of.
One of them is the Scuttle Crab, the other one is the Rift Herald.
Well, but...
So, I know, it's a shitty answer.
Not even really, but,
Yeah.
Well, but then couldn't you have Grogu imagine up Baron, and Jinx could imagine up Dragon? Just do it that way.
Imagine dragons.
A better way to do it, yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Jungle
We could
monsters
imagine
if you want.
dragons. So, but yeah, what I guess I'm getting at is that I agree that there's like it's evoking that discussion, but that they didn't commit to it, which would have, I think, even been better. But the primary issue is just this once again, same with the music videos, same with the Caitlyn scene. This scene is like, this is the state of affairs now, and it's like, but I didn't agree to this. They don't care.
Sorry.
I did not sign the contract.
What's been happening for all those months?
Do you feel anything for having lost a finger?
You're going to see it in a music video, what happened during all of those months.
Yeah, that's not even a joke.
Guess that
I'm not
covers it.
joking. I'm not joking. You will see it in a music video.
We will do a music video for it.
Evolved.
Why don't our episodes here on EFAP should have been music videos?
Yeah. Certainly would have been quicker.
We'd be finished a lot faster.
But yes, to be clear, and you can see it in this scene and every other, Grogu's designed to get you to feel specific things as fast as possible. They knew exactly what they were doing, and it's cheap and super duper manipulative. And as we progress through this act,
down to her not speaking, right? It feels like even that sort of contributes to the way that they're trying to get you to essentially connect with the character.
Yeah, as we
prominent important character that's supposed to do all these important narrative things, and like, well, we're gonna decide to not give her any speaking lines.
The thing is that usually I wouldn't, because again, it feels like you're kind of inviting new writing challenges to deal with when you have a character who can't speak. But I mean, we were talking about it before, right? It would be interesting to see if there are ways that you could get her to communicate, I suppose, more complex thoughts and emotions, right? Like what ways would she be able to do that? But no, it feels like it's much more so just like contributing to essentially the shortcut, the fast route to making you endeared to this relationship. and
We
and
also
like
have-
where they need it to push Jinx, which is, it's pretty obvious where this is pushing Jinx.
Yeah, we have like a really good comparison as well, because like during Act 2, this kid basically becomes Powder from Act 1 of Season 1. And you can just compare this character to Powder from Act 1 of Season 1, and there is no comparison. The amount of work that they put into that character in Act 1 is like, it's monumental. I still don't really know how they did it in the amount of time that they had.
What?
And you compare that to this character, it's a plot device. The character is a plot device that really only serves one purpose.
Yeah,
And what can we say about her personality other than that she idolizes Jinx and wants to be Jinx?
the cleanest way to just distinguish them is that Powder felt much more authentic to an actual child that would have grown up with the life that she had. Grogu feels like bullshit, utter bullshit, invented. Like, it would have made more sense if she were a fucking ghost that Jinx invented in her head.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That's true. I saw someone say that, like, narratively, nothing changes if this character was just a stray dog that she found on the street.
Yeah, I mean, we're not.
Interesting commentary on
We've all
women.
seen enough stories. We know what this is. We've seen loads of
Yeah.
hack writers do
Yeah.
this. It's
I mean, they spell
you're
it
a-
out
you're a
for
plot
you
device on
because
legs.
Jinx goes like, "You reminded me of me back in the day." Like,
Well, yeah,
paraphrase,
so-
of course, but that's basically what she says.
it's so much worse than you're making it sound. She says,
Like,
Okay, well,
what-
go ahead.
they're,
I'm sorry, I'm being so soft.
they're playing the shitty games, and then Jinx is like, yeah, I lose, and she's about to toss the bug, and then it's like, no, don't do that. And she's like, a rematch? Return of the Titans, vengeance, redemption. And I'm just sitting here like, who the what is this? Like, why are you so fucking upbeat, happy, chill, and all that?
Who are
And then
you?
it comes back down, and she's like, you're lucky. I didn't get to do most of this with my older sister. I had a different
yeah.
name back then, It was Powder. I didn't get to do much of this, with my... It's just like, she just keeps hitting on every single thing that you would obviously have assumed was the point of the scene. And then
Yeah.
she says, Vi, she was into hitting things. Stupid, right? I thought of her, I thought I was rid of her for good. But you know what? You kind of remind me of her. Like,
What a crazy collection of pressure points for the character to hit upon
Yeah.
in one conversation, though, right? Like, she's speedrunning every touchy subject she could possibly
Yeah.
have in talking to Isha here, and she's just fine. She's just chilling.
It's a caricatured version of what the character did, or what the writing did really, really well for this kind of like deeply traumatized character in Season 1. They've basically just turned it into a caricature of that, like the Harley Quinn comparison that was made by a lot of people for Jinx in Season 1. This is a lot more like that. It's a parody of what it should actually be like.
it's like the writers are making fun of themselves.
You remember Jinx's initial reaction to Vi continuously calling her Powder? She fucking wigged out at it. She didn't like it.
hmm
One part that I'll just mention that I think I did kind of like about this, probably the only part, is that she wants to get rid of the bug that lost because it's past its prime. And then the kid is like, no, you should have a rematch, which, I mean, it's a pretty clear parallel for Jinx herself, because the kid then goes on to try and convince her to get back out there and like live out the symbol that Zorn needs.
Get back out there and do more terrorism.
I was going to say, I just
Yeah,
don't,
get back out there and
I get the attempt, but it's just there's nothing I
Yeah.
find meaningful or applicable to her as like a past her prime fighter that needs to get back in the. Which it's funny you bring it up because that is exactly what is happening in this scene. The little Grogu's trying to convince her to be Jinx again. We couldn't believe this when we were watching it. She's like, "That's a past life, kid, and it's about as sweet as last year's milk. Jinx is dead." And it's like, what? What are we?
I was
What?
gonna bring up,
Like, what?
what the fuck do you mean Jinx is dead?
What did
What
I
do we
watch
call
the
you
last
now?
season of television for?
What the hell do you
Why
mean?
am I here?
all of that would have made a lot more sense if she had actually received a much more substantial injury in episode 3, to where she was like, I can't continue being Jinx because I physically cannot do it.
There is no
Um,
being Jinx, though. She is Jinx. That is the
That
the
was
person.
kind of the whole point of Season 1.
Yeah, she accepted that this is the person that she is now.
Yeah.
That was the whole last scene. Like, who are you then?
Yeah.
I see what you mean, because the writers here are kind of treating it as though she knows that she is a symbol, even though she has not embraced that at this point. So she's unwilling to play the part of Jinx within the story, even though, like you say, she is Jinx. There's nothing else. There never was a powder, I guess.
Yeah, I can't take seriously an interpretation of that line in like the symbol sense, because Jinx was always something personal to her. It was a specific insult towards her used by one of her childhood friends who she killed, which then became
like
the name that she wore.
Well, and he was like a haunting
identity
figure
she
for
tried to
her
assume.
for a
Yes,
significant
right.
portion of her life. He was one of the scariest like faces that you would see appear. The one that always comes to mind is on the bridge where he's growing bigger and bigger behind her. It looks fantastic,
Mhm.
but never mind.
I miss. Yes.
So, well, just very quickly, the you
Mhm.
can see in the background of the shots that are playing, you've got the couch that's underneath, kind of like a little makeshift tent, which I'm guessing is where the kid sleeps. That's the couch that did have the Milo and Clagger like effigies that she had made. So those are gone now.
Well, she's cured.
She's replaced them. Well, yeah,
Yeah,
You
she's
mentioned
cured.
this, it's great.
That's-
Crack the case, Holmes.
yeah, we did it.
And as Fringy said, like anybody who's like, whoa, we're supposed to get a music video, we're getting it. It's gonna be later. Don't worry.
All of you people out there with your mental health concerns or your straight up mental illnesses, just go and find yourself a Grogu.
Yeah. Just go outside, look up, and just
hope a kid falls on you.
No matter what's
Orphan
happened
falls
to you
on
in your
you.
life, no matter what like horrible circumstances you've been born into or have like
Yes.
had inflicted upon you or have inflicted upon others, just go and find a Grogu.
It's nothing a
They'll
little
do it.
motherhood
also-
can't solve.
Go
you're
find a Grogu
traumatized-
and also be in a situation where you just don't have to participate in life.
Yeah,
for,
no
like, a year.
responsibilities at
Yeah.
all.
And that'll make
You're
it better
traumatized.
somehow.
While
not
everything burns
worse.
around you.
And completely incapable of functioning. Just adopt a child. That's a good thing to
And
do.
surely this child is receiving
yes.
a perfect upbringing.
Yes,
Yes.
for sure.
Dressing
Yeah,
herself up, adding the tattoos, all of it. She's
By the
trying to just
time-
be Jinx.
By the time you get to the end of the act, this child is like one of the best paragons in the history of fucking Runeterra. She's
Mhm.
and how old is she? Like 6? She's gonna
Fucking Garen
Yeah.
blush. Like
nobody's buying it, alright?
Yeah,
But so what I was gonna
I
say though,
really
right?
miss. Yes.
Just really quick,
No.
combine this scene with the Caitlyn scene with the music video opening, and holy fuck, we have blasted through so much story already. You have to like catch it as it's
Yep.
happening. That they are speed run. We're on fast forward times fucking 10 with every scene. It's just going boom, 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 boom.
Yeah,
Mhm.
just seeing what all these characters would have been up to could have been an easy 3 episodes by themselves, at least.
Mhm.
Just see what their day-to-day is in their current scenarios, see what Caitlyn is up to, what Jinx is up to, Vi is doing. But no, as I said,
we don't have the time
race-
because of the choices
don't
we
have
made.
the time. Yep.
I miss the scribbles that season 1 used to do. They, I think, if come back, they don't stay for long. That Jinx used to have for her like little panicky moments. I loved them so much, and there was such a great visual depiction of what like trauma and voices in your head could feel like. And yeah, it's crazy to me that it's literally impossible. No matter how well she's coping, no matter how well she's doing, there is no possible way for those voices to suddenly stop for her. They would be always here, and if they suddenly did, as much as it's not depicted, she would be so shocked by that, because she has been living with them. Like, she has been living with Milo in her head since her powder days.
Yeah, it's the most significant portion of it, like time in her
Yes.
life. It's the biggest one.
It
It's-
would be insane for her to suddenly, like, more insane than ever, to suddenly have those voices stop. She wouldn't
mean-
know what to do with herself.
It's sort of
But
like
if they're
sorry, continue.
yes. No, if it was there, then we don't get any glimpse of it, and no context, or it's crazy.
it's sort of wrong in like a forked way where there's two different angles of it being wrong that you can take, because that is all like correct as well, but an interpretation I've seen people throw around of the final scene in season 1 is there's a short moment of like the scratchy sounds and the whispers with Jinx just after she kills Silco, and then they cut out. And I've seen a non-trivial number of people interpret that as like, okay, the doubt is gone now. Essentially, this is her acceptance of her state of being, as it were. Not in a positive sense, in a strictly negative sense. Like, there's no more insecurity about being strong or weak or no. She's just Jinx. She's the person who makes everything go fucking wrong. That being the case, they should stay gone and shouldn't return in the capacity they do in this season. But then they shouldn't really return in the capacity they do in this season for any reason. So I don't know.
So we're doing great. Act 2
So far, so
already.
good.
Yeah. At this point, it's just like, so who's next? You know, like what's the next scene and what's going to happen? And it happens to be Ambessa. And already, I'm just like, you guys probably remember the scene. It's like, it's not a good scene. So
No, I hate that scene.
we have Ambessa and Rictus are watching some dude try to work Hextech technology. He's got a gemstone. He's pressing things on a machine. And for anybody who's ever seen anything ever, you already know he's dead. There's no way he's gonna survive this. And the point is,
he's in like this tank, like the end of Wrath of Khan. He's in this glass cylinder, this nameless guy, this poor non-human.
the tech he has is very sort of similar to what we saw, or at least it feels similar to what we saw in Act 1 of Season 1 when Victor and Jace crack the technology. And it doesn't work, and they're all very mad. It's been months, and Ambessa's pissed off. She's like, "Why the fuck can't we crack Hextech? It's ridiculous." Because of course, if they had, she would have been able to spam make Hextech weaponry, and she probably would have been unstoppable if she had that. The writers need to make it such that she can't possibly make use of Hextech. Now, there's a couple of issues here. First, I was going to mention, I think we talked about this last stream, there was speculation for a while as to Ambessa's intentions, and a lot of people thought it was a red herring that she was after Hextech. The show was going to twist her into like something else is going on with the Black Rose, etc. But she is portrayed very desperately trying to get Hextech to work here. There's an issue with this. Before we even get to what the issues are in this episode, we brought it up, I think, last stream, but why the hell did she organize the assassination of Jace if she was so hell-bent on Hextech?
Yeah.
Well, because surely someone else with access to Jason Victor's notes and lab and all of their equipment and technology might be able to reverse engineer, or perhaps...
Especially if Jace wouldn't want to make the weapons himself.
Well, they obviously can't now.
Well, I mean, I just wanted to address that first, is that the assassination attempt, and no attempt to protect Jace, because at least if she had said, yeah, you go kill him, and then she kills the Chem Baron lady before Jace is killed, that would have been something. But no, he was set to die. It was actually Vi that saved him, not Ambessa, not Ambessa's people. So that's a big old point of retardation on her character, which is unfortunate, because Ambessa's one of the highest scorers this season. But I guess you'd say that doesn't mean a huge amount at this point. She says, "How, in a city teeming with brilliant inventors, have we managed to unearth such unrelenting incompetence?" And I was waiting for them to just do the reference and have her say that Jinx and Victor and Jace were able to crack Hextech in a cave with a box of scraps. And they've had months with all notes, all technology. How is this possible? And I think that this is the writers admitting, we don't know. We're just going to say that that's what happened. It's like, oh, okay. Because
can I add something to that as on top of this?
Well, just one second. I was going to say, as much as I think Victor, Jace, and Jinx are all brilliant minds when it comes to tinkering, I don't like to think that they're so brilliant that the rest of the city, given months and access to full notes, can't do shit. Like,
absolutely not. I wonder if they expect us to take seriously the idea that the Black Rose is actively somehow keeping the more, like, the sharper minds of Piltover away from Ambessa, however the fuck exactly they would be doing that.
Teleported every smart person out before Ambessa could do anything.
Yeah.
Look up, okay, who are the smart guys in Piltover?
Oh my
Right.
god, they're just making they're making a fantasy version of Atlas Shrugged. Oh my god.
Well, they would eventually
wonder-
generate idiocracy because that's all the people would be left would be retarded.
Like, I really do feel for her in this scene because it's like, yeah, how the fuck hasn't anyone been able to crack this?
Doesn't make
I'm sorry,
sense.
Ambessa.
Yeah.
I mean, this goat guy we
Doesn't
see
make
in
any
there,
sense.
he
Just
didn't
poor
wear
goat
any,
guy.
didn't even wear any like gloves or anything, and all he had to do was pull the lever and it vaporized him. So, like,
Yeah,
that was
that-
pretty stupid.
Like
Yeah, that's
related
what
to that, I wanted to. I don't know if I misinterpreted what actually happened here, but where is this taking place? Did you guys?
Well, they
think?
did an establishing shot of the prison.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this
Well,
is
that
the,
seems to be
this
in
is the
fucking
goat vaporization
Stillwater.
chamber.
That was what I thought. I because the next time we see Ambessa, it is in Stillwater, and I couldn't remember if there was an establishing shot here. But my impression was that it was in Stillwater. So if that's the case, why is she doing this in secret? Surely it would make sense in the City of Progress to be like, hey, young science minds, who wants to be the next man of progress and help me crack hex tech? Because Jace is kind of gone and we need it. Surely that would be a better move than just taking scientists one by one into Stillwater to be vaporized.
Imagine if they could work on it together.
Whoa.
All that, yes.
But it
That's-
feels like we need a reason for Ambessa to be at Stillwater,
Ugh.
like broadly speaking.
God, that's gonna cause
That
so
I don't
many
know where
issues.
that might be
Socialism.
going.
She couldn't even have been on her way, or I mean, there's ways to get around this.
Oh, there's loads of ways.
And I don't even know why they bothered, because as we'll learn, it doesn't.
But why did they?
She'll be fine.
Why did they
so-
show us Goatman failing instead of having a music video where he's tinkering and exploding and stuff? That would have been better.
Where he's
Oh
in
my
there
God.
dancing,
No, they could have had a music
like
video
those
where
old
it's like his
iPod
life,
commercials.
where
His
he's
whole
at
life.
university. Yeah, he's
Yeah.
training really hard, and then he finally gets his big break, and it's like, wow, Ambessa, she's going to let me try and do hex tech.
And
Then
he has a
yeah.
goat sister who's like, "You're my biggest inspiration, big brother. Like without you, my life wouldn't have been anything either." That his
And then
mum is
she
on a
sign
dying
languages
breath.
what she says to him because she can't talk.
Yeah, and his
I
dad
promise,
died in
Mom,
a
I'll
scientific
harness hex tech
experiment.
so I can save you.
Just
All
yeah,
of the
just do
brightest
it all.
minds. Dude. Just all of the brightest minds of Piltover are just getting outperformed by a mentally ill.
They're also all
girl
getting
in, like, a
vaporized, dude.
cave.
Like,
Yeah.
And they all die. All
Yeah.
of them die.
Listen, they're not smart enough to understand that if all you have to do is pull a lever in the evil vaporization radioactivity chamber, you can't just like do that remotely. You have to go
No.
in there without any protection and turn it with your own hand.
well, and that's the difference,
I
right?
wonder what this setup is.
Victor and Jace were doing that because they were desperate to get it completed before they would be like foiled. The Heimerdinger was bringing guards in, and they were trying to prove that they could do it before it was too late. This guy is just in the room,
Mhm.
and then he just dies.
Imagine if there was maybe like 10% slightly safer conditions we could do these sorts of tests in. I don't know. It seems like the sort of thing that might not be unachievable to make this kind of test a little bit safer.
Remember, all that has to be done is a lever has to get turned. That's it. That's all he's in there to do.
Yeah.
I
At
have
least
a
he had
little-
some
Cannot be done
goggles.
remotely or with a stick.
There's got to be some
And if the guy
automation
that's doing the
for the
I have a
hex tech
little-
stuff, right? In this world, because of
Mm.
just how far the industry's gone.
Absolutely.
How could
A
Ambessa
theory
not
I
have
have
made use of that?
hex tech is actually like only once it has a rule. The person that uses it and wants it to use it has to be like born poor.
Oh, interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, and Heimerdinger. That's
That was the
only
key
people
that
allowed.
Ambessa just couldn't
or
figure.
Heimerdinger.
Be
Heimerdinger
poor
might
or
have been born
Heimerdinger.
Jace was born poor.
Well, that's the big reveal. Is
Victor was.
it doesn't make sense that Heimerdinger
Jinx.
says at one point, "I was actually poor when I was 1 year old." You're like, "Oh my god!"
Really?
There we
Holy.
go.
We had it rough back in Mandel City. Like...
Is there anyone else standing around that maybe is taking notes while people are getting vaporized? Because if you just
No.
vaporize the people that keep doing the experiments, you're not making any progress.
No,
He had a
Yeah,
family.
reset.
He probably had a
You just
family.
keep resetting yourself.
It's like
a
bring
goat
in the next
wife
person.
and a goat sister.
They've
Science
made-
is at its
Goat
best when
mother.
you have one individual in a room alone doing their thing.
Getting
Collaboration
vaporized.
between scientists is for chumps.
Well, it's just so funny that they have it all prepped at this point. They bring in a new person, like, so that's the notes room. That there's a gemstone in the next room, and then
Bring
there's
in the next minority.
yeah, there's
That's
just like that's
the
big
mark on the
machine.
wall from where he got
Wait, what happened to the
This
last
look-
guy?
What's that red stain all over the wall? That looks like it's the outline of a goat person.
That- see-
purely decorative. Purely
That would be an
decorative.
Austin
That's
Powers
just-
joke where there's a guy
would
mopping the
be.
blood of the scientist who just died. Like,
Yeah.
And does anyone
this
in Piltover have anything to say about all of Piltover's brightest minds just vanishing?
disappear.
Listen,
No,
they're bright, all
fine.
right.
Oh, Ambessa is contributing to them vanishing. How many goat people has she vaporized?
Why is this foreign agent killing all of our scientists?
Maybe this was
it
not
is-
this real
What is
plan.
she doing
if it's
in
a
our
secret
government
project
building?
and they're getting mowed in one by one, marched into the prison, and they never seen again. What? Like what?
It's like if Vladimir Putin walked into the Senate and just started shooting people randomly, and everyone's okay with it. Everyone just pretends like they're not watching.
We haven't got time. It's the story's moving on. Sorry, it's like we
Oh.
can't be covering all this. It's like, oh, okay, fine, I guess.
Also,
Oh yeah.
why the
there's a
fuck are you
deleted
calling
episode.
Piltover a backwater? I just need to register
Yeah.
this. This is known around the world as the City of Progress. Have you fucking seen this place?
Well,
Mhm.
they outplayed them with spears, so
Right.
and crossbows.
I had a feeling that we weren't ready to handle that aspect of Runeterra's world building, and I feel vindicated on that.
Yeah, they were not ready. Yeah, and this is where there's an acknowledgement that Mel has been kidnapped, and Rictus says, "Our moment will come, but you must be prepared," which is kind of like, well, yeah, isn't that what all this is? Trying to get Hex Tech.
Also, your moment for what?
Fighting.
Glory!
Doing war.
Revenga.
I love.
What are you gonna do?
war.
You're going to go to war with the Shadow Cabal?
We are
Yeah,
gonna war
let's do
so
it.
hard. We're gonna
Well,
shoot
they
them
have
with our hex
thorns.
tech guns.
You lost your
Magic
son. You
phone.
lost your daughter. What are you trying? What is your goal, woman?
Listen,
wanna
not
crash?
Elon
Just
Magic
dead?
will continue to be a little inconsistent. It is true.
That's, hang
No,
on.
because they're using more protective gear in the Emperor's New Groove than they are in
It's true, yeah.
Arcane. They're wearing eye protection, lab coats, and gloves.
Spot the difference.
I would love this.
I need
Very funny.
Rictus with Punk's voice.
Tell me, Gronk, can you feel the hex tech?
Oh, I feel
This
like
would
it
make
doesn't make
season
sense.
2 worth it.
I don't
My, oh
understand.
my.
They keep vaporizing.
Oh, wait,
Send
wait,
in
the
another
goat.
one.
Oh,
That's what
yeah.
happens when the goat goes in there and he turns the lever and Bessa says, "No, wrong lever! You turned the goat into a llama!
You
He's
fool.
supposed to be dead!"
I wonder if Rictus likes spinach puffs.
Oh, man.
Absolutely. Rictus is like a normal guy. He like even in the thing we just talked about him talking to Ambessa, he's like trying to calm her down emotionally and say, "Don't worry, we need to prepare, we need to get ready."
Yeah.
He's keeping her focused and on track. Rictus is unironically kind of one of the best characters
Well,
of season 2.
I
Oh
mean,
yeah, I would say so.
We
He's got
picked-
one. Yeah.
we picked Smeech for Act 1, and yeah, not to spoil it, but
Smeech for
Rictus is
It's
our
a
pick for
Smeech
Act
sweep.
2.
Fucking love me
Rictus
some
and Smeech deserve their own show.
Rictus
Hell
and
yeah.
Smeech.
That's a good name for a show
Oh
as
my
well,
God,
yeah.
Like
Yeah.
Moe and Krill.
Rick-
Rictus and Smeech.
Because they've got a
Rictus
really
and
good straight
Smeech.
man, like,
Yeah.
zany guy kind of dynamic going on.
I could just imagine Rictus just getting unfathomably pissed off with Smeech's shenanigans. That
Yeah.
that has to be a spin-off.
Well,
Smeech
like,
is another harebrained scheme.
yeah,
to make
Smeech
them
will suggest
rich,
something
and he's like,
insane, and Rictus will be like, "That's nonsense," and it'll work. And
Yeah,
Rictus will be
Rictus
like,
is
"Ugh."
he's the well put together teetotaler kind of like like warrior monk, and Smeech is just this cracked out psycho creature.
It's a great pairing. They could.
It
I'd
is.
be a great
I'd watch
TV
it.
show of them
I
going
wanna
on
see them as
This could be a
roommates.
$1 trillion idea.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, really, it would be great.
Is this how Fortiche redeems Arcane season 2?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we'll go
Rictus
to
and
an alternate timeline where they both, well, I guess
They fall in love.
Alternate timeline.
Oh.
Don't say that. Don't say
No,
that.
I was just
wanna
realizing it's
go
like, oh,
there.
how many spoilers do I want to?
How many people
None,
just had a
zero.
Jinx moment where they went like, oh, why did you say that? Oh, next scene is got us some Rictus. That's nice.
Yo.
Fuck yeah.
Rictus
Let's
says
go, Rictus.
there's like a line of people queuing up, and he spots one of them has dumb Jinxer hair, because that's a thing. Not very well hidden too, and you know, as crew insignia or like a symbol of your joining a particular faction that you need to hide. Bad choice, dyeing your hair. It's actually difficult to avoid people seeing that. You could put a hat on, but all people have to do is take the hat off. So
Some hats don't come off though.
I guess so.
Like,
But then
we
they'd have
see
to
that.
dye the
Burn
hat
hats,
blue,
yeah.
otherwise it wouldn't count as a
Like
Jinxer.
Ed and Eddie.
Or Matilda.
So the absolute size of Rictus, they make them different in Nox as well. Jesus.
He's a
Anyway.
big lad. He's built different, dude.
He's a charm.
But yeah, Rictus reveals the blue hair, and he says, "You have Jinx to thank for this. She's not your friend. She's not your champion. She hides while you suffer, and yet you refuse to hand her over." Rictus
Based.
is correct here.
True.
That's
Based.
true.
Rictus for president.
He's
Ri-
just right.
Yeah,
He's completely right.
it's like, there's nothing about what he said that's not true.
They
Listen.
made the authoritarian foreign power oppressing the lower class just right. He's correct.
Yeah.
You can't
It's
spell
so funny
Rictus
because
without right.
this scene is clearly here to be like, look how brutal he is. Like, police brutality, blah, 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 martial law. And
You
I'm
could-
just like,
You
Yeah,
can
but
tell he
he's
doesn't
right,
want to be
though.
here. He's like, fuck's
Yeah.
sake, give us Jinx so this could be over. I hate this place.
yeah, we could just be gone.
But
I'm gonna go
these
home and
people deserved
meditate.
it. Because they did it to themselves.
From their
Didn't ask
perspective,
for
they
this.
have, yeah.
Yeah, if Jinx
They
were here,
did-
she'd
they
be like, what
decided
the
to follow
fuck?
the
How's this
psycho
happen?
lady.
Oh, so stupid.
Because remember, we never got the scene of all of the political powers and influencers of Zon getting together and talking about what the fuck they're going to do, and there was never any political correspondence between Piltover and Zon, if you can believe that. And
Well,
so here we are.
He should probably be announcing, because he would obviously know, because Ambessa would know, because Caitlyn and Vi knew, that Jinx killed Silco, guys. Just so you know. I don't know
And
if you
if it
care about
doesn't-
this.
And remember, if it doesn't come out that that's a thing that people know, if it's just, if apparently nobody knows about it, that means that Caitlyn and Vi didn't tell anyone, which is absurd.
That's just like there's not you can't how can you even
There's no
speculate
ex-
on a reason that would happen.
No.
There's nothing. Like you
I
you
also-
actually have to go to they had amnesia / were hit on the head sort of stuff.
I do want to ask. It's not a big deal, but I want to ask what Ambessa's top guy, her right hand, is doing bumming around on checkpoints.
Listen,
He's going,
he likes
he's going to
to
get more
he's a
goat
go.
people to feed
He's
into
a
the,
doer.
He gets
I guess so.
involved. He's getting.
He
You
likes
know
to
what?
get
He's
his-
fucking tired
I
of
can
this
respect
shit.
I can respect it. Yeah, maybe he was sitting around in like the war room or whatever. He was like, "Look, maybe I can just get this over with if I just remind them that this fucking terrorist is
Dude,
nowhere to be
listen.
seen."
He's seen like 17 goat people evaporate this today. He just wants to go out, okay? He just wants to have a walk.
He's,
Starting to wonder why
Work off some
Ambessa only
energy.
picks goat people. He's starting to really worry about some of the opinions that she has.
He didn't know there were so many goat people.
Oh,
Yeah.
poor goat people. One of the people in this queue is the lieutenant for Echo and the Firelights, and he's shown being like very like, look at this horrible treatment that Rictus is giving the Jinx. I'm just sitting here like, writers, the Firelights hate Jinx. Do you remember
Yes.
that
this?
just really confused me.
She
Damn, how dare
murdered
you treat the
Firelight
person
people.
inspired by the horrible terrorist that we have
No,
lost
you
members
see,
of our
they-
organization to?
They're uniting against a common enemy because that's how they're going to break the cycle of violence by fighting.
Well, let's
Please
take an
stop.
account, shall we? What would his POV and knowledge be? It's like, well, they want Jinx. Why do they want Jinx? Oh, she killed a lot of their leadership in a horrifying terroristic explosion. You're like, oh. Yeah, that
Yeah.
seems fair, actually. You're like,
Yeah.
yeah, crazy, isn't
No,
it?
no,
Yeah.
that was the latest in a long line of.
Well,
There was a whole bunch of enforcers that she killed on the progress day.
Well, what's funny is that it's the actual the gas, right, getting but then again you could be like, yeah, well, they gassed the whole Undercity, and at that point I'm just like, yeah, you know what, you all deserve each other, fuck this.
Yeah, and it's important to remember Firelights are not some political, like, any type of organization. They're just they're like buddies that just try to
They're like
help
They're kind
other
of like
people
a community,
and each other.
essentially.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
they-
guess,
and
they are a-
I suppose where to take
for
that,
them-
because Echo has disappeared, the entire thing is breaking down because he's like the only one who has a name, and therefore
But
the
they
only
show
Well,
the
it's
back guy
not.
regularly, but he's not a human, so he
They
doesn't
they,
get a
they
name.
show it at some point in this episode. It's
Mm.
still functional. Everything's still fine. I'm assuming Bat Guy
Well,
is
no,
now the
trying-
leader.
Yeah.
No. What I mean by that is not the idea that they've actually broken down, but that they're together, but without Echo, they're essentially just in a position to be made to do whatever the writers need them to do. Without
Yeah.
Echo, they lose like an
Character.
actual, almost like guiding
Instead
voice.
of-
and character.
Instead of
Yeah, but
elevating
that's
so-
someone else to character status, they just
Oh, no, I mean,
demote
I
the whole
agree
group,
with that.
you know?
Well,
Yeah.
that
I
the
agree.
Firelight community should be a political force within Zon at this point.
They are referenced
capable of doing
somewhat
a
that
lot of
way,
things.
but they're not
Yeah.
shown that way.
Yeah.
I don't think.
Yeah,
The problem is
that's
the
pretty
more
And,
that
creepy,
they
though.
do, the less
mean-
believable I find it that their whole secret hideout remains hidden.
Why isn't Zorn rallying around them? Like, Zorn needed
Yes.
heroes, and they stepped the fuck up.
Yeah.
Oh, the people who
Yes.
were warring against Jinx and Silco's
Well,
corruption, and
yeah.
look at where it led us. Interesting.
people
Yeah,
Maybe
they-
they had a
spread
point.
They literally
Maybe
stepped
they had
up.
a
preventing the
point.
spread of drugs, like mutating drugs, essentially. The people fighting
Yes,
the
drugs.
terrorist.
You know, if
Smeech used to be a goat
Yeah,
person,
but-
and he took too many of those mutating drugs.
You know, in Zorro, Mask of Zorro, where like there's a lot of sort of subtle subcultural worship for him that a lot of the people hate. They want to like squeeze it out because they want to remove the sense of hope that Zorro gives. That was all justified by his many years of defending people publicly. You know, when he disappeared, that would of course remain, and you'd hope that he's still out there somewhere and he's going to come back and help us and save it. Jinx never ever appeared in a heroic way whatsoever.
No.
She's
All
never
she does
done
is make
anything.
things
Like,
worse. All she does is make things worse.
yeah.
Even during season 1, I had that question of why is not Echo more kind of like more of a authority figure than he is portrayed as in season 1, and now it's just multiplied by 100 in this season, especially knowing what is going on with Jinx. But also, like, Firelights, it's crazy because, as I mentioned, they're more like a community. They're more like buddies. So they're not these political scheming figures that are thinking about like collaborating with one force or the other. For them, Jinx killing their friends and their members would be like irredeemable for them. They would never ever.
Yeah, they would tell people
ever-
you shouldn't be worshipping this fucking asshole. She's horrible. You have no idea what you're
Yes.
doing. Especially because they do have no idea what they're doing. They don't know anything about her. The Firelights were like, we know her. We know her history. We knew her when she was a little girl. We know her entire history. You guys have no idea what you're dealing with.
Mhm. So no, I don't think they would ever like be like, oh, enemy of a friend or whatever. Those types of schemes. They wouldn't
Well,
really participate in
The
that.
one thing you might be able to pull off is telling us that Savika is the default sort of leader, but we find out quickly she is not. She's got barely any
We don't do
control.
We don't do anything with that.
No,
concept
Savika
of
is
a
another one of the
plot.
huge victims of this season. And you might be like, what do you
Yeah.
mean, like everyone? It's like, well, no, I mean in the sense that the writers didn't even remember to do stuff for her.
Mhm.
Anything, really. She got a goompy arm. That's like the main thing that happened.
She forgot that she
Yeah.
despises Jinx,
Isn't that-
and then she's just done what Jinx has told her, basically.
That to me is so indicative, by the way, of the state of the writing in season 2. That it's like, what did Savika get? It's like arm stuff. It's like, because she's the arm girl. She has the arm, you know? That's what Savika is.
She wasn't a character. She was Arm.
Yeah.
She was
It's
Arm
so
Haver.
hard not to mention Act 3 right now.
What's there
All
to
of
mention?
it-
What would there be to mention?
That's the thing.
True. Yeah, so there's this little event that looks like it's orchestrated by Jinx, but it turns out it's orchestrated by Grogu, and this is already... We're not even to the fucking... There's an iceberg's worth of shit that Grogu pulls off that shouldn't be possible.
Just as
But
like, wait,
Yeah,
wait,
how the
what's
fuck?
that unit of measurement? An iceberg's worth of shit. That's how we measure shit. Is by iceberg.
Picture a shitberg. That's what...
I don't want to, man. But it's very evocative imagery. Bravo.
Captain, we have a shitberg off the starboard.
How much shit? An
No.
iceberg's worth. Most of it's under the water.
A very big iceberg. So yeah, she's got like this full assault of all kinds of grenades, and they're all like timed, and she's got graffiti across the walls and music playing. And again, you're like, wait, sorry, how old
How
is
the
this girl? This
When Powder tried to do one thing and it broke.
Yeah, I know. And wasn't Powder older than this girl?
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty
And
sure.
she was more experienced. She was essentially trained for jobs.
She was
that
getting
would
brought
involve
out
this
on
shit.
jobs like that frequently. Who the fuck knows what Isha's history was?
Well, look
Yeah.
at
See
this.
any
So
other
is
shit?
No one knows.
Are we implying that she has been doing this like for months now, stirring up the jinxers?
I thought this
Is that
was
how that
implied
happened?
to be one of the first times that she's tried to state publicly that Jinx is back. Because Savika makes it sound like this is the one that'll rile people up now because it's like a public
Okay.
declaration. But like, can you see that the Jinx's symbol there that she always has? She's like, can you imagine Grogu doing that?
How?
That was
Just with a ladder.
actually noticeable.
How? And
It would
more
take long.
importantly,
It would
when?
take
This
ages.
checkpoint's
Yeah.
been here the whole time.
Yeah, they would
can
see her doing
you.
it. Yeah.
It would be so
Like, they
funny if
just look up
Richter's
and be
just
like-
threw a spear at her while she was doing it.
Like he looks
Who the
up, he
fuck
says,
is
Get
that?
down from there.
The kid doesn't stop, and then it's just like, all right, cowabunga it is.
This reminds me of the Life of Brian thing, where he has to write the word 100 times
Yeah.
for the guardsman.
Mhm.
It reminds me of the Dark Knight
Remember that
Rises.
scene? Remember that scene from like season 1 where Vi was sitting on a rooftop, and Vi was pointing at the like a toy bunny or whatever, and saying like, it ended up there, and I couldn't get it, so it's been there for years. I think if you guys don't remember, it might be too cryptic of a description. But there's a toy that she lost at some point, and it got like very far away at the roof somewhere. And Vi
Yeah,
was
yeah.
mentioning that I can't get to it. So that's such a realistic little nuance there, right? It's right there, but she couldn't get it, and it's there, and she stares at it a lot. And now we're meant to believe this kid is like flying all over the place, drawing freaking like monkeys on walls, on high buildings.
Which is actually low on the list of impressive things she did in this sequence.
Yeah.
The fireworks display, the music synchronicity, all of the umbrella depositing grenades. It's like, this is cringe.
She must have stolen, like, if not the fireworks, then definitely the grenades. Stolen them from Jinx, right? She
Yeah, and
can't have
set it
made
up
them
all
herself.
prior night, and
Mhm.
hopefully didn't get caught
Mhm.
and didn't get interrupted.
There's
No,
So Jinx
everyone
should have seen
everyone
this
at the
coming.
checkpoints goes home at night. Checkpoints don't
It's
keep
just-
going
No,
through the night.
listen.
perhaps.
The checkpoints are open Monday through Friday, 9 p.m. to 6. It's 9 a.m. to 6:30 p.m. Okay, they are open Sundays, but it's shorter hours. It's only 10:30 a.m. to 2 p.m. because it's Sunday, of course. By the way,
Well-
I do think that what you're kind of talking about here is a problem that I was noticing in this season, where part of, I think, what we are led to believe by Jinx's ability to make all the stuff she makes in the first season is the fact that she has Silco's backing, his finances, his
Protection.
ability to get materials, his protection. So she doesn't have any of that anymore, but she still seems to be able to create incredible things extremely quickly, and not even getting into the element of how do you machine all of these parts? How do you get access to them? How do you put them together? It seems to be just sort of like off-screen magic that she just makes stuff
Mhm.
now when she doesn't have the resources that she used to have.
The worst
and-
example of that has got to be what she did with the pipes in episode 3, right?
Yeah, that's
I-
among them. Yes, that is one of them. Like,
Yeah.
how are you able to do this? What is
Yeah.
enabling you with this kind of time, materials, Like, how are you doing this? 'Cause
Silco
it's
was a
just you now.
huge explanation in season 1 because he's
so
quite a
great.
powerful guy. He can, get her
miss him.
everything, get her
Remember
anything.
Silco?
but-
Everyone misses Silco.
Props to
Yeah,
Silco. Everyone.
It'd be
what a
nice to see
great
him in
character.
the sea of all of this stuff.
Wow.
It'd be nice to
Props
see
Oh
Silco,
boy,
right?
yes.
No, we
yes.
wouldn't.
Yeah.
Let's bring in Silco
We-
at some point. Oof.
Woo.
For that would be the word. Ah.
So,
Oh.
moving swiftly on, we have Caitlyn contemplating this recent attack. And it's assumed it very well could be a copycat because there's no body count, just the what was seen, which is very much like Jinx, but that's where the similarities end. And she says, "Do you think it's a copycat?" And it's said, "I think we've made them very desperate for something to believe in," which to me I was like, yes, this is what's done that, not gassing the entire Undercity. That wasn't it. It was all this, like,
Also, oddly specific. I don't know.
and accurate. Like,
Yeah.
he's like, they guessed it entirely. Like, oh yeah, I'm very
What
little
if there's
information.
just a particular copycat?
Yeah, I guess so. That's probably it. Yeah, and I think this is another attempt to, while we're rushing to explain how this is happening. It's like, you see, they believe in Jinx because they're desperate. They got to believe in someone, and then the whole audience is like, what about all these other characters that they should believe in first? The writers are like, well, no.
Didn't they
No.
believe in Silco back
Nah.
then?
No.
No.
Nah.
So
There's also this shot.
No Vander.
Oh,
yeah,
Caitlyn's face on top of Jinx's eye. The point is that she's becoming Jinx in her attempt
Stop
to get
it.
Jinx.
Oh my
So
goodness
crazy.
gracious.
Whoa.
Slaps the writers on the wrist.
They
Stop
both
it.
have blue
No.
hair. Oh,
That means
do
that
that.
Caitlyn is a jinxer.
This is probably a
No.
nitpick, but on that shot in the magnifying glass, you can't see the red bits of string. They're gone.
What?
Well,
Oh.
So previously, when we've seen that board, the bits of string go into her eye, but now they just disappear.
Well, the shot
Oh,
doesn't work as well if
right.
there's a bunch of red. Idiot.
True.
Clearly not an artist. Anyway.
Not an artist.
Art is all about cheating.
So they
You
say
know, all these years on EFAP is making me unironically think that might be true.
it is said it's beyond question that the news of Jinx's return will ignite Zornite resistance. And it's
her?
it's so funny. It almost at this point it's like the writer is sitting with you and they say that and you're like, well, no, that doesn't make sense. So the writer's like, no, it does, and it's
It does.
true.
We just said it did.
Yeah,
Did
we
you
ju-
hear me
it's-
say it a
it's
second
canon
ago?
now.
You were here.
Like,
You were sitting
okay.
right there. That's why I said it.
that would not be possible, and there wouldn't be a reason for Ambassa to believe in this because Jinx is gone. She hasn't been doing anything. These people are just dyeing their hair, and it will just go out of trend at some point. Ambassa
Blue
is
is
so
always in
dumb for
style.
this.
Well, as was mentioned, it's just like Jinx is just in the place she always is, and no one's found it. It doesn't even make sense.
I just have no idea where we could find her, guys. It's just
Where is her?
where could she
Is it-
be?
Okay.
It's not far away
Is it
from
ever
Silco's
established
office,
where
from what I
her-
remember. Because the time it
Really?
takes
I
to
think it's
move
pretty
from...
close.
Never
Bye.
made clear precisely where it is. I
Yeah.
don't think.
No,
Which is probably wise of them, because it would have fucked them over if they'd established that.
they
Yeah.
do that quite a
It
lot
still
in
does.
season 1 as well. It's just that in season 1 it never matters because they never have any bullshit like this happen.
Yeah,
But they are very vague with the geography in season 1, and that's continuing in season 2.
Yeah, I have a huge question about that layer in Act 3, but we'll get to it someday.
Someday.
Well, next week.
So, as a result
Gonna
of
be
what
a
we
good
saw
week.
in the prior scene, Ambess is like, I thought this would encourage you. And Caitlyn says, was it for my encouragement that your man Rictus was instigating violence? Like, and then you think, like, well, what did Rictus do? He grabbed a Jinx loyalist that he spotted pretty sharply, because there wasn't a lot given away. I guess it was the hat. And he believes that a Jinx person would know where Jinx is, and if they can find Jinx, that ends the entire process. The irony, of course, being that the person he grabbed ends up being the person that gives away the information that gets them closer to Jinx than ever, and actually prompts Jinx to come out of hiding. So, it's just there's a conversation to be had there that this show isn't ready for. Instead, it'll just be like Rictus was mean. And it's like, yeah. Anyway, by the way, Caitlin, how did that gassing of the Undercity go? It's just like, I just want to keep remembering. Like, it's absolutely unfucking believable that happened, and we're moving on. You know, it's
Oh,
like
for fuck's sake!
that was last.
You just
act,
made
who
me think of
cares?
it. When you phrase it like that, it's like, well, Rictus hurt one person severely, whereas Caitlyn hurt many people, and Rictus has managed to do what? Yeah, well, Rictus has managed to do what Caitlyn failed to do in what months, and he's just grabbed someone and immediately beaten it out of them.
Yeah,
Just grab someone.
Sometimes,
Rictus, you know?
listen. Sometimes the caveman knows best. Sometimes you don't have to be clever.
Rictus,
And
man, I'm
cavemen
just
and
saying.
astronauts, right?
I will beat the shit out of you if you don't tell us what we want to know.
Oh, it's so
You're like,
funny.
okay, fine.
Like the reason why Rictus is like climbing the character ladder is just because the plot is allowing him to make progress.
Basic
That's
concept.
Yeah.
the only reason he's interesting.
Yeah.
It's especially tragic knowing that like Caitlyn has probably spawned thousands, well, hundreds at least, of victors.
Oh,
in terms of like health problems.
No, they said it was safer that way. No.
It's
Okay.
safer if we fled this poisonous gas in
Yeah.
places that we also go.
Cancer.
So
Yeah.
what they could have done if they weren't running the fucking plot of season of Act 1 at 100 miles an hour is they could have had exactly the same visuals that they had when they're gassing the city, but you set it up previously that they have taken the gray and they have modified it so that way it is not going to cause any effects at all. It's like
It just makes it hard to breathe, but not even impossible, just hard.
Yeah.
well, I'm
Yeah.
just thinking like it's like, you know, sleeping gas, like something like that. They don't do that because they, I guess, felt that they didn't need to. I don't know.
I don't know what the fuck they were smoking in the first act, and then the second act
They were
makes me think, wow, the first act is normal, and then the third act is like, wow, the second act was normal. That's how it goes.
Not ready.
Not ready.
Oh, boy.
We need a week to prepare
You
for
will,
that one.
in a week, you will
I-
be ready.
Oh, you're damn
Prepare
right. I will be.
thyself.
Can we talk very, very briefly? I don't know if this is skipping ahead, but about how I think the imagery of Ambessa literally stoking a fire while trying to
Yes.
stoke the fire.
Yes.
Caitlin, this is
Holy
beneath
shit.
you,
Very subtle.
Arcane. This is
Really
beneath you.
subtle.
They've been doing this so much in this season when there's like there's a spy among us, and then they just show Ambessa in the
Mhm.
next frame,
Yeah.
and you're like, what are you doing? Why are you
Scene where
doing
she
this?
vaporized that goat.
You
was
didn't
really
do this in
good.
season 1. You didn't need to do this.
It's funny because I was kind of expecting a misdirect after that because
Yeah.
So
yeah.
did
I was,
everyone, I
I was
think.
like, it's telling me that from Mel's perspective, the first person she would suspect is Ambessa. Makes
Yeah.
sense. Maybe it's not, and you know that's her
That would be
personal
neat.
perspective guiding her. No, it is, and they're just telling us, yeah, this one. Keep an eye on that one.
This one.
Oh,
Mm.
I mean, fair enough.
So, it is said if Jinx wasn't at the checkpoint, well, one of them knows where she is. And then Caitlin says, arrests require cause. And I was sitting here thinking, like, well, surely it's illegal to be a Jinxer. Wouldn't you have made that a part of the occupation at this point?
Yeah,
That-
if you're a member of a terrorist organization, that's illegal in our world.
hmm
Yeah.
Well, they did that with the Firelights when they were looking for the Firelights in season 1, right? It never stated, but that's essentially what Marcus did.
It is also
Yeah, he
not
condemned them as a
necessarily
group,
the
yeah.
case that because Jinx wasn't here, one of them knows where she is. That is not necessarily true.
I mean, I'll
It
give
seems
it
relatively
the.
likely,
I'll allow
but-
Ambessa to say something like that. It's like, sure,
Sure.
whatever. She's a bad guy. It's just it's interesting to me that it's like you can't just arrest random people. It's like, well, I mean, Rictus arrested someone who was loyal to Jinx, who actually gave them really good information. You know what I mean? It's just like, is Caitlyn ever going to
Rictus
be talked to
was
about
back
that Rictus is like nailing this on his own?
Mhm.
Like, just let him win the war.
He was
got
just
the-
out for a walk. It's like, I got the solution, guys, by the
Gotta
way.
look out, Caitlin, because Rictus is coming for your Employee of the
He's-
Month award.
He's almost
man
too effective. Like, he should have just gone in with like 3 Noxians. Or honestly, he could have gone in with, what was it, man guy, girl guy, and Vi. Just be like, okay, all of you, you stay here. I do this.
Vi guy.
Oh, you forgot Fish
Yeah,
guy.
Vi
That's
guy.
fucked up.
Fish guy, that was it. Yeah,
Can't forget Fish.
he's
They're
more
exactly-
effective than all of them, and he did it in like a
Yeah.
day.
There are
I
Just
exactly 4
basic threatening
enforcers
to
in the
beat them
entire
up
city.
if they don't tell him things. Why didn't we think of this?
When
It's so simple.
when we were watching this, the quote is said, what greater cause is there for doing all of this than returning peace to the city? And then Caitlin says, Why is peace always the justification for violence? Oh man.
Very
Oh,
so
profound.
deep.
That's
Very
deep.
that's
profound
like a thing that
observation.
isn't true. So
Why indeed?
This is the problem with the line for me. It's like, let's take it both directions. One, there's plenty of arguments against it. You could just talk about all the different forms of violence that start and end for the
Mhm.
reasons that don't relate to peace whatsoever. But then secondly, does that surprise you, Caitlin? That people would use peace as that makes a lot of sense, doesn't it?
as a
Mhm.
motivating force for why we have to do a little violence now,
Yeah, I mean, the line itself,
especially
I was
if
just
we're
like,
attacking
okay.
the aggressors, the people who
It's-
attacked us.
I think,
I think,
given where this goes, that they seem to be hinting in this scene that Caitlyn knows, or is at least very suspicious of what Ambessa is up to, but she doesn't actually do anything about it.
Caitlin's
Because
in
she-
charge.
Well, she seems to be saying here that, like, I would prefer it if you were upfront about your violent intentions rather than pretending that you're doing it for peace. And she also says in a minute that, like, they I forget what the dialogue is, but they both make clear that neither one of them fully trusts the other one, which means that Caitlyn seems to know that she's being used, but she doesn't
So
actually question what she's being used for.
here's the problem with that. It's meaningless to the audience that these two don't fully trust each other when, as far as we're aware, they barely know each other at all. We've
Yeah.
seen no scenes of them being together in any way, shape, or form other than this fucking jump scare of Caitlyn will be the emperor now. And it's like, what?
Yeah.
And everyone's like, okay, I guess.
Alrighty.
So
I'm a thumbs
telling
like
me
house now.
telling me this is so like oh, these two, they're not fully on the same team. I'm just like, well, yeah, where was the scene where they were in sync? Where was the scene where we've had... Do you remember they actually do show it in the fucking music video that there is mentoring happening? And once again, it's like, stop making me, like, forcing me to invent a whole bunch of scenes that I've never even seen. It's cheating.
Mhm.
Constant cheating. And the writers would be like, yeah, but we got stuff to do. It's like, right.
Mhm.
Leave
We have
us
all these amazing
alone.
stories to tell someday.
And to comment on that peace line, it pisses me off because I find it so tone deaf from the writer's side because it's sold as some kind of like very profound line from Caitlyn, and it angers me for many like even personal reasons, and yeah, because it's so ignorant of the fact that most of the time when you have to use like you're forced to use violence, it's most of the time for peace, it's against your own will. You're kind of forced into it sometimes, most
There's
times.
so much more nuance to that discussion, but that's as far as it
Mm.
goes. It's almost like,
the
can
thing
you
is,
do
is
the
it's
thinking on that?
what-
We're not doing it.
I
Well,
don't.
Ambessa's response is basically like, yeah, war sucks, but like you're gonna be really unhappy if Jinx is still out there, or maybe you're better than me and you'll forgive. And it's like, okay, so you're kind of like you're like, I see what you're doing, but like you're kind of actually getting to the real conversation, which is like, well, yeah, because Caitlyn essentially wants justice, or she can just give that up, and it's like, oh shit, all right, like then the conversation starts to get a little bit more tricky because it's like, well, what ought to happen to Jinx, and what ought what ought to be the process of essentially making that outcome happen.
Mhm.
It's just like, oh yeah, forgiven. It's like, but what has Jinx done to even try and court forgiveness from Caitlyn? She's done nothing. She's been hiding out in a little hole,
Yeah.
like
She doesn't give a
playing with
fuck.
bugs. She doesn't care.
She just came in through the little hole.
So we get a Salo scene, and he's sad about being crippled, and the lady's like,
Oh,
well,
man.
there's a healer down in the fissures. He's getting to be real famous at this point, and we can talk about that in episode, what is it, 6, I guess.
Sick. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So yeah, just treat that as a sort of like little scene to let you know stuff is happening.
Well, and also just that
Mm.
I particularly felt that every single line that was said in this scene was like exposition.
Yeah. These
Oh, yeah.
two, the show doesn't
Really-
care about these two as characters at all.
Yeah.
There
Like
was,
when he's like, "Oh, the lost heir of the great Medardas," it's like you're saying that for the audience. You're not saying that because that's what you would say and do in this situation. You need to convey all of this important information to us, even though none of it is that important.
There's one line in here that I just thought was really strange because the cat lady says, "They say he makes miracles happen. I saw one." Well, then you saw it happen. It's not a rumor.
Yeah, it's like,
Mhm.
they say it. I
Well,
also
Right.
see it.
I guess I guess from Solo it's a rumor, right? Because now it's secondhand when she tells it, right?
Well, yeah, but then she wouldn't say they say that he makes miracles happen. She'd say like I
she
saw
says
I
there's
saw
a
this
rumor
happen.
that I saw it. Is what she says. It's rumored that I witnessed these events.
I heard a rumor.
And he's like, "Did you?" And she goes, "Woo!"
Oh, did I? I don't know.
And then she disappears
Oh.
into the ether and smoke.
What gives I want to comment on that scene, and what gives me a hint that the writers had no idea, or mostly didn't have an idea what they were doing for season 2 and season 1, is the fact that this guy was not set up at all as a character in season 1.
He's around, yeah,
Like, there's
like in the
no-
background, but he's not.
He exists.
They
I feel
don't
like,
sell in
for
the
his
same way that
role-
he's sold in this season, for sure.
No,
It
there
feels
had
like they
to
were
be
like,
more
we need a
context to him.
person to fulfill role, and we'll have to
Yeah.
use
Well,
this guy, I guess.
The purpose that
Mhm.
he serves is he gets crippled, which becomes important, but also he is there to be manipulated by Ambessa, which could have been accomplished by any of the other.
Yeah.
It could have been accomplished by Hoskell. It could have been accomplished by Clock Lady.
Mhm.
It just depends on who they want to
Oh,
kill off.
dude, Clock Lady disappears in this season. She
Mhm.
just
She does
fades into
disappear.
she's just gone.
Well, yeah.
They just completely
lot of
lost
characters
interest, I
do.
guess.
If the
A
Techno
lot of
Union guy was
characters
still
do.
around, he would have fixed all this. You
Yeah.
could tell he meant business.
There's an
Mhm.
element in storytelling where when you have a group and a lot of the members of that group are very, very minor, then something happens to the group to kill prominent members of the group. You think that's kind of like a prodding to say, hey, remember these people that we saw earlier who weren't really part of the story? Well, now the events of the story have sort of propped them up as being very important. This is an element of like Savika, it should have happened, where she wasn't like minor in season 1. She wasn't much of a like presence, but she had a definite character and motivations, and she had a role to play. So okay, Silco's dead. Things and lanes are getting kind of messy. That's the narrative impetus to get her to become more of a prominent character. And it's the same way with Clock Lady, but it never happens. They just continue to not be characters when they should be more important because other people around them are no longer players in the story.
It's just really funny for you to talk about, like, you know, these characters that would obviously rise in the ranks as a result of these events, when it's like we've barely got anything for the main characters, man. Like, several of them.
What if it was still Caitlyn again?
Yeah, Caitlyn gets a
okay.
lot of screen time.
Oh boy,
Good for her.
that's
Mhm.
kind of okay.
Wow.
So,
Yeah.
back over to
Um,
Savika. Oh wait, go ahead.
No, I just wanted to just mention, I don't want to spoil anything for Act 1, but there's a scene where you see suddenly there are a bunch of characters, like I think in a room together in Piltover Tower, whatever. You see more characters and more integral characters from season 1 than you ever saw in the most important moments of first acts of this one. It's crazy. Where were those characters before? Why did they disappear? What they were up to? Gosh.
So Savika comes to Jinx and she's like, "You could have warned me about your crazy stunt at the checkpoint. The whole Undercity's buzzing, saying you're back. You're a symbol." And again, I just feel like it's the writers telling me that. I'm like,
Mm-hmm.
She's a symbol.
Sure is. And she's like, "Ha, you want a symbol?" And tries to give her a middle finger, but oh no, it's been shot off by Caitlyn, if you remember. Ha ha ha.
Uh-huh.
Ah, shucks. I think,
That's
Fringy, at that
annoying,
point you
I
said,
guess.
you were like, is that the reason they shot it off? Was that joke?
Yeah, well, I mean, bearing in mind that I mean, she's obviously going to get the finger back in some way, shape, or form.
Well, she gets
Well,
it
yeah, in
back
this
to do
world
another
of-
middle finger joke.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
do it twice.
Yeah.
Mhm.
In the world of insane prosthetics, of course it's coming.
So, yeah, she says, Silco spent his whole life trying to rally the Undercity together. Stupid joke that it is, you have the chance to pull it off, which just compounds how annoying this is. Like, yeah,
Savika
you
should
could
be
do...
the one pulling it off.
Well, they have Savika tell Jinx that she can bind the Undercity better than Silco ever could. Like, are you kidding me?
No, you
And that's
can't.
all.
Everything's
That's all
fucked.
entirely reliant upon the ridiculous bullshit that she did with the vents in episode 3, and it's reliant upon the Undercity inexplicably teaming up and deciding to support Jinx in a symbolic manner. Neither of those things, I think, are acceptable, and the way that they both reminisce and talk down about Silco, I don't like at all, because it totally
Neither do
downplays who
I.
he was.
Hmm.
No, Silco is not served by season 2 at all. We'll get to
And-
all that.
Is it worth? I wanted to slide this in here because I see what you guys think. So the idea that you have all of these vents that exist, they must have existed in season 1. They're never mentioned because the writers hadn't thought of it at that point, I'm guessing. Silco must have known that they exist.
Sure.
Do you think that's reasonable? So okay, so if he knows that they exist, the fact that Jinx can vandalize them seemingly within a few days, it damages Silco that he never even considered trying anything like that. Because his objective that he tells us in Act 1 is that he wants to terrify the shit out of Piltover because he knows he can't beat them in a fair fight, so that way he can then get independence. So he wouldn't need his shimmer monsters if he can just get Jinx to go and sabotage the pipes.
Well, it would give him all sorts of avenues to do something.
Did she
Yeah,
repair
it
all
doesn't
of
have to
them?
be
something
what Jinx
manifested.
did, but yeah.
Did she repair all of them after the big event? Because they were just like broken open, a lot of them, right? Spewing out the grey.
She redirected them. So she redirected them to Piltover, and I'm guessing that Piltover probably closed them back up again, which means the outcome is the same. The gas is in the pipes.
Did we ever find out how she got access to a giant gust of wind?
Well, you
I
see,
don't
there
know.
was a picture of
She
Jana
flew
there.
in
it. Jana
and
there,
she's
yeah,
a wind
so-
spirit,
I actually
so-
believe that there's going to be people who, when they hear that as a possible criticism, would be like, well, if you're familiar with the game, there is a champion called Jana. And you'd be like, there's no way you can end that sentence that'll make this make sense.
Yeah.
Is Jana inside the cave? Was Jana locked up, and that was her like
She's just
blowing?
in there constantly throwing her. Is it the Q? Fuck, I forgot.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
think
the
it's
Q.
a Q, yeah.
Puts the Q out. It's like, and
Like-
someday someone's gonna break that thing. It's gonna be so fucking
Yeah,
cool.
the guardian spirit of Zorn was like, it would be really funny to prank Piltover, actually. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Jinx is the last airbender.
Oh
Makes sense.
no.
So,
Mhm.
Savika says, do you know how much he sacrificed to protect you? He believed in your potential. And then we get the distortion-y thing, and Jinx says, well, then he
Yeah.
shouldn't have died. And I would just like to remind everybody, every time this happens, Savika never finds out that Jinx killed
Yep.
Silco.
Mm,
Good thing.
what an
Jinx
insane writing decision.
almost
to
think
have that
now-
be a thing that just didn't happen.
After having seen Act 3, I can almost believe that the writers said this won't work if Savika knows Jinx killed Silco, and then someone else said she never finds out. That's it.
Wow.
Good thing
Alright,
that
moving
Jinx
on.
gaslit herself into believing that she didn't kill him. Great. Now she won't accidentally slip it to
It's
Savika.
it's just like, well, what if everyone who knows just doesn't say it, and
Yeah,
that's
Yeah.
that?
Mhm.
Genius.
We
they're
did
all
it.
just
Done it again.
talking. They're deliberately talking in a very specific manner to make the plot happen, which is something that happened repeatedly in Rings of Power.
We were hoping as well that Savika would have had the clown arm modified back to a regular arm, but she doesn't.
Oh,
Yeah, but
well,
No,
something to mention with that is that she has stripped off a bunch of the bullshit from it.
It's still got the
which is better than
the
it's got the slot
slots,
machine.
Yeah.
It
The
doesn't
part
have
that
the,
you should
the
wanna get rid of the
speaker,
most
and
is still there.
it doesn't have the speaker system, and it doesn't have the fireworks. I don't know if the
Honestly,
slot
dude,
machine.
For me, I would happily take the speakers and the fireworks compared to the slots. That's the.
Well,
yeah,
Does she use the slots again?
Well, no,
I
she
can't
doesn't get to
remember.
fight really again.
yeah, she doesn't
Wait.
really.
Okay.
I'm gonna say the most nitpicky thing ever, but it's not powered by a hex stack, right? So does it need like recharging? Does it have
Well, it
like
was-
batteries? Will it die?
In
Hmm.
season 1, it was powered by Shimmer, so I don't know if. Well, they wiped out
Hmm.
Shimmer now, right?
Yeah, this one doesn't seem to be powered by
It's like-
Shimmer.
yeah, it's like
Mhm.
yellow. I
Okay.
don't know what that means other than.
The
It
one
looks
that
like it
Speech
needs
had,
a lot of power.
the Speech guys had like ones that glowed green, so I guess it used a different
It-
power source.
It could just.
It's quote unquote chemtech from League of Legends, but
Okay.
Maybe.
we were led vaguely to believe that that was Shimmer. So
I guess there's
I don't
different
know.
kinds of stuff. I don't. If it was me,
if there was
I'd
more
get-
going on in the setting, maybe.
I get rid of that instantly. I'd be like, this is a. First off, this thing is huge. It's a big grabber claw. I am getting an arm. I want to have my arm. I want an
Mhm.
arm with fingers on it.
Fingers,
Yeah.
yep.
I'm gonna go
Yeah.
pay a guy money because I
Mhm.
probably have an insane amount of connections because of my last arm and working for Silco
Well, all
and
the
all
Ken
that.
Barons are dead now. Savika's de facto leader. I don't understand.
Yeah.
Nothing makes sense.
Also, this arm is super heavy. I want one that's
fucking-
not 2 tons, please.
Episode 9 arm, before it got fucked up by Vi, that was such a good arm. Get that back.
It was so
Yeah.
cool.
I like that one a lot.
Mhm.
It's a really neat arm. She probably is very attached to it, so she would probably want an arm that's like similar to that again, something
You'd
she's
think.
used to. something
Doesn't
that's
she still have
familiar.
it? I thought she still had it, right?
No,
but it hadn't been.
that arm got given to Jinx, who turned it into that piece of shit.
Okay, right.
You ruined my arm, you fucker.
So then,
It was a good arm with fingers and everything.
then Savika becomes a victim of this season's writing and says, "We're having a rally
Again?
tonight at Vanda's statue. Firelights, your fans, anyone I can bring to the table. Stick your head in the dirt if you want, but this fantasy you've been living out here, it's not going to last forever." So Savika has organized all of the rebellious elements of Zorn to meet in one big public place.
A
Great idea.
well-known public icon. Can you
Yeah.
guys think of anything that might go wrong with this?
Hmm.
Rictus.
Rictus the
Rictus-
Chad might turn up.
It's not like
Rictus
there's
doesn't
martial law
rallies.
happening or
That's not
anything. What do you
really.
mean?
That's not
Rictus
really
would think it's
Rictus's
a
scene.
trap. Rictus wouldn't go because this is obviously profound mental retardation. So this is obviously a trap.
It's
I,
so
I love the
stupid.
idea that he shows up, like he's like, yeah, I'll be bait for the trap or whatever, so that you guys can then like follow up on
Fucking
whatever
go
they try. And then he sees that it's not a trap, and he's like, oh come on.
What?
No. It's a double bluff.
No,
Purely.
you guys had
This
something.
is just a distraction for something else.
You know, Rictus
should have had,
like had that thought of like, this is the enemy. This is what we've been reduced to.
That's
should have
what
had
I
a
was thinking,
second
like
scene
as an
meditate.
Oxy and Piltover in this season, right?
Should have just had a second scene with Rictus where he just is on a walk and they're all just standing there. And he's like, if I tell this to Ambassador, she's not going to believe me. I just found all the other people we were looking
You're
for.
used to like fighting Demacian elites and stuff, and then they send you over here, and it's like, yeah, so these people with blue hair are like really mean, but we need to find a specific person with blue hair. She lives in this one same place all the time. We can't find her though. No idea where she is. She's gone.
So
you
you
help
went
us out
to
with
the
this, Rictus?
meeting? Yeah. Obviously it was a trap though.
It was like
I know,
obviously
right?
a trap.
But it wasn't. Here's the crazy part. It wasn't.
They were
They're
just
up to
there.
something.
So
They must.
I love how we just
And then the stuff later in,
establish-
you know where all of this goes. All of that happens, and Rictus is like, of course.
yeah, because
That's what they were planning.
it's so basically this scene basically establishes that Savika knows where Jinx lives. So that means probably people around Silco would be aware, at least like his
Well-
close members or whatever.
Yeah, you'd think.
I'd love to know how
Yeah.
Savika found out. Yeah.
I don't know why
I'm pretty
Savika's still
sure
walking free. They would have captured
would
Savika
be
first. She's the most significant leader.
everyone,
Yeah.
yes,
Hey, so
everyone
you were
around
Silco's right
Silco
Yeah.
would be captured and heavily interrogated
hmm
to find out where Jinx is, and the information would be so easy to get.
Well,
It's crazy.
and picture, Savika's captured, they start torturing her, and then they're like, tell us where Jinx is. Why would she even keep a secret? Just be like, you know what? Fuck her. Yeah, she's in the stupid...
Does
think
not
it
hand
really is.
over on people.
Yeah, it's like, hey, I'll tell you. Yeah. Also, we're actually kind of on the same side in that regard.
Yeah,
I think there's a lot
aw.
of There's probably a lot of misunderstandings here.
I
It's
don't
kind of
even
weird
like
that we've never had a
Jinx.
discussion in this
Wait,
act.
she killed Silco or what?
Yeah, and then she'd be like, I know
Silco
you guys
was gonna
hate us,
offer what?
but is there any chance that we could end this war? And then fucking Rictus would be like, yes! We only want Jinx!
Yes.
Like, how many
I
times do
wanna
I
go
have to say
home.
this?
This
The
place
slot machine is
stinks.
hitting like dollar signs in Silco in Rictus's head. He's like, I get to go home.
Fuck,
Yes,
it's
to go
over.
home and meditate.
Are you telling me if
Yay.
I hand over this psycho girl, kids all over the place will stop getting cancer? What?
Seems like a great deal.
Crazy.
Seems like Jinx just ruins
Mhm.
everything at this point.
This
Cancer
is
builds
reminding me of
character.
the Don. Rictus is trying to save the kids from getting cancer.
Rictus was the hero, and you know what? We get a tragic ending. But so this next scene, we have Jinx talking to Silco's chair because he doesn't reply to her, and she says, Still giving me the silent treatment, huh? Between you and Grogu, I'm losing my snappy comebacks.
Hold on.
Thanks, I hate it.
I know. I
Thank
was
you.
like, fucking hell. You couldn't think of any way to portray that? You had to have her say it? Okay.
No,
Mahler.
never say that again, please. Thank you.
Mahler, someone just sent me an amazing meme. I need to show you.
Okay.
This is so good.
Oh, no.
Oh no.
Look at that.
There's so many layers.
Truly.
It's really good.
Mola, you need to zoom it out a little bit more. They can't see the
You're
bottom.
Oh,
drooling.
shit. I see. Oh, no. I didn't even see that myself. You're drooling for a squeaky.
Meech.
I'm glad
Jesus.
Smeech is there. Is Smeech
You know
like
what?
the Mimir to Rictus's Kratos?
Oh, yes.
Except he's just yapping about nonsense all of the time instead. Well, I say that, but Smeech made a very like pertinent observation as like one of his few speaking lines in season 1. So maybe I shouldn't insult his intelligence like that.
Cloudy with a chance of child.
By the way, big shout out to Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs.
Oh, great
I really
movie.
Like
Yeah, I
that
love it.
movie.
Yeah,
I really,
it's
really like
great.
that movie.
Fun
Never
movie.
seen it.
Made
I
my
don't even know what
childhood.
it's about.
Oh, it's good. You should see it. Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs.
Okay.
It's great.
I shall do so. I need
Second one's
something
not
good.
so good. First one's
Yeah,
good.
it's
So if
First
that
Second one's not so good, huh?
if that line wasn't bad enough, she then says, "Me, a hero. How screwed up is this place?" And I was just
Stop
like,
it.
"Yeah, true."
pretty screwed up. Yeah,
screwed up
it's
as the
pretty
second
screwed up.
season.
Stop
Jing.
being
Yeah.
insane, Jinx.
I already hate the
Um,
idea of making her say "me, a hero." It's like I swear to God.
If ever you're having a character step into a heroic role like that reluctantly, don't make them fucking say it.
I
Stop
am
it.
a
That is,
hero now.
that is such a Harley Quinn line. That is on
Yeah.
par with like we're the bad guys, right?
Damn, I'm a hero now.
They did this
Mm.
better in The Name of the King. When Farmer didn't really want to be a hero, but he had to be when he discovered he's the long lost son.
And he
Oh,
took
of
his
First
boomerangs,
Farmer.
and he did what was right.
And he destroyed the Grugnot Air Force or whatever they were.
Where they set themselves on fire and launched themselves into trees.
Yeah, as Shaggy watched from a distance.
What a great
Good
film!
times.
What cinema?
Kino. Kino.
But yeah, she says, "I know Savika's right, and I probably owe it to you on account of murdering you and all, but I've got something going now, a friend, and I don't want to mess this up." At this point, you're
in
just
the
like,
background. What do you mean murdering? What?
who the fuck is this?
Oh,
I don't know.
I just remembered something. There's a deleted. You guys might be aware. There's a deleted scene in season 1 actually, with Echo and Jinx, right after like Ahsoka adopts Powder, where Echo is supposed to go to younger Jinx and try to rescue her, and that's why she calls him Boy Savior, and she's like completely refuses him and stuff like that, which is a very sad sequence. It's kind of sad that they took it out, but I guess it makes sense. But with this context, why is she so willing to befriend this random kid and completely refuse Echo at the time, whom she knew? It just
Well,
Because this kid like indulges what she is, which isn't good, but the show seems to think that it is.
so she says,
and
"If you care so much about me playing your stupid Revolution game, speak up now, or I guess you're really gone, and there's no reason to stay here anymore."
I thought we dealt with this at the end of season 1.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
what I thought. It's like, oh, I thought we did this. What did we stop?
Very effectively did this at that.
Well, then didn't we
I
deal with it
remember.
again in Act 1, Episode 2?
Yep.
Now we've dealt with
Well,
it
if
for
she
a
had
third
been-
time.
If she'd been like hearing voices and one of them was Silco, then Like that might make sense, but that isn't what's happened. She's become sane because child.
Because
Fuck yeah, dude.
She's
Well, don't
become
worry.
sane
Like I
because
said,
she has-
a lot of people complaining about like, oh, how did this happen? We're getting the music video later, okay? It's gonna show it.
I wish there would
Jeez.
be a meme you're doing, but it's true.
It's
For real.
true.
I want to
Um,
go home.
Is it worth? I don't know if this is a problem, but this right now is in the last drop, right? Because this is Silco's old
Yes.
office,
Right.
Yep.
which means that Jinx has left her hideout, gone however far it is to the last drop and back, and no one saw her.
Nope.
And there's no
Nope.
one here
Mm.
ever.
No one knows where she
Silco's
is.
office is never.
No one's
just,
given her
there's
a-
never
I'm
anyone here going
Well-
through Silco's like notes or his stuff or his things.
The last drop used to be the main hangout,
Yep.
as far as we saw. It was like
yeah.
the
Symbolic.
centerpiece of the
Yeah.
lanes.
That was his HQ in a way. Yeah.
And like, even if, because we can say that like, well, okay, Jinx is like super quick because she's roided on Shimmer, and maybe she's wearing like a hood or whatever, so people don't notice her. But at the same time, there are blockades, there are security checkpoints in the Undercity looking for her.
No,
So-
it's fine.
No.
He'll do like cool parkour and get out of the way.
Parkour.
Yeah.
I don't know if it would be better or worse if they had included that, because I guess it would be worse, because the fact that it happens off screen means that we can't say that it couldn't have happened. But it's also, cheating. So
hmm
So we intercut the interrogation of that guy with Caitlyn having like a vigil for the dead, I guess, and the firelights are. That's when you find out that Echo has been added to the mural, but Heimerdinger hasn't. Feels like a weird oversight from the writers. We can make fun of it all day long, but it is such a weird thing that they didn't include.
They would fucking love Heimerdinger over that.
Of course they
In
would,
fact,
and
they did.
if you note as well, they obviously make it this way, and I'm mostly fine with this. The size of the person on the mural kind of represents how important they were to the community, somewhat.
Mhm.
Echo gets a
Yeah.
huge picture, and it's like, yeah, that makes sense. He was their leader. He did so much for them. But Heimerdinger, I did have a good look. I was like, where is he? Is he there? Is he small? Did they make him small? I guess that's
Mhm.
fine if he's kind of small, but
Life
it's like,
size.
no, he's just not there at all,
Yeah.
which is rude.
Justice
very
for
rude.
Heimerdinger.
Heimerdinger?
Ungrateful.
Heimerdinger. I don't know.
Literally saying justice for Heimerdinger. You got to spool that
Yeah.
up, because we're gonna need to say that a
Get
lot.
ready, boys and
Justice
girls.
for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Justice for
Echo
Arcane
spends the
Season
entirety
2.
of Act 2 dead! He's dead!
He's not supposed to be dead.
I'm so mad!
I feel like everyone's got their own individual character of trauma for this season.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Smeech, for example.
But
Hell
they-
no.
and
I mean, oh god, we're going to get to the end of season 2, and like the best 3 characters are going to be Silco, Marcus, and fucking Smeech, isn't it?
it won't be Silco.
It won't
Let's
be
go,
Silco.
Yeah, it won't be.
Yeah.
no.
It'll be Rictus, Smeech, and
Oh yeah, Rick.
I don't know, the cat lady. I don't know.
Marcus.
I just don't even
Fish
know.
man.
Well,
Fish
Please tell me
man.
Marcus
No.
gets through season 2 undamaged, right? Because he's never mentioned.
Interesting. That's a good question.
Okay, I will leave it there.
All right. Well, yeah, we're setting up for that big old meet. That's a really good idea that everyone knows about, and that being the case means you probably shouldn't have the meeting. It seems like the information has spread so far and wide that shit tons of people can turn up. Did Caitlyn know about the interrogation? Does she know that that's a thing that
Maybe.
they do?
Who
I don't
knows?
know. I like it's.
How couldn't she know?
I don't
The
know. if they're
question is,
trying-
She's in charge of everything.
Well, would Rictus have told her? Because Rictus would obviously tell Ambessa.
well, Rambessa was
would they
watching
go
it.
out- Sure, that's what I mean. But would either of them have a reason to go out of their way to tell?
If they're doing
'Cause
it at the prison,
technically,
and if
like-
everything that happens at the prison is supposed to be, they never tell us that like Caitlyn doesn't know about anything that happens at the prison or something like that. But I don't know.
Yeah,
well, what
obviously,
Dracula, so she may well know.
What I'm
Dracula.
saying is that like the what they're going for, like Ambessa is clearly has influence over Caitlyn, but what they're going for is that Caitlyn is in charge and Ambessa is her like minion. She's using Ambessa to, lead the forces or whatever. Which means that when she probably wouldn't have to go and tell Caitlyn, hey, we found this guy, we're going to torture him for information, but she probably would have to go and tell Caitlyn, hey, we got information once they got it.
yeah, they can just say they
It's
found
so
it on a
funny, this
USB.
conversation. Because like they're the top dogs. This information should be delivered to both of them. Not they shouldn't be like going around telling each other. They should be at the top. They should have like, lower ranking officers working for them, doing the job. But no.
Listen, if you love what you do, you never work a day in your life.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's why Rictus is out there.
Yeah.
Mhm.
There's this
Always
shot
getting results.
to imply that our favorite character from season 1, Fishman, the cook Fishman,
Jericho.
yeah, he spots someone
Hmm.
heading to the meeting and thus prompts him to prepare to go to the meeting. But like he's serving an enforcer right now. And my point,
Yeah,
of course, is just
Oh shit, you're right.
you got people walking through all of the Undercity just toward this big meeting of rebellion, while there's just enforcers everywhere walking around, like doing things. What are you doing, fellas? This is insane. Stupid, but whatever. It's fine as long as it doesn't turn out that they all get like completely fucked up by this. If that doesn't happen, we'll be fine.
Hopefully the police brutality that is currently ongoing for months doesn't remain as brutal as it has been. Maybe even a little bit less. I don't know.
So yeah, Savika starts up the meeting, and they show us Singed is here. I have no idea why
Oh,
Singed would turn up to
why?
this thing.
What
Is-
the
is-
fuck do you care,
Well,
man?
So
If Singed is
fucking
here-
random.
Well, he must have some ulterior motive for being here, right?
I
Maybe
don't.
need new potions from the
Right.
What
potion
the
fella.
actual fuck does he care?
Listen, he's a smart guy.
Well, if anyone was
He's
to
He's
try
gotta
and
have a
invent
reason
a,
for being
character.
here.
a reason like he wanted to be captured by whoever may come here, it's like, why would this be the avenue? Wouldn't he just submit himself
Yeah.
anyway? Wouldn't he come as
I mean, the way it looks
while
to me,
providing
he
an
just
offer?
he just stumbles here. There's like
No, yeah, I
having a
think that's
walk,
it.
or
I think the
maybe
writers are
getting
saying
some.
he was curious. He wanted to check out this
The only
fucking
other
meeting.
the only other
Listen-
explanation would be that Savika invited him, but I don't know why she would do that.
I think the reasoning is he is smart and he is as confused as we are. As
What are they all doing here?
are
Are they
you?
crazy?
Yeah, he's almost like amazed that this is even happening. It's like, wow, look at this. This is crazy.
I can imagine it being said in his fucking voice, just like
What the?
it's incredible that all of this is transpiring right now under martial law. What is wrong with you people?
retarded. So Savika
That's
says, it's no secret
quite
we got
dismissive
history,
butterfly.
blood spilt on all sides, but we grew up on the same streets, ate the same scraps, like it or not, we're in this mess together. And I was just like, why would the Firelights entertain listening to you at all? You're the
Yeah,
lieutenant
so
of
about
that-
Silco. They think Silco is
about that
worse than
blood-
fucking Piltover.
About that blood on all sides sort of thing. Remember the Firelights and their active attempt to, comport themselves non-lethally? Remember the weird crystal stuff that presumably Echo cooked up for them
Yeah.
to use to like disable people without killing them so that they
Mhm.
could accomplish their objectives and then get out?
I remember.
But no, I guess. No.
And that's the thing. If someone said, well, the times have drawn them to be, and it's like, you know what? Why didn't you have a counter council for Zorn that did have leaders from all these different things, and we had a big fucking fight. It was their first proper meeting. It's just like 7 people, maybe, the representative of each of the remaining factions. The Chem Barons were wiped out, but maybe they had lieutenants or leaders and stuff, and you just have this big fucking thing of how much they all hate each other, all the history, have it out, and then have the conclusion be, are we going to kill each other, or are we going to unite and blah, blah. Like, they almost did it in Act 1, if you remember, with the Chem Barons, but then they just forgot that that was even a potential. Remember the old dude who was like, all of us combined would still be outweighed 4-1 to Piltover?
Mhm.
That's like the most
Yeah, one of
interesting
the
thing that
Chem Baron
relates
guys,
to the
yeah.
fight between the Undercity and Piltover is like actually figuring this stuff out. But whatever, he was wiped out in a music video, so bye.
Yeah. Well, rip.
Was this ghost written by D&D?
Oh no. Oh, it was ghost written by dead people. I don't know how to explain the lack of brain cells, but anyway, she says enforcers are raiding our homes, Noxians are down our throats, innocents are getting carted off to Stillwater. And of course, you just think to yourself, is anyone gonna bring up why all that happened? Is there any interest or confusion over the sudden death of Silco? For anyone here,
No.
the sudden
after the peace
explosion of
thing, yeah.
Piltover leadership, the attack from Jinx on the Piltover
It's-
people. Does anyone care about any of the context for why any of this is happening and how Piltover have one request? That is to give up Jinx.
Does
all
anyone
Jinx's
know what
fault.
Rennie did or why? Like, springing from that, you know, the attack on the memorial. Does anyone know that she did that or why she did that?
Apparently not.
Like I said, it's one of my greatest lamentations about this season, especially so far, is that the entire plot that should be massive, especially taking into consideration what most of the plot was about in season 1 politically. There's just no political anything going on in season 2
Yeah.
regarding Zahn and Piltover. I will never not get over that. That was so potentially interesting. The Chem Barons, Savika's position as a character, what's going to happen between her and Jinx, and the legacy of what Silco left behind, and how far he got them, and how that's carried out. That stuff, it doesn't exist anymore.
Oh well.
It's actually wild.
It's also like, even though they don't know that Jinx is the person who killed Silco because no one speaks to each other.
Well, off screen.
Even though that information hasn't come to light, everything that is happening is Jinx's fault, and they would all have to know that. And
I don't
yet
see
they
how
seem
they
to be
couldn't.
worshipping her. Yeah, they seem to be worshipping her,
They-
even though it's all her fault.
Yeah, it is all her fault, and it shouldn't even be
None
a
of it
secret.
works.
It's just
All broken.
frustrating. The amount of allowances you have to give the plot of the show in order to even begin to make that a realistic possibility, it's absurd. It does not make sense.
So she says, we've got to choose right now whether we're going to throw in the towel or make a stand. Not as firelights, not as jinxes or washed up goons, which is what the Chem Baron people get, which is pretty funny. It's like,
Oh,
you
as
guys don't have
Americans.
names, sorry.
They're like,
Uh,
hey.
She says, but as Zornites. And then, like, the crowd start to sort of ramble a bit, and you get several, we want to see Jinx. Where's Jinx? Where is she?
Jinx?
Where's Jinx? And it's like, oh,
Fucking
sucks.
why? Why do you want Jinx?
You're all
Where's the
stupid.
terrorist who put us in this position? Where
Where's
is
the
she?
girl who ruins everything? Yeah, I don't think that makes any sense. But of course, we're just fast tracking her to the big hero of Zorn. And again, the writers have told us repeatedly that's the case. It's like, I guess that's the case. Fine.
No.
All right then.
Grogu turns up and like does a little symbolic like Jinx move. That makes everyone somewhat happy. But thank
Yeah, like,
fuck Rictus
yay.
finly shows up. Holy shit.
Let's
Jesus
go.
Christ,
Yay.
like,
Just-
Just like
fucking-
looked up from his newspaper and this was all just in view of him.
Well,
We need to inject some testosterone into this story's eyeballs. Is what we
He's-
need.
it's
to
another.
do.
He's just sat at the checkpoint that's just around the corner, sat at the checkpoint with his glasses on the end of his nose. Just, wait a minute, are they doing really?
He does seem like an odd, like a bizarre meta interloper in this story.
Because he gets to be
where he's
competent
just like
for a
kind of
bit.
competent. Yeah, and so he's like, what?
He doesn't have time for
world.
anyone else's bullshit, basically.
Well, so again, it hurts everybody in this scene. They didn't have anyone on lookout or scouting the whole area. He appears
Yeah.
like so. To be fair, like Savika throws up a goon bomb and he spears it off. It is so like, oh
Hell yeah.
yes, thank you. Get rid of that.
Oh, you have to get a new one.
But
Right?
of course,
It would have been really awkward if she lifted her other arm and then that got.
Oh no!
Ouch.
but he's really close by. Like we're talking meters away from
Look,
the
they're
crowd.
all just here now.
And it's just
Yep.
like, you guys had no one on lookout to warn you in case an army of Noxians happened to turn up. Really?
Mhm.
Nice. He jump scared you, and he was this close. Amazing. And yeah, he gets to fuck everyone up. And it's quite satisfying because this was
gets
such a
fucking
horribly
busy.
bad idea.
Yeah.
It's nice to see consequences.
Wait, no, hold. There's a goat person on the left. He needs to
Yes,
grab the
I
goat
was
person.
just
Hit the
thinking
goat
so he can lick by
person.
him.
Rick, a goat man, vaporize him.
You might be able to.
Bring him to the chamber.
Look, there's a goat person. He might be a scientist.
I love the shot of Sin's
He might
just
be a
standing around like, oh
scientist, he must
bother,
die.
this is
Just-
quite a
Can I just say,
spot
look at this
myself into
image
now.
of Richter's.
Yeah.
This is such
That
a
is just
vibe
what-
of like, I'm so fucking tired of the writing right now.
Yeah. He brought so many people. It's like, this is clearly an ambush, and it's like, no,
His
they were just
arms
hanging
are
out.
the size of the people around him.
Yeah.
Like we said, MVP
That's
of
just-
Act 2 is Rictus. It goes to him.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Well, he punches and kicks a bunch of people. Everyone's getting into fights. Savika is shown to fight some people successfully. It's even she's got the one arm. She even headbutts an enforcer with a helmet on. You love to see it. You'd expect to see some clever fighting, but instead she's just that built that she can fuck people up like that.
Yeah.
Grogu attacks Rictus.
Comes from the top rope.
You
dude.
get your hands off of him, you bitch.
I fucking love
This is
his
still just so done.
He
I just
tosses
fucking
her
love
and
his
knocks her
non-re-
out, and it's like, yes, Rictus. You
I
sledge.
wish if only there was a pit of lava around here. I could just chuck her.
I love his non-reaction. He just gets punched. He's like, "What are you doing? Stop
What
it!"
is this?
So
What is this
embarrassing.
squirrel?
Why are you tickling me?
I hate children.
He just crushes her head and violently explodes.
I hate all of these reaction shots of Grogu, like looking at all of this ongoing. Like, I have to do something. Like, what do you want me to?
Yeah, I don't know.
What do you want me to think? What do you want from me, show? I don't know this person.
Yeah,
we
I'm not
also
on
have
her
no
side.
idea what.
Just so we're clear.
Yeah.
Well, even if we were, if the writing had worked and we did care about this character, we don't know what her capability is, which means that we don't know what the stakes are, which means that we're expecting her to do something. We have no context for what could possibly happen. So
Yeah,
Is she
they're
about to
showing
like
so
press
much.
a button and
It's-
8,000 missiles fire at every Noxian present? Like,
Or is her purpose gonna be that she dies here, and that is what like what's going on with her? Like I only think of her as a plot or narrative device, not as an actual character.
No.
What are they trying to do with this little girl? Story writers, I guess we'll find out whenever.
will
because I don't
find
care
out.
about her as a
Oh
character.
Mhm.
boy. So yeah, Singed is then captured, but before he cuts himself, thus dropping blood onto the floor, activating Warwick, which is just sort of at this point it feels weird to have seen the whole season and to know this is like the start of the Warwick plotline and to just to talk about it. For anybody who's just not aware, you're just not prepared. You have
give it a minute.
holy shit, we go through a lot in just the handful of episodes that he's in. I will mention that, like, League of Legends lore-obsessed people, I assume you know about this, Theo, are devastated with what's happened with Warwick.
You could describe them and me as one of my friends, a person I play League with quite frequently. He only plays
don't let
Warwick. Like,
friends play
Warwick is
League
one
of
of his
Legends.
favorite characters.
Mhm.
He fucking loves Warwick. He wasn't. Yeah, you could describe him as displeased.
Wasn't jazzed.
I guess. Yeah,
I mean,
nonplussed, perhaps.
he don't look like a dog.
He don't.
What does he look like in the game? I'm not familiar with League of
looked
Legends.
like
Let me-
he
let me
looks
go
like
get
a
his
wolf.
splash shot.
So you're gonna have to.
Well,
Yeah,
funnily
yeah,
enough,
yeah.
I wasn't even
Well,
talking about his look, but that's okay. We'll get to
Oh,
it.
well, yeah, I mean, yeah.
Because I personally don't really care about the look. I think I'm just
I do.
This is his splash art, Rags.
Oh,
Look at him.
okay.
Like,
Oh wow,
he's
yeah, he's
a-
like he's
Yeah,
like an
he's a
actual like
wolf.
Yeah.
cyber wolf
Yeah.
guy.
He actually looks menacing here. Holy.
Yeah, why did
freaky
they
as
make him
fuck.
look like they did in the show?
well, the reason is, I don't know if I'm not going to say that until episode 5, I think, but I think I know the reason.
Okay.
Look at
I
that.
assume
I
we'd
don't wanna
all
spoil it.
have the first primary speculated reason of
Yeah.
why they
Yeah.
made him less wolf face and more
Yeah,
person
that's
face.
true. Yeah,
It-
yeah.
well, but then they could have done, they could have done both and had his appearance change given what happens.
Nah, commit to
Nah,
the
commit.
wolf.
Yeah, commit to the wolf.
yeah.
Don't be
Yeah.
cowards.
True. Commit to the wolf.
Anyway,
Meow.
When would it make sense to question and try
Everything?
and work out what Singed's plan is? If he has one, is he
we'll
just
take
a-
it piece by piece because first of all, he didn't attempt to leave. He just sort of stood around and waited to get captured. He
Yeah.
could easily have slinked away, but he didn't. So
hmm
you do
Slunk.
have to. We'll have to take all this in as we go and see if we can speculate how this could make sense.
Because we all know
At
when
this
Singe runs
point-
away, never follow Singe.
Never chase
Chase
it.
the Singe.
They
chase
they
it,
didn't
yeah.
bank on that at all. They never did a never chase Singe thing.
Yeah.
Sucks.
They
It would've been
absolutely could have
easy.
had him run away.
Yeah, and he throws potions down and shit, and they start
Yeah.
coughing, and they're like, "What the fuck?" And then they're just like, "Don't chase that guy." Not that overt, but you know what I mean. Like, it's
Yeah.
come on.
I think
That's Singe. No one chases him.
No one changes.
The best you can do for them at this point is that he was at the rally because vibes, I guess. He was just, he felt like it. But then once the Noxians and the Enforcers showed up, he thought maybe I can use this to field test him for whatever the hell he might want to do that for.
I don't. There is no field test that should be necessary once we know exactly why he made a robot zombie Wolfman.
Yes.
Because what I was kind of wondering is, did he come here deliberately, knowing that something was probably going to go down? Because how could it not? And then he like cut his hand so that he could summon Warwick and then cause some trouble, or did he only do that kind of retroactively once he got captured? And like, is the purpose of summoning this insane giant monster, is it to get him out of trouble? Because surely, given the visuals that we get, you would expect that it's just going to hunt him down and eat him, right?
Who knows?
I don't know.
Who knows?
Even knowing where this goes, I still have no idea what Singed was intending to do. And it seems like he was just at the rally because he was, and then he cuts his hand because I can't even begin to tell you. Well, I get, the reason is because the writers needed Warwick to be present later on. So,
certain developments later on in Singed story make it even stranger that he's at a Zornite rally for Zorn is really cool.
Yes.
Listen, Singed is a social butterfly with a patriotic stint that's been welling inside of him. Okay, all of this makes perfect sense. You weren't paying attention to the scenes in the first season where he put on a red hat that said "Make Zon great again," and a red hat, and then I don't know.
I had forgotten about that bit. Yeah,
it's a really good one. A little on the nose, but it's pretty good. Mzga. People are like, "Who is that? Is that Mzga?"
Oh no! Oh no!
At least
awesome.
Neo just sent me that. Neo sent that to me, and I thought I had to share it.
Oh,
it's really good.
It fits so perfectly. Holy shit.
This is beautiful.
Can you tell a difference in tone of this stream from the previous one? We're into we're trying to make it fun
we're
again.
Acceptance. We're at the acceptance stage of our grief.
Yeah.
Okay. We're not bargaining.
You don't
We're
want
not
the serious
denying.
version of this stream. It would not be very fun.
No,
it wouldn't. But
Desperately.
this is great.
This is a
Yeah.
legitimately great meme.
I like
love it.
Rictus and Smeech. I like that a lot.
Rictus Smeech.
Someone.
Rictus, did you go to the store and get milk? No, that was your task for this week. Why don't you do anything?
you never helped
Where are
me.
my drugs? I want my drugs, Richter. You
Richter.
shouldn't. They're bad for you.
The name's not
Richter.
Richter.
Bad for you.
And then eventually it leads to the serious arc where Smeech admits that he has a problem, and then he drives into the rehab clinic to check him in.
Rictus
Well,
goes there and is like,
Rictus,
don't
good
worry.
friend, good friend
I've
that he
got
is.
your
Rictus
back,
helps him
yeah.
every step of the way.
Exactly.
He's
that's
always
right.
Helps him
there.
pay for it.
He never quite
You're
says the
strong
right
enough to
thing, but
overcome
he's
your
always there.
addictions.
Oh wait, no, we could. Yeah, so Smeech ends up developing cancer because of his drug usage.
Oh,
God.
no.
Oh,
Oh
Jesus.
my! What? This is supposed
And
to
then
be a
maybe
comedy.
maybe
Jesus
Smeech has
Christ.
like a family
Well, it's
that
one of
he
those-
needs to provide for after he's gone, and they can
Yeah.
maybe they'll make Shimmer and distribute Shimmer to make money for Smeech's family after he's gone.
Yeah.
Yo, what about Breaking Bad? But instead,
It's
Rictus.
Rictus.
In order to
Rictus.
save Smeech's life from cancer, he has
Yeah,
to start making
Rictus.
shimmer
Yes,
drugs.
science.
Jesse
Yes,
and Richter.
science, bitch.
Yeah.
Jesse and Richter.
Oh.
I don't believe you have any scientific qualifications. I might
Why
have to
did you put the
vaporize
body
you
in
like
the
that
vat?
goat.
We have to cook Jesse.
The implication from that vaporizing people is just a power that Rictus has.
He puts, do not make me put you in the tube.
Especially the goat people.
Oh no,
It's
Oh,
racist
they-
against
that's uncomfortable.
goats.
If they add Rictus to League of Legends, is his passive going to be extra damage to goat people?
Oh no. It's just called
Soraka players
racism.
in shambles.
Just race.
Yeah, his
Um,
passive is just called racism.
So, The conclusion of that scene is everyone gets captured and Safika is a fucking moron. That's all we
Yeah.
could really take from it. But somehow she escapes. You could
Yeah, of
argue
course,
she is
because
the
we need her.
highest priority target, and Richter saw her personally there, but
Well,
didn't
and
capture
she was
her.
the one who had a spike, like a giant spear thrown into her arm.
Well, yeah, she was at her lowest power level too. She lacked her
Well,
Goomba
she,
arm,
like,
so
she like stumbles into Jinx's lair. How did she
Mm.
get away?
no
I
idea. But
do.
she can't get captured because we need her for the next scene.
That's right. yeah.
Exactly. Need her
Yeah,
as
and
a
she says
messenger.
Grogu got
Remix.
captured, and then Jinx has a full freak out of the scribbly writing everywhere, and it's just
Yeah.
at this point it's
Yeah,
so hard to
cool.
be remotely invested. You're just like, fuck
Mhm.
you.
Mm-hmm.
Were enforcers blind? Couldn't they easily follow her?
Nah.
Jinx
She
is
crawled there
Well,
bleeding, and they
Okay.
couldn't track it.
What's this? What's
Also-
this trail of yellow
Perfect.
Oh my god, Richter's just like,
goop? We
"Sweet,
found Jinx.
there is a trail of yellow goo.
We
You're
should
never
follow
gonna
this.
believe who I found.
This could lead us to the person we need to arrest.
It leads
We
us
should follow
straight to
this.
Jinx. If
Richard's is like,
anyone
you know,
follows
all
the
of this was
conspiracy-
really
Oh my
easy.
God,
The second
It
that I
took us
got on
how
the
many
job,
hours?
you know?
This has been a great
they
success.
weren't-
We get to go home tonight.
Absolutely employee of the month material.
Yeah.
Right there.
If they
Um,
weren't looking for Jinx, they could have looked for Savika with that trail.
Yeah.
Holy hell.
And then found Jinx.
Well,
Just-
that's what I mean. It's like it would have led them straight to Jinx, and then Rictus walks in here, sees Jinx, he's like, "Oh, bingo!"
Wow,
Cool.
2 for 1.
Maybe,
You know, that rally was a
maybe
really
it's
stupid idea, Safika. Like,
I'm still not convinced this was not a diversion.
yeah,
or-
was this a trap? Was it? And she's like, no.
he
He's
like,
like,
looks down
really?
into the chasm and is like, "Are there bombs down there?"
You gotta push
No,
me down
he's
there,
like,
aren't you?
I-
That's the trap.
There's no way that line of yellow goo leads me right to the person I'm looking for.
That would be great.
That's
That's why he
really
doesn't
station
follow
minimums.
it. He's like, no, too much obvious a trap. It has to be a trap. There's no other thing.
Um, something I think I take issue with. I haven't decided. So Jinx left earlier on in the day and went to the last drop, and she's now come back. When she went earlier, Savika said, "This evening we're having our silly get together where everything's gonna go wrong," which means that was earlier in the day. She's now come back much later, which means she was in the last drop talking to Silco's chair all day.
Pretty much.
Guess
I
so.
would assume so. Yeah.
She is crazy.
Mhm.
Because the writers needed her to be
Yeah.
absent during this whole sequence so that way the kid could get captured.
Yes.
So she was just off screen all day.
Jinx off.
Jinx off. When Jinx is having her freak out and they do cut to Savika here and there, I was having this thought of like, yeah, you threw it with her. This is what you get. Like, you fucking idiot. Do you regret your life choices now? Like having to deal with all this. Savika must just be like, what is the point of anything?
Like, what is compare this quote unquote freak out to the ones in season one? Like, what does it speak
Yes.
to here?
I don't know.
That
What about Jinx's psychology?
Grogu is now this personification of her sanity, and losing her or having her threatened is taking her back to the Jinx that she was, that she doesn't want to be.
She doesn't
Yes,
want to be a
because
jinxer.
if you recall, she said to the chair that she no longer has witty jokes and shit. And now that the kid is gone, she immediately cracks a joke about Savika being a lefty because she doesn't have an arm.
Incredible.
So her jokes come back when she loses the kid.
Like, we didn't see a freak out like this until the climax of the last season, when
Yeah.
there were like 2 of the most important people in her life literally actively shouting at her.
Mm-hmm.
This time it's, hey, the kid's been thrown in prison, and she has that caliber of freak out.
Well, she really, really likes the kid. And you see, never mind.
I'll be seeing it later.
Well, not yet.
Well, and so the dialogue in that little freak out sequence is, you know what you are. Damn it, Powder. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. Stop calling me that. Her name is Jinx. You have to be something else. Someone else. It's all very like,
Boo.
oh, right, okay.
The
Yeah,
writing is
yeah.
so much worse.
yeah. Jinx is coming back, folks. She's going to be a hero. We're almost
No.
there.
Thanks,
This is
I hate
this
it.
is exactly where her story was leading.
Yeah.
I think a lot of my feelings regarding Jinx in this act are thanks, I hate it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Pretty much.
Yeah, regarding Jinx, not regarding every single character. Anyway, so this next
Jinx,
scene...
she was my favorite character
Rictus.
in the last, you know. whatever.
Same.
Mhm.
Just been annihilated.
Yeah.
Most people on our panel at the time chose Silco, and luckily he's not going to get any damage because he's dead. That's great. No damage to
Yeah.
him.
That's good.
Thank Christ he made it out.
For
Yep.
sure,
Yeah.
of course, no damage.
None at all.
No, none
No.
whatsoever.
So,
How could they? Yeah.
None
It's
whatsoever.
impossible. There is no literary device of any kind in which you can portray past, like in any way, shape, or form. We're done. We're in the present. We're never going back.
Mhm.
It's all good.
Mhm.
So,
Time travel is illegal.
Also, hello to all the people watching the re-upload of this video on Hulu's
who know
channel.
better? So, yeah, we're on the way to Stillwater, and in the carriage we have Singed and Grogu, and Singed says, "Chin up, little one. I'll tell you a secret. We won't be staying long." Now,
Okay.
I don't know what he means by this, because by calling in Warwick, that little girl is anything but safe. She is now even in more danger, you would argue.
And you would think, given Singe's motivation, that is one of the last things he would want to happen.
Yeah, you
To
wouldn't.
hurt,
You
to
wouldn't
hurt a little
assume he
girl,
would be
that would
okay
be
with that,
bizarre. Yeah, that'd be odd for him to do.
Maybe we can talk more about that when it actually happens.
Sure.
What I'll say is that Warwick is on the way, and the style in which they present that, I think, is really fucking cool. The animation
It
of
is.
him
Looks
Yeah.
so good.
charging toward them. For anybody who doesn't know, the animation compliments are getting less and less frequent, not because the animation's getting worse, but because we're so fucking distracted by the writing. It's
Pretty much.
it's always stellar. It really is. The artists did their work so fucking hard, and you can't help but feel bad for them because this
There's
deserves
also-
to be attached to better writing.
There are less
Yeah, and-
places where you
yeah.
can tie the visuals back to the writing in a way that they actually
Mhm.
speak to something.
It's very interesting because in season 1, you could feel the writing sort of influencing and sort of enhancing the visuals, sort of inspiring them in a lot of meaningful ways. Here you get less of that. Even like Jinx freakouts, they were so amazing in season 1. So beautiful, so wonderful. Here, it's less inspired, I would say, even though it's as beautiful and wonderful as always.
Mm-hmm.
I think the big one
This-
is
yeah.
the facial animation, because
Mhm.
when there is good writing in place for good characters, you can do a lot with facial animation. You can read into it a lot.
Yeah.
When
Mhm.
the writing isn't there and you've lost any sense of understanding of any of these people, none of it really connects anymore. So it loses a lot of
Yes.
what makes it so praiseworthy.
It's the same
My
as having
favorite-
like a
yes.
phenomenal actor in a really bad movie reading really bad lines.
Mm.
You can
Mhm.
tell that they're trying, but it's not going to sell it because what they're doing is nonsense.
Mhm.
Yeah,
My
like Shaggy
favorite-
in the Name of the King.
Yeah.
My favorite moment, animation wise, one of my favorites, of course, is when Silco dies in season 1, and Jinx's facial expressions completely, like, you can see her. This is an animated character we're talking about, and her eyes go completely numb, and you can see it. So if she unfocuses, and it's so obvious, she's completely dissociated as a person. And that's just by her facial expressions, just seeing her face. That's crazy.
I mean,
Amount of, like-
my favorite one is Powder in her confrontation with Vi in episode 3, like when she comes out to see Vi after Vander has just died, because you can see
Mhm.
like her processing everything, like as she's speaking, even like
Yeah.
all
It's amazing.
exuberant and upbeat and whatnot, and then the
Ooh.
immediate registering of why aren't you
Mhm.
happy, followed by glancing behind Vi to Vander, and her eyes widen at the sight of him. Like, there's
Yes.
so much attention to detail in that shit. It's absolutely
Mhm.
incredible.
One that we got to
Yes,
mention is when Donga gets voted out of the council and he
Oh,
slowly
it's so
realizes
sad.
what's actually
Mhm.
happening. I
Mhm.
never would have fucking guessed that Arcane was going to turn the fucking Donga from League of Legends into like a character that I could get emotionally invested in, but they did it.
Fucking Heimerdinger. Like,
Yeah, he's such
He's
a
such a
goofy
goofy.
idiot. And
Yeah.
Yeah, and without like good writing, those animation decisions wouldn't be made in season 1, and it's so obvious that the great writing inspired these great animators to do all kinds of stuff that they did in season 1, and you don't get that here. You don't get those moments, unfortunately. there's nothing to inspire them.
Not from our POV, anyway. So, we get the idea, right, is Savika and Jinx gonna have to team up to
not
go
this
and
scene.
I know they're gonna have to go fetch
Oh.
Grogu, etc. And the thing is, this
Comedy.
was the first moment where I was like, wow, we're just doing all the major tropes of how bad modern writing is, huh?
Mhm.
So they see how far they're gonna have to go, and it's like, well, they don't want to go on the trams because that would cross them up with enforcers. So can they swim? And Jinx says, "Don't suppose you can swim, huh, Lefty? Well, I guess that leaves the fun option." And then Savika says, "I'm gonna hate this, aren't I?" Like,
Why are
that-
you signing
that's-
off on it then?
That's
That's
a
Marvel
Marvel
humor.
line. Why you?
That's a Marvel humor
Yeah.
line. Like,
Yeah,
Jesus
100%.
Christ, how did we get here?
What
Oh,
did
that
you do with
just happened.
Savika?
Yeah, because first and foremost, Savika would never say that, and secondly,
She would
no
say-
character in this fucking show should be saying lines like that.
Yeah, she would say Dank
Mm.
Ferrick.
Mhm.
Exactly.
Dang, Farring.
So sad to watch just such a shit bit of comedy that obviously someone came up with while drinking a coffee and just being like, yeah, that's funny. People find that funny. There we go. Fuck it. Sad. And then we get more. So the plan is to trick an enforcer with one of them while the other knocks them out so they can get the outfit to use, right? And Jinx's plan is to just walk up to one and say, "Hey, it's me." And the enforcer turns around, and it's such a moment of like, he could just shoot you and that would be it. Or she, in this case, would just shoot you and that would be it. There's no reason why that couldn't have happened. But we just all assume, like, nah, it's not going to happen. And she's like, "I'm your vile villainess, the author of your nightmares, the dread of your..." And then the enforcer goes, "Who are you?" And she says, "Oh, like, you don't know me? I'm Jinx." And she says, "Yeah, never heard that before." And she's like, "You're not gonna haul me in and claim the prize and be the big hero?" I was just like, what the fuck are we doing?
What do you mean? What do you mean she's heard that before? So a lot of people pretend to be Jinx. to her?
Apparently,
I
and
can
then
imagine there's
How
a
many
lot of
times
Jinx
does that
copycats.
happen?
it wouldn't matter.
Sure.
You'd capture her anyway. This is
Yes.
fucking
To the point
off.
where they
This is a
say,
restricted
"I am
area.
Jinx."
Exactly.
This fucking
This
Did
is
we
a
miss
prison.
an "I'm Spartacus" scene in between? Like, what's happening?
Even if you are used to the idea of Jinx copycats, this shit is never going to be not taken seriously.
And this isn't
You know what
normal
Jinx
either.
did?
You know all the
How
more
often
who
do you
they're
come across
copycatting.
fucking
Like-
Jinx
like-
copycats in the middle of Stillwater, just walking around?
This is the human equivalent of like a bomb threat.
It's insane.
Right.
Well, it's like Hitler showing up, like, it's okay, I was only disguised as Hitler. Well, that makes it all okay then, doesn't it?
It doesn't.
It's like,
Yeah,
well,
the
you
enforcer
look like
treats
Hit-
it.
You could still be Hitler, you know.
The enforcer treats it as though, because I don't believe you're Jinx, I'm not interested in arresting you, which makes no sense.
Nope.
Also, the idea that this enforcer doesn't think that this is Jinx is ridiculous because her face is on posters
Yep.
everywhere.
Yep.
Mm.
She's the most Jinx-looking Jinx you'll ever see, so I don't know what is going
many-
on here, but it's supposed to be funny.
How many pink-eyed people does he know? That should be a dead giveaway.
Depends on how much they wash their
Uh,
hands.
Ew.
And
God, is
Yeah,
that what
it's,
Singe did off screen?
and it pisses me off, this scene, and
So funny.
I keep thinking back to Jinx should be a completely, if we're not even talking like therapy and getting like healthy, she is beyond health. Like her moral compass should be non-existent. She shouldn't be looking to her. Humans should be like bugs. She does not understand.
Also, we should be seeing
humans.
shit like the enforcer standing guard, and she just slowly walks up behind them and slits their throat, and then they drop to the ground, and she's just picking up their armor pieces, like that despondent about the situation. Nothing to really think
Yeah.
about. But we're not they like completely cowed it out of the dark arc for her. They were like, no, she's gonna be
Yep.
fun. Especially because the fucking next
Like-
line is, "You expect me to believe Jinx, the master criminal, wears pants like that?" And Jinx
Mhm.
is like, "What's wrong with my pants?"
Harley Quinn line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like the
Thanks,
only
I hate it.
reason the only reason why she doesn't, because usually when Jinx kills people, enforcers, she uses explosives or guns, and she
Yes.
can't do that here
Yes.
because it would be too loud. So, like you say, you need to find, sneak up behind her and like choke her out. Like there's any number of things you can do that aren't this.
I feel like this scene should have been Savika and Jinx like thinking about what they should do, and Savika going, "Okay, we should sneak in quietly," and Jinx going, "No, I'll just bomb the place." and Savika being like, no, you shouldn't do that, and Jinx would be like, why? Why not? What's wrong with that? Savika would never be able to, you know, make her do this, really. Jinx would not understand why this would be good.
Well, there's about a million ways to
Or-
write this sequence that doesn't involve a Jinx fucking stand-up act. Like, I don't know what the hell we're
Mhm.
doing.
I mean, the enforcer was turned their back to them, so Severe have just done the knocking
Yeah.
out immediately without
Yeah.
the scene happening at all.
None of it works.
Which is
This-
what
this
ends up
why
happening
this-
anyway, because Savika does it for her. Savika knocks the enforcer
Yeah,
out.
she goes around.
So that's
Yeah.
what,
It's
yeah.
the whole thing doesn't work. That's why I called it a stand-up act. Jinx practically calls attention to herself and then starts fucking rambling and making jokes.
Yeah.
When it's just like, no, that's not at all how this would have gone.
I mean, the only thing that they can be leaning on here is that in the last 6 months or however long it's been, the indeterminate number of months that she's had her new the kid in her home, that has just downloaded a new set of character traits into her head, and it has
Yeah.
meant that not yeah,
That's what they
Yep,
want us
pretty
to
much.
buy, but nobody's buying it. Fuck that.
she's no longer all murdery because she's clearly going on a sympathy arc where they're going to redeem her, I guess.
Remember that scene in season 1 of Vi and Jinx reuniting, and them just hugging it out, and then fireflies show up, and Jinx and Vi is like watching Jinx just
Try to murder them all.
And she's having fun with
just
it.
firing
Yeah.
away like
Mm.
fireworks, just not caring, not understanding, completely just dead to the world. It's from that we go to this.
But then
This is-
afterwards, she found a Grogu, and then she learned that killing things is bad, I think.
I don't think she even learned that.
Well, I think
No.
we're expected to believe that she learned that.
Killing things is bad. She's just a normal person. Is kind of the way you'd put it. But she's also probably fine with killing people still.
Yeah, I think so.
To me, it
I'm
was
trying
always
to
just a reset of getting her back to what the fans want. Nobody wants her to be miserable, depressed, and apathetic, and not like.
I
movie.
wanted that.
Everyone, no,
I wanted it too.
none of you do. None of us do. All everyone
Well, that's
wants
a
is the
fucking thing.
bouncy, fun Jinx who's making jokes and making light of a situation that's kind of terrible and making it through life. But something tragic will happen to her. Will she make it? Will she be the hero she needs to be? Well, by gum, I hope so.
Shut
So
up.
they think we
Please.
want Harley Quinn.
Oh,
This
they cut
is what we get.
to Jinx has got the enforcer armor on now, and she's transporting Savika in a
Which
tram.
obviously fits her,
Um,
obviously.
So, how did she manage to process Savika and get onto the tram without giving herself away? She's a hyper retard. There's no way she's passing any conversation.
Oh.
The uniform isn't even on properly.
Nope. Then there's
this
the
little
whole.
stunt.
This is Savika, one of the most high-profile undercity leaders ever. So everyone will be
This is
asking
like-
you how you did it, when did this happen, and you wouldn't be able to answer those questions.
This is like the uniform thing, and the fact that she's got Savika, who's like you say, like the most infamous criminal apart from Jinx, I guess, that you could possibly capture. It's
Yep.
like some like Bugs Bunny, Looney Tunes level shit that we're just
Mhm.
expected to believe has happened.
Savika is the biggest name out there that you can still catch, other than Jinx.
That we know is still out there because Jinx disappeared.
Yeah.
So yeah, she's
Yeah.
number one. It's
Mhm.
impressive to have her.
Good thing enforcers are less incompetent or more incompetent than stormtroopers.
Well, yeah, is it 6 of them are in this tram, and none of them are interested in the fact that there's a part where
Is this the only prisoner on this tram?
which is another weird thing. Is this how it works? Do people just randomly bring them in, or is there not a prisoner portion that she should have
Almost
been
looks like it.
put into?
To just
But,
go on the train. Yeah.
yeah, there's like
I don't know. Unless
These are
they're changing the
idiots.
guards, like the enforcers have to go there at every 8 o'clock to change shifts or something. That's all I can think of, because Stillwater would have prison guards. Whether they are the same entity as the enforcers is not something we know. But that could be a maybe, I guess. I don't know.
you remember the bit as well. They sit down and Savika says, "Can we focus?" in a room where everyone can hear you say that.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then
Yeah.
all of the enforcers look over like, why did you say that?
Why'd you
It's a
Why
weird
did
thing to
you
say,
do
yeah.
that?
Why isn't your helmet
Also,
on?
who are you? Who are you?
Yeah.
Take off the mask.
Well, the fact that
Why
they
do you
say,
have a robotic middle finger with a Jinx-looking scribble on it? Like, surely that would raise some alarm bells.
Why are you wearing the mask? That's really uncomfortable. You don't need to be wearing that.
Her hands are pale and fingernails are painted, unlike every
And the
other enforcer
prosthetic
ever.
finger.
Also, where
prosthetic
is she
finger, yeah.
hiding her hair? Is she got like? How is that even
All
possible?
tucked in, except for the
Yeah.
part that's
Ah,
not that
She's
okay,
everyone
there
can
fine.
see.
pencil.
Yeah.
Worse than.
Okay. All right.
Such a convincing
Obviously
disguise.
ill-fitting armor.
Also, her paleness. Oh my god, she should like be a color of a dead person. She's very pale
Color of a dead person.
because
Well,
of
and when
shimmer.
The processing guy says, "How did you get her?" And she's like, "I gave her a choice between this and a swim in the harbor." It's like, oh, that's not an answer, actually.
Answer my question.
Yeah.
Okay.
How did you get her?
And then let me stamp this piece of paper. I don't know exactly what it is, but yeah, we're good
stamped.
now.
Done.
I stamped the piece of paper.
Just get
And her
her
voice
over
is
there
incredibly
and just-
suspicious, but that's fine too. Moving on. It's okay. Don't worry about it. No one worries about it. It's fine.
Well, you say that they don't recognize her voice because they also don't recognize her when she's not wearing any kind of disguise and is talking at them normally.
Yeah, that's true. So what does it matter?
Yep.
Oh, you know what's funny is like you see all of this bullshit and you're like, good God, how is she getting past all of this? And then the show is like,
Yeah.
but Ambessa is here, and you're like, oh, thank goodness.
Tension.
Ambessa's too competent. Like this you can't get past her. It will be fine.
Well,
And then she gets past her. So
it's
It's
such
a
a
small
nothing
world.
scene.
She has her fucking Jinx pistol strapped to the outside of her thigh, and no one notices.
I can't
And we
help
get-
but notice that we've configured the scene or the plot such that Ambessa is spending a lot of time at Stillwater, and then the plot has taken our characters to Stillwater.
Weird.
Clearly, they're
luckily for
setting
us,
something up.
Ambessa walks by and she's not really looking, so it's totally fine. They don't show a shot where she specifically spots Jinx's blue hair and white skin, like pale white. She doesn't. They don't show Ambessa spotting this very deliberately to the point where we were watching this. I thought, oh, Ambessa recognizes that's Jinx, but she wants to let her do whatever she's going to do here to cause even more trouble, to fester more reason for the Civil War to continue. No, that is not what was happening here. She just didn't think that was suspicious. That's all.
Ambessa's taken another L.
Yep.
Well, in a minute, she, she kind of realizes that something felt off, and then she tries to go back inside.
It's too late.
Yeah,
but
that's my point.
exactly. Then it's too late. So
It's so dumb.
yeah.
Just
That's
don't
what I mean.
have her
There's
look.
a way to recover this if everything had happened. They say like, oh my God, they broke out. There was a huge carnage. A bunch of people died, and you just have a shot where she like maybe smiles. You're like, oh, I see. But no, she just didn't really think much of it. That's what the point of this moment is. She's just like, huh, looks kind of weird. Anyway, moving on.
At which point you question why the moment exists
Yeah,
to
what's the
generate
fucking
false
point?
tension, I guess.
Yeah, false tension. Just what I was thinking. It's like, oh, look how tense this is, but
You'd
actually nothing's
think
happening.
Ambessa might just be interested enough to speak to her to be like, you caught Savika. She's
Yeah,
known
exactly.
as the leader of
I've
the
heard-
fucking Undercity. Wow, nice.
Who are you, trooper? I'm gonna give you a raise. What's your name?
Yeah, here over in Noxus, we believe in rewarding people who like, do a big good all the time, and so yeah. Who
Also,
are you?
I hate how this scene sort of plays it up. The suspense of like Jinx and Ambassa in the same room. Oh my god, they're looking at each other. But like they have no personal like like they don't care. Of course they're enemies. But personally they don't have a personal vendetta against each other, really.
It's true. I mean, but
Well-
at least they would fight if they recognize each other.
If it was
but, oh well.
Caitlyn, that's a different story. They that would be cool. That would be more
Caitlyn-
effective than Ambassa, who's like a completely just a terrible person.
Yeah, but
Yeah, Jinx doesn't know who Ambessa is. Ambessa is
true,
obviously
actually.
looking for
Yeah.
Ambessa is looking for Jinx, but it might be a stupid question, but why is Ambessa so invested in stabilizing Zorn if her objective is to get Hextech? Is it because she promised that she would, or is it because she believes that it will, once that problem is sorted, Piltover can then put their minds back to what they're good at, which is making hex tech.
So what's funny about that is I always thought that she was trying to foster the war so that it would prompt the need for weaponizing Hextech further and thus give her more access to it.
Mhm.
But that kind of backfired because there's no people to make Hextech anymore. They all got disappeared.
They all got written out of the
Moved out of the
story.
Plot, yeah, the
So
plot
now-
ate them all.
Yeah, it's like at best, it's like I've got this war that I can't do anything with. So it's like cool, I guess.
Guess I'll
Whatever.
throw some
Version
goat
of
people in the
Persuade.
tube.
Can you imagine a version
That
of
always
this where
makes
she's
me feel better
approaching
when I throw the goat
Jinx
people.
Yeah.
because
You
hey,
know,
you
just,
built
yeah.
that fucking rocket launcher thing that destroyed the whole council. Can I get a piece of that?
Wow.
Wait, that could be what it is. Ambessa is actually behind the Black Rose. She's behind Zorn. She's behind Savika. She's behind everything because all she wants to do is vaporize as many goat people as she can.
What's
That's
the
it.
backstory
got it.
there? We'll never know.
It's all about the
sad.
goat people.
Well, when you said when Ambessa should have been curious about this mysterious trooper bringing in Savika, because the whole hey, you captured her here in Noxus, that's a big deal, meritocracy and stuff. He would say, Richt is here, my right hand man. He's my right hand man because he captured Saddam Hussein. So we gave him a big promotion. Be like, yeah, it's true. I did. He was in a hole. I beat up one of his friends and they told me the location. It was actually really easy.
Well, yeah, but that's what people have already said in chat. If Rick just were here, this wouldn't have happened. He would have spotted Jinx, fucked her up.
You would have asked a simple
Actually
question.
competent.
Well, yeah, I mean, he noticed the blue hair when it was under a hat. Of course, he's going to notice it when it's spilling out of a hat.
Yep.
It's there for us to notice. So obviously she would have noticed it.
So anyway, they get into an elevator, go down, they beat 2 guards just to knock them out, and then they just pull levers and release everyone.
Why didn't Vi try this?
Well,
I'm just amazed that no one has done this before because
It's
Jinx doesn't use
crazy.
any like Jinxisms to do this. Anyone could have done this.
The
Yeah, it's a
system
cabin in
is
the
so
woods moment.
broken. There's as they walk prisoners in. So when they pull these levers and the doors open, all the prisoners come out without restraints. The implication being, of course, we do see it, is they get put in without restraints. They are walked to their cells without restraints past the levers. Meaning, any fucking prisoner at any point could be like, make a run for it and pull as many levers as possible, releasing, let's say, 5 or 6 people. The enforcers are struggling to figure out what's going on. Then one of those 6 pulls more levers, and you could just, it would be that simple.
It's out of
Maximum
control.
security.
Maximum
At
lever
At this
action.
point, I don't understand how Zahn hasn't taken over Piltover. They
Pathetic.
are a mess.
Because they're just as incompetent
Everybody
as
is
they are.
retarded.
Everyone's
Why-
retarded.
Why are the levers even downstairs by the
Right
cells?
next to
They
all
would be
the cells?
they would be
Yeah.
upstairs. The whole
the
point of
control
having
room or
a
something?
super secret high security prison where all of the cells are underground is so that it's like more secure, it's higher security. But if you've got the let everyone out button right next to all the fucking cells, Jesus Christ.
The everyone out button is shockingly accurate.
Yeah.
The only thing they need to do is like get into the city. Remember when Vi like actually ran into the palace thing and knocked over
The
a
keys
key
man?
person and got like one of the most powerful tools in the
Listen,
whole
he was
like
on his
city.
way to the lever room. All right, so he was very
Any Zahn,
distracted.
so any Zahn person could like get into the city and just get to whatever they want. They can pull levers. They can sneak into the prison. They can sneak into the palace. Do whatever. Get hex tech weapons. Easy.
I'm
Well,
also a big fan that she immediately takes off all the enforcer armor outfit as soon as they're in the elevator.
Just
though,
like that.
Like they just don't pretend like they know they don't need this anymore.
the pretense is over. They've done that. Fuck that shit. You know,
Yeah.
they can't
Oh, we
put
did
up with
this here.
anymore.
We're done. We don't need
Um,
to get out of this place or anything. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
And then all the Jinxes have been released, and they see Jinx, and she's like, "Oh my god, what?" And then they're like, "Here I am, you big fat
Our god.
hero,
Oh,
hero." And
Gross.
then the lady walks up to her and slowly begins to put a hand on his shoulder, and Jinx is realizing, "Oh my god, it feels so good to be a hero. I'm a hero."
Damn, it feels
Shoot
good to be
her.
a gangster.
I need a hero.
What a
Sucks,
weird
man.
gesture.
Yeah.
It's so
Someone
forced. All of
pointed it
this,
out.
no cause and effect for any of this. It's so the writers are like, what if Jinx became a hero? And you're like, how? Well, what if she became a hero? Like, no,
Well,
yeah, how?
No, but
Hold on.
One of these-
The reason why she's here is not because she's a hero. The reason why she's here is because she specifically wants to rescue the kid. She's not here for any of them. They're just lucky that the kid also got captured.
That's what I mean by becoming a
Fucking
hero.
Firelight
Yeah.
She's
second in
feeling
command.
good about this. She's like, you know what? Wow, there's something to this. Being a nice person.
dude, the fucking
Mhm.
Firelight second in command giving Savika a nod, like, yeah, you're all right after this. Like,
It's
No.
insane, insane, insane.
How many of your
How many of
friends
your
is
friends-
she personally responsible for the death of? Like,
Mhm.
personally responsible for the death of?
Mm, dozens.
Also,
Um,
I believe it's during that shot there when all of the blue-haired people are walking past the blue-haired goddess. The soundtrack repeats the theme from the bridge in season
Yeah.
1, or is that
They
later?
do that a
Holy
lot.
Which is gross.
There's a lot of
Stay
Dear
away.
Friend
Ugh.
across the river in this. There is so
Yeah,
much
I
of it.
don't.
Yeah,
It-
they're gonna
it's
play
there
it
to
again
remind
before this
you-
episode ends as well.
Yeah, like it's there not because it is thematically relevant. It's there because it was sad before, and people will have felt sad when they watched it before, so now they're using the sad again. Or-
What
well,
does
not-
it mean in this context, right?
It means that you're supposed to feel emotionally invested and be like, oh, this is really like I'm really emotional now, but I don't know why. They're trying to hack your
Mhm.
brain with music.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they're
It's so-
definitely using music as a shortcut for actual like narrative.
Speaking of
Wait,
hacking your
Colin.
brain with music, I have things to say about the music that's about to come up.
Oh, we're almost there.
It's so
I think
tragic.
there's
to
a
me.
few logistics I would like to discuss before then, you know?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah. It's very sad to me that this season does not have any new memorable, not that I've noticed, sort of compositions or score pieces, because the work on season 1 was so like masterful score wise. Here we don't have any new ones, I don't think so. If we do, they're not that memorable or notable.
Yeah.
Everything
the
is
only-
recycled.
The only parts of the score I remember from this season are when they're repeating tracks or motifs from the first season.
It's
Yes.
Mhm.
we're gonna
There's a
get
couple
to
of
the main
particular
one for me,
instances.
but there is an instance where they play that song, and I was like, ew. Like, what is,
Mhm.
get out of my head. You don't belong there. And it's just like, no, we do. We're here. Hello.
We're Arcane.
We're sitting down.
Mhm.
in
You're
the
it's your
little-
good buddy Arcane.
No.
Remember me?
And yeah, it's
Also-
become
Remember me,
so
your good
blatant
friend Arcane.
what they're up to, right, with the whole the arc for Jinx here, that it's like to try and explain it, because a lot of people would have taken this to be very well executed, the turning her from X to Y, and I'd be like, it's so, it would be like if you know, like Lord of the Rings, if you have the when Gimli's first introduced and he's like, I'll be dead before, what does he say, I see the ring in the hands of
To
an elf.
see the ring in the
Right,
hands of an
yeah.
elf.
If in the next scene
Never trust an elf.
in Rivendell, he's just walking around and a really short but sexy elf girl like fell on him because she slipped on the stairs.
Wait. What do you mean short but sexy?
I don't know what I mean.
Well, she'd
by
have to
that.
be like Gimli's type, I guess, is what we mean.
I should have said and. You're right, Rags. Thank you for correcting me.
Anytime, man. Anytime.
From-
Just trying to keep it real.
Yeah, she like slips on a staircase, falls on him, and he's like, "Wow, you're cute." And then she asks him to the Rivendell prom, and they kiss while dancing there. And then the next scene is leaving.
You want to
with-
forge swords together?
leaving with Legolas, and he's like, you know, elves are all right, actually. I've really come around on elves.
We did it.
I'd be
Arc
like, yeah, that's a
achieved.
really awesome arc, actually, because he met the girl, and then the girl was nice to him, and yeah, you know, it's great. It's
The
all
girl
there,
was nice to him.
and so
Make me
yeah,
feel things no elf has ever made me.
obviously I'm not referencing anything in particular in terms of a girl falling out of the sky, but I just mean that it's the kind of annoying sort of, I see exactly what you're doing. It's not based on much of anything substantive. In fact, it's surrounded, riddled, if you will, by nonsense. But we're pretty much there now. It's too late, you know.
Mhm.
Like,
It's kind of
sorry.
like-
I went
The puzzle pieces exist, but they're not actually connected to each other.
So doesn't that kind of happen in The Hobbit? Like, yeah.
That's true, actually.
I could have anything
And,
down my trousers, and so the greatest story ever told began.
kind of off topic, but before we skip to the next scene, there's a person here. One of the girls is wearing the OG Jinx outfit from the game, which is so tacky, so funny to me.
Oh, really? I didn't notice that.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Cool.
somewhere
References.
there.
References.
Very good.
Wouldn't even mind it if the show would be better.
Anyway, Ambessa's thinking back and being like, you know what? That absurdly short, ill-fitted, blue-haired, pale enforcer was kind of suspicious. Turns around, begins to walk back. I was so fucking disappointed when I saw that, because I was like, no, she was retarded. Damn it. But she can't go back, because she hears something crazy. Warwick's on the way, arriving on a trab. Fucking wheeze.
So what's he?
Public transportation's really useful.
I can't stop imagining it. Like, you know the way they present him like running after them, and then he gets in the tram, and we just cut to a wide shot of him just in there, and it's all calm.
It
He's
is-
got the elevator
I've-
music
the
and
elevator
everything.
music.
I've said this so
Elevator
many
music
I've-
playing.
I've said this so many
They
times
burst
recently.
out
It's
the
the
other end
smiling
into the
friends
elevator.
joke. It's a enormous beast going blah, blah, blah. Then it's like to get to the next place you have to go to travel. He looks awkwardly at it, slowly walks on, looks at the panel of buttons, and is like, presses
He
one
doesn't
and it's not the
pick, so
right
he's
one, and
just
he's like,
squared.
oh, I gotta press
And
it.
then he
yeah.
bursts out the other end of the tram
Yeah.
into an elevator, and the same thing
Yeah.
happens.
Absolutely
He's just
fucking hilarious.
squeezed
The
in.
idea that he got onto a tram. I just
The
Yeah.
uncaged wrath of Zorn travels by tram.
This is
Um,
probably nitpick territory, but like, is there one entrance to the? I thought you guys are calling it a tram. I thought it was like a cable car kind of.
oh,
Setup.
same whatever.
Yeah,
Call it
basically,
whatever.
Yeah,
same
sure.
thing.
Yeah, cable car.
Okay. So like if it's because the door that has been seemingly torn into is the door that is facing Ambessa, it's the door at the front.
Well, just assume that he
it opens
pushed
on
someone.
both ends.
Yeah, and it's probably damaged because he was fucking around with everybody in the implication they would want for, and I'm not even kidding. I guarantee you the writers would say, well, if we portrayed the scene, it would be some enforcers screaming while he's killing them, and they run into the tram, activate it, and then he bursts into it to kill them, and it's already moving now, so now he's gonna have to stay on it. That's what they would say would happen. Obviously, they didn't want you to think that he actually like stood onto it, pressed the buttons, and then was waiting. But it's just it's too funny not to think of that, and it's just such a lame way to show him arriving.
The other thing a friend of mine suggested, which somehow the mental image is even funnier, is him swimming his way there.
Yeah.
He's
gonna
doggy
get ya.
paddling the whole way with his little head sticking up doing the doggy paddle.
I just imagine incredibly aggressive front crawl. He's gunning it.
He's a
Backstroke,
doggy,
baby.
He can swim.
But
Oh,
hey, at
do
least we get an
doggy
epic fight
paddle.
between.
Yeah.
True.
At least we get an epic fight between Ambessa and Warwick now, right? That's
Well, yeah.
probably
So
gonna
the
be
tram
real epic and
arrives.
cool.
She
So Ambessa's dead.
draws her weapon, and it's very like, holy shit, Ambessa versus Warwick. Well, she's dead. It's like, no offense, she's cool and
Sorry.
everything, but it's over. And then they cut away, and I mean, I don't mind saying now that we see her later, and she's got scratch marks on her mask, and that's that.
Yeah.
They're
I don't
cowards.
understand.
Absolute
She
cowards.
I have no
What
idea what
the
happened there.
fuck
He should be
happened?
dead.
You should be
Slice
dead.
and diced everything, but Ambessa, you just left Ambessa
Ambessa's the main
alone.
character. You can't hurt her.
Yeah, it's-
There
Right.
is so much in like this 5-minute stretch of this episode where things happen off screen that can't have happened, but we're expected to accept that they did because they didn't show us.
Oh, it's so fucking annoying. Because the second they showed this, I was like, they're fucked up. I don't even need to see it because they're not going to kill Ambessa, and she can't survive this, so we're fucked. That's it. She's going to survive for no reason at all.
Also, it's worth raising. I hate to bring this up, but is this really like the only currently going drop of blood? Has no blood been spilled in the entire rest of Zorn tonight?
So the only
Maybe
So I'm-
answer-
his blood.
Go ahead.
Right?
yeah, I was going
Uh,
to say the only thing to work
hmm.
with there is that we know that Singed put some of his blood in Warwick, so there might be some kind of magical bullshit going
I'm-
on there.
That
I'm trying to be like, yeah, it's coded to work off of his, but
That doesn't.
why?
Well, that doesn't line up.
I
with
don't.
next
I don't know
episode.
why he would do that. Well, exactly.
The
They-
next
so
Yeah.
episode, yeah.
later on, Warwick reacts to non-singed blood, which means that
Yes.
it isn't just singed blood. But also, even if he did like code it to him so that he could find him like a homing missile,
Why
why?
the fuck would you do that?
There is no reason why you would do that.
Well, so yeah,
I'm going
on that.
to imprint this cruise missile with targeting coordinates that lead
Yeah.
back to me.
On that topic, there are two people who very notably did not appear when passing Jinx. It's like, wait, where's Singed and where's Grogu?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Grogu's
Hmm.
fucking cell was the only one that is broken and doesn't unlock properly for some reason.
Lucky.
Wow.
That's what happened. I thought they were just in a different place entirely.
Yeah, I thought she was on like a different wing of the prison. I mean, maybe I'm filling in the blanks because
Yeah, that's what I
yeah.
that's what I thought at least.
So
I mean, it's
from
stupid
what I got,
either
they're
way.
going down the full hallway of. I don't know why. Are you suggesting that they could have unlocked it, but they just didn't?
Well, when she goes to, just remind me like exactly what happened. She goes to Grogu's cell and it's still locked.
That's what. Yeah. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, I just thought they were like in a different wing, and now
'Cause
we
if that-
can have the encounter.
Yeah.
I
As far
guess.
as I'm aware, they're going down the same corridor, and it's just Grogu's like, "Wham, mine's not opening," and then they
Yeah,
find it.
I mean it's
Yeah.
stupid and inconvenient for the plot either way. So
and Jinx has to
but-
pull it open instead of it being a mechanical thing.
that's a good point actually. So yeah, that's probably the same hallway then.
So this is if I wanted to be charitable, then I could do this. But the problem is this doesn't work because it makes another logistical problem. It could be that the guards realized that a whole load of people had escaped because we just cut away to see the Ambessa stuff. So meanwhile, all of the blue-haired people have gone up in the elevator and immediately been apprehended because obviously that would happen. So then upstairs, they've shut down all of the electricity to the cells, which means that the doors are now like fucked. But the problem with that is that it means that what has happened to these prisoners? They're all there. I mean, this is a problem regardless because
I was gonna say
the
that
released prisoners
You're
are
doing a
all
lot
there.
of work, but it's not going to save it at all. It's just going to create.
No,
Yeah.
it doesn't. It doesn't work because the prisoners they encounter Ambessa and Warwick, who then just ignore them, let them leave. It doesn't work. The prisoners disappear.
Also,
They don't actually. We see them later a little bit, so it's
yeah,
actually kind of funny.
we'll hit all
Oh,
this one by one.
we'll get there.
There's so much to talk
Yeah.
about. So, Jinx pulls that one open. The implication to me, at least, was that it was jammed somewhat and it needed a physical push, which is so convenient because, of course, if she had come out straight away, then Jinx, Savika, and fucking Grogu would have been on an elevator by now. But they can't
Yeah.
because of the way that we're going to organize this cinematically. But Singed is watching all of this happen, and he opts to like keep himself in his cell. He ends up closing the door after it's been released. I don't know what
Mhm.
his plan is.
What does he expect is going to happen?
Yeah,
Well,
I'm not sure
he
anymore.
he knows that Warwick is on his way,
Yeah,
but he also knows that Warwick is on his way to him.
yeah.
Yes. Does
Which
he
is-
have?
He's gonna come along and he's like, here, I brought a little wheelchair. You can sit in this, and I'm gonna wheel you out of here. All right, just relax.
I
You'll be fine. I got you, bro.
He's
unless
aware
this
of the plot, and he knows he will be protected, whatever happens.
Or does he do the thing that Black Widow did with Hulk? Like, hey, big guy, sun's getting real low. It's coming down.
Between us, you'd think we'd be able to speculate something, but I feel like we've got nothing.
No.
Well, the only thing
Yeah.
I've got, I don't think really makes any sense, but it might be the only thing that we can work with was his plan to show off Warwick in order to get hired by Ambessa, because that would
That's
then
like
grant
such
him.
a-
I know
that's
it's
a crazy
insane.
plan.
It's insane, but
Yeah.
like if he were to, because it would mean that he gets additional resources
But
that he can then use for his ultimate goal that hasn't yet been revealed.
the funny
Because
thing here,
his ultimate goal has nothing to do with getting a giant robot wolf to kill loads of people. That doesn't help him.
it would also backfire significantly if it killed Ambessa, which it should have.
Which
It
Yeah,
absolutely
yeah.
should have.
Yeah.
Yes.
And there's just way too many variables to account for. I think the reality is he was just there and got caught.
Yeah.
And so
Yeah.
this just created a problem for him that he needed to solve with Warwick.
Yeah,
I
but
think,
then-
I think it is that simple.
Yeah, but if you
I
take
mean,
it even
yeah.
further after this, like, okay, so now Warwick is on his way. I'm gonna put myself in this cell, wait for Warwick to fuck everybody up here, and then I'll leave at some point. And then how you get Warwick back? What then?
He'll
He's
come
still a-
with you. He's got a leash. He's got it in his pocket, and he'll just be like, "Hey, buddy, here you go."
Well, someone said
I'll
he's
put it on
gonna
and then take it
soothe
out.
Warwick with songs by Imagine Dragons.
That's right. Yeah.
Instead, it
He's
makes
got-
him fly
and
into a rage.
He's got treats. He has treats. He's got little dog treats. as
Scooby
well.
snacks.
Okay.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Scooby.
I just want to hear Singed go do 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 do. Wake up in the
I
bed.
think-
Everyone's like, what the fuck are you doing? He's like, trust me, trust me.
No, he would say, "Oh, look at you! You're drilling for a squeaky."
No,
Oh,
not
the
drooling for a
misery.
squeaky.
Oh no! Oh no!
Oh, the misery.
Oh, everybody wants to be my enemy.
Everybody's drooling for a squeaky.
Everybody wants to be my enemy. Way away. I swear, I'll never be a saint. No way.
Savika, Jake's just looking at him like, what the fuck?
As he's dancing as well.
Yeah,
not
he's dancing.
very well.
We're
he's
gonna
not very
hire
good at
this
dancing,
guy.
but he's hard into it. He goes all in.
Okay. I think what logistically to like understand the writers, the way it went, Singe wants to escape. So he calls in Warwick, but then realizes if I'm in the hallway, I will get killed. Or the writers are thinking there's no way he can escape this, so he will lock himself in the cell so he doesn't get, harmed. And he sort of assigns his cell with his blood, so Warwick's instinct will be activated by the blood and he will like scratch the cell so he can escape. But I guess that backfired and didn't work out for him because I guess Warwick didn't help him enough.
Distracted by something
Maybe?
else, shall we say?
That could be it,
Well-
but like it's so weak and thin and confusing and high variable to
I'm-
the point of being like singed. What the fuck?
There's such
I'm
an easy
thinking
way
that's
that
the
they could have solved.
logistics here with the
That-
writers.
If that's his objective, there's such an easy way that they could have had him accomplish that without having him bleed. Because from what we see, what should have happened here is that Warwick should have arrived and killed Singed. What he should have done is had like a little like metal robot goo contraption thing, and then when he gets captured, when he's in the cable car thing on his way to the prison, he just finds another prisoner and then just like achoo, just kind of like stabs him with it, and then that the blood from that goes into the machine, and that is what summons Warwick, because then
Mhm.
he isn't the target of his own
Mhm.
robot zombie wolf monster.
I know, this is so stupid.
It
This
could then
is
show up and bust him
stupid.
out of prison without killing him. But even that I would is dumb. So
None of this makes sense.
yeah,
Well, Warwick arrives and begins
Yeah,
to
and
tear
they
the
play-
shit out of all the enforcers and Jinx and
While the soundtrack
Savika.
sounds like
Hang on, Jinx and Savika, and
Okay.
we got Grogu there looking terrified,
God.
realizing that they're probably gonna die. Singed, obviously. I would argue, in and among his facial expressions, could be said to be feeling a bit of guilt that this little girl is going to get torn to shreds by his creation. I would imagine, because that's obviously what's going to happen. And they're in a hallway. It's a dead end. So this is what we call a horrifying scene for everyone involved. Even Warwick, if you know the context, this is particularly sad for him. Tragic, even. Now, Free,
He
go
has
ahead.
become
What
the
music do they
monster-
play?
they play like discount like Doom music.
See, now that you put it that way, I hate it now.
Wait, did you like
Like,
it? I
it-
fucking
it-
hated it.
I was just excited
Yeah,
there
this-
wasn't any cringe French music again.
No, I really didn't like it when it was happening. It's just like absolutely not the tone you go. Why is it like down, down, as he's like ripping into all of these guys and tearing them to shreds?
This
Who have no
wasn't
fucking
even-
idea what's happening other than doing their job.
This wasn't
Yeah.
even Warwick's usual soundscape. He has his own like musical associations in the game and from his login screen. They were nothing like this. They
So
were
the-
exactly the sort of vibe you might expect more.
You know what
the
I would
song-
like? Yeah.
Go for it. Go
Oh.
for it. Go for it.
I know. I just what I would prefer to this. You guys know that Titanic music, like the
My Heart
the
Will Go On.
version where, yeah, the version where it's out of pitch and it's on flute.
Oh yeah. The shit,
That's the
shitty
one
flute,
I-
yeah.
The recorder
prefer
one.
that over this.
It's just like yeah, that's pretty good meme. I don't know. It's just the
Also-
music here is like it's too hype when it's not meant to be hype.
Yeah, it's
This is-
absolutely
and-
hype.
And
This is
and
infected
speaking
by
of-
meta. People know that everyone wanted to see Warwick go nuts. Yeah, we want to
Yeah.
see this. This is so fucking cool. It's like, no, that's not what's happening in this scene. That's not the story.
And the
Yeah, so
music,
the
if you
song
listen, it's doing "Dear Friend Across the River" again.
it does that in the middle, yeah. Yeah, so the song itself I really like because it's exactly the kind of music I listen to. It was written by Misha Mansour from Periphery, if anyone knows the band.
Nope.
Mhm.
The problem is that it doesn't fit at all because, like what Fringy said, like the music and purely the visuals that we're getting are going for like a similar vibe to the Doom games, and the music itself is very reminiscent of like Mick Gordon's compositions
Yes.
for that. And the visuals that we're getting are like super violent, and it involves a giant monster tearing people apart, which is a similar kind of thing that you get in Doom. It's meant to be like an adrenaline pumping, cathartic, fucking hell, it's Warwick, look how strong he is. But the vibe, if you remove all of that and you just go with like the point by point, what actually happens, the storytelling of what's happening in the scene, it should be holy shit, this is terrifying and horrifying, plus tragedy and sadness when because you get a shot in a minute where the kid is like clawing at Savika
Yeah.
while crying because she wants to get back to Jinx.
And it's fucking
And
metal
the music at that point is
Yeah.
still
Yeah.
going. It doesn't calm down when that happens. It's still like
Mhm.
listening to a Periphery song. And like I like the song, but it does not fit at all.
It is worth emphasizing that Warwick is a monster the likes of which none of these people have seen before. Like, nothing even approaching this. Like, Deckard is a playful scamp by comparison.
Yeah.
Hmm. And Ambassador got away with a little scratch on the mask.
Oh,
Scratches,
bullshit. And this is the thing.
See Deckard with his
If
heavy
people
metal,
want, like, what music should we be having? I would have thought like a haunting choir when he arrives would be appropriate, of just everyone realizing this is horrifying. Bloodborne levels of music, where it's
Yeah, play into the horror.
it's
yeah,
so
that would be
over,
nice.
like there's nothing we can do. And then you see that there's nothing they can do instead of having metal music where we're like, yeah.
Are you meant to be going like, yeah, woohoo, as these guys are getting their arms ripped off?
it
and
feels
shit?
like
It's-
we're indulging again because we're getting champion combat.
Well, hey, but these guys don't have faces, so it's chill.
But
Who
that's the thing, though,
cares?
right? You'd be like, I think some people would argue, yeah, who cares about the Enforcers? Like, well, what about the literal feeling
I don't know.
of the characters that we're supposed to be on the side of in this scene? They're horrified. They're scared.
But also, I don't know, just tweak it a little bit. If you could see all of their faces and it was playing this music while one of them was screaming for his mother or something as he was getting torn
Yeah.
to shreds, do you feel like it would be appropriate music? Like,
And
probably
like you
not.
because there are going to be there you can do that kind of scene in a I'm trying to think of an example, like an action scene that is not particularly serious. The one that comes to mind is a film called Boy Kills World that came out fairly recently, and the tone of that film is very exaggerated and over the top and tongue in cheek, and you can do goofy things with the music. Another example would be Shaun of the Dead, the scene in the bar with Bohemian Rhapsody.
Mhm.
That isn't something that would work in a fully dramatic scene like what this is. There is nothing in the form of like levity to this scene. It is entirely dramatic and tragic and sad and horrifying. Yeah.
How much of a conversation do we have to have about tone? Like, and the nature
Oh,
of
we're gonna
tone and
have
how
to.
it's really like it's kind of a difficult thing to pin down because there will always be examples that you can find that like work in ways that will be unexpected or unpredictable, right? Where like music will be used in a way that's really unconventional, like totally defies kind of what you would expect as a music choice, and then it just works. I feel like this one's pretty clear cut. This is meant to be like a horrifying scene, but the music is hype because you're hype because it's Warwick. But like it's clashing
He's unleashed.
scenario
Here he goes.
actually being set up and
It is
presented
worth
to you.
emphasizing that from League of Legends, even, and all of the material around him in that, because he has music in League of Legends, because that's something they started doing with characters for a bit, is like using music to try and accentuate the stuff they do. Warwick, one of his abilities is like his blood sense thing, and while that is going, he has ominous like horror styled music going for him.
Yeah.
He has
Mhm.
always leaned in that direction rather than big epic action heavy metal. That's what his entire soundscape has always been designed to be. So I don't understand this pivot because the Arcane writers were even aware of that. The hunt theme was it was incorporated into a scene in the first season when Vanda's getting dragged away for the first time. The music in episode 3 with after the conversation with Silco, the music in that scene is essentially Warwick's hunt theme, but slightly remixed. They already knew. They knew the character. They understood everything, and it's gone now. I don't get it. I don't
Well,
understand
and
what
I
happened.
mean, you know, all of this is kind of going like there could have just not been music. It could have just all been the diegetic sounds of the fight.
Oh, they
Yeah,
could have
that's
done
Yeah.
terrifying,
that's
yeah.
super
Remember when
effective.
they
with
did
an
that
Did
adequate
with
soundtrack.
Oppenheimer.
Jinx versus Echo?
Yeah,
yeah.
That
It's
wasn't
really
completely
great.
This
silent,
is what I
but
mean.
it was mostly
Everything
silent.
feels like a downgrade. It's in terms of
Mhm.
the storytelling. What's going on, guys?
You know,
They understood so much, and now they don't. It's really
Like,
weird.
yeah.
Part of
You know where
why
this? Yes. Going on.
go okay, yeah, I was going to say like part of why I think it feels so jarring tonally is because the music is totally disconnected from what any character in the scene is feeling or thinking. It's entirely there for the audience.
Yeah.
And what we are supposed to get from the scene isn't, oh no, what is Jinx thinking? It's, wow, it's Warwick.
Mhm.
Like it's there. It's
Mhm.
almost
Like I
like
said, it's meta has
shock
taken over the
value kind of
story.
thing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah.
in terms of the
Mhm.
comparison to the music in Doom, it's like, yeah, but you're the Doom Slayer, and
Yeah, the
you're
context
fighting the
there is that
demons.
you're ripping and
You're
tearing.
you are, you are
Yes.
the cool guy doing the cool things and beating the bad guys.
And you
Oh.
are
No.
ripping and tearing faceless demons, not people.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Where this music could be used in a way that works, and you have Warwick, could be the scene prior to this. They could have used this with a fight if we actually saw a fight with Mbessa. This music could have worked.
I actually think you're
We
right, yeah,
wouldn't
because
be
we
as
don't
invested.
like her as much, and she's not
Emotionally.
terrified. She's gonna go into the fight
would be
thinking like, I'm gonna fuck. Yeah,
badass.
it would work better.
I feel you, but I still just wouldn't.
No,
for
Yeah.
I
music,
don't
for
think
the
you
visuals.
should do it
soundscape.
for all the reasons that you
Yeah.
mentioned about like how Warwick has been built. This is all wrong. Like, but you can see
Vander
exactly how it
himself-
happened.
Yes.
Yeah.
Vander himself is the tragic, and this scene, of course, like Jinx stuff enhances emotional aspect of it, but thinking about his context and that this is Vander, and this is going against everything that he stood for and built for himself for so
Yeah.
many years, just and especially the symbolism of. We started this show with him on the bridge, just dropping the weapons to protect this child. And this is the reverse of that. He's sort of, going back to a war zone and killing the child that he wanted to protect. This is a very, very, very tragic scene.
I
Yeah.
guess we'll
everyone
get there, but
involved.
there
Considering
is
the context.
Vast majority of the
There is
people
a
in this scene
lot.
got murdered. Like there's no, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like this was a
Mhm.
sad scene for
Brutally.
everyone.
Mm.
No, it's hype.
Well, it's super hype because
Well,
Jinx
to be
says,
clear, like if
"Get her out," and then Savika's like, "You really are a big fat hero." It's just like,
cringe. Which is not something that I thought would ever be the case with Arcane.
no.
Yeah.
Don't make Savika say that.
Oh well, to be
More
fair, the big fat
cringe.
hero line is from Jinx.
I know,
finishing it off,
but
yeah.
like,
She sets her up.
like
you know what she was gonna say.
Yeah, you really
I
are a
would prefer
hero.
if the
Fuck
kid-
off.
Do you love
If
Yeah.
the
how
kid talked,
we
because we would get rid of a lot of annoying lines from other
Yeah.
people. It would make sense
You're-
from a kid.
I'd want to say as well, just quickly, like as someone who really does like that kind of music, and if season 2 of Arcane was as good as season 1, I would have exactly the same criticism.
Mhm.
It really is jarring, and it really is a problem. I don't think that this
Mhm.
at all counts as a nitpick. It's tonal inconsistency.
No, yeah, this is one of the worst ones.
and it is a problem.
in season 2,
Yeah.
and that is saying something. And as by the way, there are a few metal enjoyers on this panel, and I don't just mean the man himself. Yeah,
Hello.
I'm an enjoyer of
and I'm
metal.
very
I do
much
mean
want
the man
metal to
himself.
be in more mainstream stuff. I fucking loved it turning up in Stranger Things, but this, not like this.
Dude, imagine
Not
me
like
in
this.
Stranger
Mhm.
Things. That would be awesome.
Dude,
Oh,
absolutely,
this
yeah. Get him in there.
This could totally work in different scenes.
Different context, different everything. Anyway,
do you love the editing on the fight? How we again don't get like a fully fledged fight in one go. It's just cutting away constantly to
Well,
it does feel
Grog.
like
There's-
something they've started to do a lot in their fights. It's like individual small sequences that are very screenshotable is what they like to do.
yeah. I'd like to have
Pasting
another
and editing
fluid
is
fight
all
again
different.
though. That was awesome. It looked really good. I mean, this still looks good, obviously, but it's just intercut with the orphan. It's just
And we just sort of cut between panoramas a lot. If
Yeah.
that makes sense.
I mean, if they had if you change the song and if the tone of the scene and the focus of the scene is on the kid and not on Jinx, then I think it could have been quite effective to have the entire fight take place in the background. Obviously,
Oh,
they're
yeah.
not going to do that, and they tried to kind of have both, which is why it feels strange editing wise. But yeah, like there's two moments that I can think of, probably more, where Jinx just gets like twatted by Warwick, and she's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Like her whole thing is like speeds. Like she should be built on her survival should be tied on her ability to not get hit, not her
Mhm.
ability to survive getting hit.
Well, I'm
mean,
afraid she's
she's-
already lived a punch from a fucking Atlas gauntlet.
I was about to
So-
say
That's
she's
true.
Yeah, they've
she's
been,
got all the
they've
powers
been-
she needs for whatever scene she's in. The fact that she holds her own against Warwick for this long actually annoyed the hell out of me, because if she can do
Yeah.
that, she shouldn't have any trouble with fucking anybody.
She
Yeah,
should
what
be.
could be a threat for her at this point out?
I think I
Now that we've
underestimated
established her
Warwick's power
ability.
level, to be honest.
Well, she does lose here, which is at least
Takes
something.
a
but
fucking
at the same-
while.
It does.
Yeah.
It absolutely takes a while, but at the same time, what are we meant to infer happened upstairs? Did Warwick beat what's her name, Ambessa, with her
Ambessa.
guards? Did Warwick just jump out of the thing and just walk past them?
He scrammed her helmet
Well,
and left.
There's a couple of shots during the fight, I think, where you see people walking away from the elevator, and I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure there's some jinxers and stuff there. So Warwick also sliced up a couple of people she just saved.
So
how could we possibly think
I checked the
Interesting.
shot.
Note, yeah, is the I've seen discussions about this and it only annoys me. So if you look very closely, it looks like he spared all the jinxes.
Wait, really?
Yeah, all of the
Spared?
corpses appear to be enforcers. You've got the guy, the warden from season 1, who was a dick, so he's dead. And all of the corpses appear to be
Yep.
enforcers. You got
Ew.
His
3.
weakness is blue.
So
So
color
the
blue.
it's not
those
even
jinxes
that.
are only like a little hurt.
There are people here who have been spared who aren't like blue haired. So if you're gonna make this just doesn't work at any fucking level. And I was watching people
That's
describe it,
stupid.
and I was so annoyed because I was like, you have fucking swallowed every last piece that the writers want you to. That's just not justified at all. So the pitch was, there's enough of Vander in Warwick that he's killing all the enforcers, all the bad guys, and he's sparing all the good guys. And it's like, okay, so why is he attacking Jinx?
Yeah,
What
that's
the
stupid.
fuck logic is there for
Yeah.
that? But secondly, how would he know? How could he know the difference, like the hearts of all of these people? How are we just on the part like all enforcers are just pure evil and everyone who's a Zornite is pure good? Really? I don't remember that
As he
being a
was
part of
running-
Arcane season 1's point of view.
As he was running out of the prison, he went up to each one of them and he said, "Submit your soul for judgment."
Fucking.
Oh, you shoplifted a candy bar last week. That you must die.
And don't you think it undermines the
Yeah.
whole idea of him being this horrifying beast that's been unleashed, that
Oh,
he's actually
absolutely.
picking and choosing who he thinks is good and evil to kill?
The fucking
that's-
League of Legends lore had a better accounting for that, which I guess I can get to later. But
Well,
That's so stupid. I didn't, because I saw this like, oh, he just definitely killed some of the non
Well, so
enforcer guys, but now that you
you
show
can make
this,
fun of
like,
them for
man,
that if it had
that's
happened,
weird.
because that would be hilarious if they freed all these people and then they all got killed by Warwick. It would just be like, oh fuck.
Yeah, I mean
well,
that's what I
Yeah.
said
Yeah.
when we were talking about
Because
this. But because
the-
I mean, there's so much blood. I don't believe he didn't kill any of them.
I don't
just
believe it
don't buy
either. He would have thrashed
don't buy
through
it
the
at all.
whole place. He would have just tore
Well, yeah.
everyone to pieces.
that's the uncaged wrath of Zorn. Like, I don't know.
Ambessa and her guards, all of the enforcers, and everyone released from the prison should be dead at this point.
Well, let's
Mhm.
actually bring up something else that's very funny. So Savika sees all of this. That's her POV, I guess, for that shot of seeing the Jinxes trying to exit. They're all gonna get fucked. Savika's Ambessa's not dead. She's alive. She is between
Yeah,
the
she's-
tram and the prison. So
They're
these
going
people are
straight
all
back
gonna
to
get either
jail.
captured, killed, or Ambessa's fine the next time we see her. So she's gonna kill all these people. But no, of
I
course
do-
not.
I mean,
No.
yeah.
I
She's
probably
do
mysteriously
find it
gone.
quite funny that like all of the prisoners get released and they go upstairs, somehow avoid Warwick, and Warwick just slams past them and jumps in the elevator and presses the down button. And then they all go over and wait by the cable car, which is now gone back to the other side, and they're just waiting. And Ambessa's just sat there like, just watching them wait for the cable car just lets them go.
It's so
That-
bad.
That's what we are meant to infer is what happened.
Hmm.
Logistics get even funnier when we finish this episode and get to the next one.
Oh yeah, they
Mm.
really do. But yeah,
Ugh,
I
I
call
wish-
absolute horseshit on so much of this. They're ignoring so much of what
Yeah.
should have happened.
I
Um,
wish this entire sequence took place from his POV that we saw in Red, completely scoreless, just like sound effects. And yeah, it was just this blurry sort of POV of his. It would be so cool and ballsy.
Well, it would give us a good opportunity to have a look inside the mind of the beast, which
Yeah.
is very, very relevant to the Warwick character, and especially relevant with who he might be, perhaps. Who knows?
Hmm.
So yeah, he has Jinx down and out. It's over completely, and then he spends another fucking minute not killing her, unlike
We gotta
every
be playing
single other
nice.
victim. Yeah, that's just how it goes. He's
there's
monologuing
still-
in the sense of
yeah.
he's slobbering. He's what's the lyric? He's drooling.
Monoslobbering?
He's drooling on the
Stop.
squeakers or something.
Drooling for
Oh,
a
you're
squeaky.
drooling for a squeaky.
Yeah, he's drooling for a squeaky, so he can't kill her. And she tries to like nuke them both kamikaze style with her grenade. He grabs it before she can use it. He spots the graffiti on it, and it pulls him out of his rage because he recognizes Powder's flimflammery. And then the episode ends, and nothing else happens that's hyper cringe. I'm afraid that's not the truth. I just lied to you.
What?
camera-
Oh my
The
goodness.
camera
No.
tightens
I was-
up on him, and he says, "Powder."
His first scene, dude. The
The
first
first
one.
Warwick
Yeah.
scene.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
first one.
I thought you were
Oh my gosh.
And I'm not joking, by the way. A lot of people think I'm joking. I'm not joking. That happens.
I forgot.
It was
That
rough.
does sound like a joke that we would make.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it does.
Holy fuck.
We would joke about it, he said.
It's so bad.
They couldn't hold it back for like a second.
It's not
No,
like
we-
I'll go
we
further
gotta-
than
we
that.
gotta
This is
do
just not something that would have
season.
happened for the Arcane season 1 writers. They'd never have Warwick say "Powder."
Absolutely not.
That would never happen.
That's just as bad as having him like have his ears go down and
Real Warwick.
Oh
have
yeah,
him
sorry.
Wiggle his.
I did mention he
little-
goes to nice colors too.
It's
yeah.
so
His
gross,
eyes change,
man.
don't they?
Yeah, his eyes change
Yeah,
color and
he-
he goes like green instead of
Yeah, they're
red.
not
He's nice
evil-
now.
they're not
Oh, that's
evil
so
colours now,
cringy.
they're good colors. The heroic colors.
The real Warwick recognizes Jinx, but he doesn't have names to put to faces, just like vague indications of memories that like mean something. But part of the crux of the character is because of the bloodlust thing. He literally just cannot fucking think straight for long enough to make sense of any of it.
Hmm.
It's so cancer.
That would be so much more tragic.
You don't do
This is
this
so
though. You don't
stupid.
need him to say that. We get it. We're seeing him
Yeah.
see her. We don't need him
Yeah.
to say, "Wait a
No,
minute.
just in case.
Are you the very
Just
girl I
in case.
raised?" Like, it's-
Ooh.
no.
Just in case
I need
you're
to ask you
wrong.
some follow-up questions.
Also, just
Have
come
you
back.
finally worked out how to make your bombs work? Is that why you were trying to use it?
I don't know if you mentioned it already because I was gone for a second. Isn't it weird that it's the grenade that makes him stop instead of her face?
Yeah.
I guess she's
Um,
older now and he wouldn't recognize
bit.
her.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering. I'm not sure myself. I don't know.
Because I
where
don't
stand on
recognize
this.
this Jinx either, to be fair. So
Eh.
That's true. Yeah.
To be honest with you, he should have just fucking tore through her.
Oh yeah. The fact that he just
How-
stops because she's the main character currently.
Even if we some
it's
fucking
just-
how concoct a way for her to survive, what a bold choice! Because he's in such a fury that he doesn't recognize shit until
Yeah.
maybe it's too late, and he maims her. But
Yeah.
nope.
I'd
Nope.
love this if he went, but Powder has blue eyes. Who are you? And just kills her.
You're a fucking fake.
How dare you,
Tony,
mock
You're
her?
one of those fucking posers outside, aren't you?
you're one of those Jinxers, aren't you? They're
Yeah, look
so
at look at those
cringe. I kill
trousers.
them every chance I get.
One scene. To speak more on that. This is speed running. You can't do this. It's not fair.
Yeah.
Because you might be thinking, like, anyone listening to that, be like, what are you talking about? It's like turning Warwick into Vander. That's anybody who's paying attention knows that that's what they're going to want to do now.
Mm-hmm.
And so we're already
Turning Warwick into
I don't want
Vander.
to spoil too much, but like enjoy your first and last scene of Warwick, essentially.
Pretty much, yeah.
You get
Yeah,
a,
that's
you,
it.
you get like a third of a
That's what
one
you
later,
get.
but that's about it. Yeah.
I
don't
almost
wanna talk
fell
about
out of
that
my
one.
chair when this happened already. It was like,
Yep.
what?
Dude, my
What the-
stomach just dropped. I was like, "There's no." As soon as I saw him slow down, I was like, "Oh no,
No.
oh no."
You guys, I thought this reminded me of something, and you know what this is?
What?
This is the Beast from The Beauty and the Beast. That's what they turn him into. He's
Why'd they take
literally
his
the
snout?
Beast.
What did his snout do to them?
I
Yeah,
don't know. I don't know, man.
you
That's
can't
funny
just
'cause I
take
don't-
people's snouts off.
Why'd they take his big bat ear things? Like,
Yeah,
Yeah, to be clear,
They're trying
this is what he looks like, and I think he looks a lot better in this shot than he's going to look in episode 6.
In broad
Well, no,
daylight.
because imagine
The
if
lighting
it-
here
yeah,
helps a lot.
exactly, right out in the open.
But this is already like a drastic change from the design. And once again, just you can make a list of the cowardice in this season, and this is another example, I think. No, we got to get him more human looking. Otherwise, if he
No.
looks too beastly looking, how are people going to be able to see the humanity
Yeah.
inside of him? And you're like, bro, that's your job.
all of our
That's
all
what
of our
you're
characters
supposed
have
to
to
do
be
in the
humans.
writing.
Like,
We
because
can't
I
have
don't think I
non-human
mind.
characters.
I don't mind like the
Really?
overall design, but when you see his face close up, it's like, what are you? Why?
Even the
Did you-
design looks
Did
like.
you really not trust the viewer to recognize what we're doing without him having the same facial features than Vander? Like, that's fucking weird.
He looks almost exactly like the Beast from live action. I hate this. Mm.
Ugh.
Something I wanted to mention without really jumping ahead is this is the very end of this episode, and then it just fades to black and we go to the credits. The next time we see these two characters, they're not here. They have got out and they are now
Well,
somewhere else.
Sorry, we'll deal with that when we get there. There's so much to go
Yeah,
through. There's
yeah.
no need to be repeated. Because I was about to say, we're nearly 4 hours and we've done one episode.
Oh man,
I'm tired
Holy
already.
Oh, wow.
Am I surprised? Not really.
I'm not surprised at all.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Especially with
So that's episode
this
4.
many people.
Bad. Anyway.
Bad.
Can you guys imagine what Act 3 will be like?
That's going to be crazy.
I was told, I was talking with people earlier, and they were telling me that I was crazy, and it was a bad take that I said season 2 was what I said it was, and that
Wow.
season 2 was peak fire. They said
Peak
that,
fire, bro.
and
Wow.
all of the issues that we just went through, and I'm
See-
sure I don't know, man. Some people are just they work on another wavelength, I guess.
I had a surprising thing happen yesterday because some friends of mine that are like online around, but they watch Arcane, and one of them actually agreed with me, and they normally don't really think about these things that much. So I was very surprised because the other one was like, "No, it's really good. It's good. Like everything worked for me." And then I started, telling the things we talk about on these shows, and the other one was like, "Yeah, I kind of feel the same." I was like, "Whoa." But you didn't mind Rings of Power. What's wrong with you? What happened?
Some things just hit people differently. Some
Yeah,
people really
yeah.
it really is just a lot of brains just kind of turn off when it comes to certain stuff. Or they're
I was
very
just
easy
ready
fool.
to drunkenly fight my 2 friends on Arcane, but I got backup, so that was surprising. It's nice.
So, who wants to talk
That's my
about
story.
episode 5?
Not me.
Not
Let's
me.
go
Can
home.
we?
How does the
No.
episode start?
The episode
excited.
starts
Oh, ooh.
with a music video.
Yes.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
joking.
Yes!
Music videos?
Music.
In
I
Arcane.
love music and
Just
songs.
one. 5
This
times.
is,
Yeah, it's
this is so
You don't
unique.
have to do this. You don't
You'd
have to.
think
So this was released separately, actually, this sequence.
Mhm.
I and several of us had seen it before. I was looking forward to see how it would be contextualized, and what a fucking shame, eh?
What
Yeah.
fucking context?
We have
All that would ever be mean.
Vi has sunken into the depths of
She's,
the fighting
she's on
pits
a
of
nihilist
Zorn,
arc.
drowning in
That's right.
alcohol because the last we saw of her, Caitlyn booped her in the belly and said, "Go away."
hmm
And a bunch
Now
of
she don't believe in
rocks.
anything anymore.
Bunch of rocks got in the way of her being able to see Jinx. And so, of course, with everything we know about Vi, with those two events, she would give up on literally everyone.
It just
Mm-hmm.
stops doing
That
anything.
makes
Absolutely.
that makes
Goes to the
sense. That's
fighting
so
pit.
perfect. Good job, guys. I buy that completely. As if we were in enough trouble with fucking every character and Vi gassing all of her homeland. Like, as if I needed
Why do they
more.
let her back in?
I don't know.
No, fuck you.
You weren't helping
fucking
those
used
freaks,
the
were
grey on
you?
us.
That is a
We're
good
helping
point.
the
Yeah.
enforcers, and you used the grey on us. Fuck you.
What they
Mhm.
what they should have had, because you want to have a scene of like Vi getting drunk and hitting people. Have her go into the pub and everyone there's like, yeah, you're not allowed in here. I don't know why you think you would be. And then she ends up in a brawl, and then we see that happen a few times. You could do a similar thing. You don't have to have her fighting in a fucking gladiator arena.
Yeah, but
One
look how
of
cool
the-
she looks. You can buy that
one
skin
of-
in League
Oh
now.
my god, Goth
The
Vi,
super
yes.
Oh,
interesting
really? You
character
can?
conflicts I was really looking forward to was
Ew.
seeing Vi end up not necessarily ostracized, but like losing touch with Zorn because she's helping Piltover.
Yeah.
That's like part of her character conflict. She works with the enforcers, she works as an enforcer, and because of that, a lot of the people she knew from Zorn think she's sold out essentially. I guess not.
Oh well.
I
What are
guess she's
we
just around.
what are we meant to think that Vi thinks at this moment about Jinx?
That she's
She
a lost
doesn't
cause.
care.
Exists.
She's a lost
No,
cause,
no,
and Caitlyn's a
yeah.
lost cause.
Yeah.
Everything's lost. It's all over.
Nothing matters. Nothing
Um,
No,
matters anymore.
what I mean is like, does she think that Jinx is dead? Given
No.
what happened in episode 3?
There's no
No,
reason. There would be no
no.
reason to
No.
think that.
I don't think so.
I hate that all these years in prison, or anything that has happened so far in her life, nothing affected her ever more than a breakup.
With Caitlyn, yeah, insane.
A breakup.
There have been memes making fun of that from people who love the season. Like,
Wasn't there
That's
Yeah,
how
they're
stupid
like
it
a
is.
lesbian situationship.
Yeah.
But it does not
Very
make
random.
sense. And what pisses me off about this entire sequence is like what she mainly hallucinates of is Caitlyn, obviously, telling us that, oh, she's just sad about Caitlyn and she's moping about Caitlyn. No mention of Jinx. No, not the fact that she gassed her like home city. Nothing. She regrets nothing.
I'm
She
sorry, it's just
doesn't
never
feel
not
bad for
funny
it.
when we mention they gas the people down there. It's just
There's a
crazy.
casual mention
Yeah,
every
they
once in a
did
while.
that.
Yeah. That's the thing that
Yes.
happens. Well, so just to be
Nothing.
absolutely clear, the Vi that we know and used to really enjoy would never give up on any of these people if they're still reachable. Even if she would think like,
Yeah.
oh, they got she's not going to abandon them. But this is worse than that because Caitlyn was mean, okay, but she was right there, could have talked to her, and you have authority somewhat as a strike team member of Enforcer. You got plenty to do with Piltover versus Zorn. And then, of course, she has everything to do with Jinx. She can get back involved, whatever you want to say, like back and forth with that. But there's something that the writers have definitely forgotten about, as have many people. Vi is very aware of Echo's sanctuary and all the people
Yep.
there,
Mhm.
and how Echo has disappeared. You really want to tell me she would just fucking go into fighting pits over and over again instead of trying to find out what happened to him? Really?
Yeah.
Remember when they
No.
first
Her
remember
lab.
when they first had the reunion in season 1? The first thing she did was, in order to convince him that she
Oh.
was okay, was she gave him a big old hug.
Fun
So the-
factoid
cares
for
about him
everybody,
deeply.
because we will cover Act 3 next week, but I do like throwing some of these in. Because someone said it, and I was like, wait, is that true? Vi and Echo do not share a word in this season.
I
Nope.
No.
Oh
Bouncing
shit,
off
you're
the
right.
fucking
Holy
walls
fuck,
about that.
you're
I am incensed with
Fuck.
fury.
Fucking
Mm.
crazy.
Say that again. I missed that. Sorry.
Vi
Say that again.
and Echo do not share a word with each other in this season.
they
Oh
don't
my God.
talk
Holy
This is
balls.
bullshit.
ever.
Yeah,
Throughout the
it's
entire
insane.
9 episodes, they don't have one word.
Wow.
Her
Also, they
last
had
saying,
such a
like, I
good
was trying-
childhood
dynamic.
friend,
I
really
was
good
looking
childhood
forward
friend.
to a conversation between them. Childhood friends, their paths have very much diverged.
Yeah.
Echo has potential reason to believe, yeah, she sold out and she betrayed Zorn for whatever the hell reasons, however valid he or she thinks they might be. They've got so much to talk about. Not one scene?
Remember how human these characters were in season 1? That was
Mhm.
awesome.
Also,
cool.
Mola, you said that she doesn't like she does this instead of going out of her way to find out what happened to Echo. Like that's one thing, but a direct opportunity to find out what happened to Echo is about to walk in on her. Let's put it that way. And she seems to have just completely forgotten that Echo existed.
So this is the problem. This is a huge season 2 issue that's happening constantly. She should have found out what happened to Echo between season 1 and 2 already, but she didn't.
Yes.
And so for every single moment she can find out and doesn't, it's a major issue, and it just keeps compounding over and over and over and over. And the fact that she has any interactions with Jinx and isn't asking questions is a problem.
With how driven of a character Vi is, I can understand it being like something of a writing challenge to really bring her this low to the point that like it's like you said, Mauler, I think, right? That you need to reach a point where literally no avenue of something she would want to help wants anything to do with her somehow or another. Like we need to see her trying to reconnect with Caitlyn in some form, but Caitlyn will not, like, she can't even get back to topside.
Yeah.
It can't happen in any facet. So like that's how you end up with the character feeling powerless, and that's how you go into negative spirals like this. You can't just skip to it.
Or you could.
Or you could.
I-
With a
there's
music
one-
video,
yes.
baby! Music
That's
videos!
one thing I learned in that music video is that Loris is a bro. He's a bro.
Loris is here.
Yeah, he's a
Yeah.
bro.
He's Shield Man.
Until
Stop
Vi
giving
is
him a
mean
name.
enough.
He doesn't deserve it.
Sorry, yeah, Shield Man is here.
Discount Brom.
It is so funny that
All
he
at
is
home.
present throughout this whole season and
Yeah.
nobody knows a fucking thing about it.
It's so confusing. We mentioned it last time, but he looks so similar to Vander that the first time this music video started, I was like, wait, is she imagining Vander in the car? I was like, oh no, wait, that's Shield Man. Never mind.
Stuff like this.
No, she does
This-
not
this
care
actually-
for anybody else but Caitlyn.
There are two really good examples of this that I think are just more evidence that they're failing. The fact that so many people saw him in promotional stuff, and the assumption was like, oh, is it going to be that he's like a long-lost Vander's son? Or something that's come
Oh,
into the
right,
story.
yeah.
There's lots we could do with that. Another one is Maddie. A lot of people speculated Maddie was a grown-up version of Marcus's daughter because they look so similar in design. But it's like, no,
Oh,
she's,
shit, you're
she's
right.
just
I didn't think
nobody.
about
And
that.
it's like, why are you doing this? Like, why? What's the point of this?
Yeah.
You're just constantly missing opportunities.
I
I enjoyed
like how
chat
much.
discovering the name Blander for him.
I love how much this guy gets utilized after this music video. He does so much in this episode.
Yeah, it's
He's
crazy
so
how-
important.
He's
Yeah,
gonna
after
go
this
on
music
to do
video-
great things.
He's so present
Insane,
in this
what
act.
an arc.
Also,
had.
it's worth mentioning too, we have a historic level of Piltover damaging, controlling, and hurting Zorn, and Vi's not doing anything about it, despite having some of the most influence of any Zornite in history on Piltover.
Hmm.
We haven't
Yeah.
at all earned "It's all gone to shit and there's nothing I can do." Not
No,
even
they
close.
skipped.
She hasn't. You just cheated us into it.
I just the worst and the saddest part of this type of writing is not the fact that it's just a complete waste, but also the fact that it completely just puts these characters in a light that is completely sociopathic and just terrible. It already like diminishes what they are as people, because the way Vi comes across, and a lot of characters come across in this season, is unfeeling and uncaring of anyone else other than like this single person that their, I guess, arc revolves around.
Genuinely,
She doesn't
part of it
care
for me
about
is like,
anything.
if you listed every interaction they've had with everybody and thus all motivations and actions they need to take in a big old list, when the writers are like, well, we want to do a montage where she's like putting on gothic makeup and fucking going nuts with just beating people over and over again until she's lost herself in alcohol to the point where she's like a husk of her former self, and you're like, oh, but you can't have that, and they're like, yeah, but we want that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
When I
then
watched this,
I guess that's it.
yeah. When I watched this sequence for the first time when it first came out, separately, it just affected me a lot more emotionally, because what affected me was something that I didn't know yet. Imagining the context for this was the thing that saddened me the most. But the fact that we get this scene or sequence delivered with even less context, completely just does not make it, like, it doesn't work. I feel nothing because there's no context for this. It's completely isolated from the rest of the season. And this is a one-time thing, as we will learn soon enough. So yeah, I don't care.
That I did feel more for this sequence on its own than I did in season.
Fucking crazy.
That's insane. So anyway, this actually happened, right? So she's having to live Flabberhead. You see some flashes of different people, and so she's waking up after another drunken stupor covered in like just bruises and all the ink messing around and stuff. And Jinx is fucking around with a mirror. And the first assumption I think all of us had were like, yeah, she's imagining her. And it's like, no, she's real. She's in the room. She is real, and she's talking to Vi right now.
Yeah.
This
We're
is happening.
What?
All right, guys, this
Yeah.
this is happening.
Yeah.
This isn't
real.
this isn't a metaphor. This is happening.
First, just small little question. Just why? Yeah?
Well, we're going to get the answer.
Why
to that.
would...
Don't you worry.
Why, Vi?
Of all of the people that Jinx could ever go to in her life about anything, she went to Vi.
Why did she go to the worst possible person, basically?
Well, I guess because it's Vander, and she was like, we're both sort of
For
sisters, and Vander knows both of us.
For each of these two people, they each probably feel as though the other has hurt them more than any other person in the world.
Yep.
Yeah. But Jinx is not Jinx.
Yeah,
I don't know.
She's hero now, remember?
The reason is because
Big
off
bad
screen
hero.
she realized and understood that Warwick and Vander are the same person, and that therefore Vi's reason for turning on her was invalid because she didn't actually kill Vander. But all that whole realization happened off screen.
We need to address something before we continue this scene. Actually, this is be this.
Let's do it.
And
oh god, not tweets about Arcane. I'm
Oh,
gonna
no.
fucking
we gotta
no,
do
no,
it.
no.
Gotta do it because we gotta
Don't.
figure out.
I shouldn't have
Don't
given you these
put us
weapons.
through this.
Why, we gotta figure out why this happened. Okay, so
Not these.
Oh no!
Ooh.
so
Yeah, these are really bad.
someone.
Oh no!
Yeah, because it's
don't
about
think
this
I've
act,
seen
right?
these.
So someone tweets out, Vi and Jinx reconciling may have felt rushed, but I prefer it that way. I don't want to see them
for
spend
you.
weeks slowly gaining each other's trust back. Them putting their differences aside for Vander is what I needed. They're family after all, and nothing's going to change that. And someone else says, it's realistic to me. They never hated each other. They were continuously pushed apart by outside influences and grew angry because the past was no longer present. They needed something to push them together so they could get to know the new versions of each other. And then
Jesus fucking Christ.
Christian Link, who Theo, you're more familiar with who he is in relation to
It's
all
like
of this.
one of the showrunners, I believe.
Yeah.
He says,
He's the guy.
it's a fair
Yeah.
perspective, but two quick thoughts on that. One, there's not much left to say after everything that was said and done in 203, meaning, after Act 1, there's not much for these two to say to each other. He said they had their opportunity to vomit. At this point, they either team up or they don't. And
Wow.
two,
Oh man.
Vander's precarious state introduces urgency.
There's nothing to talk about. They tried to kill each other last time they saw each other.
Yeah, well,
Jinx was about to
well,
fire a
one
rocket
sec, we'll
in her
just
face.
Finish the last two. It said, also, I feel like
Also-
Vi
okay, sorry.
tried to convince herself time and time again that her sister was gone. Jinx also tried to convince herself that she was beyond repair, that she truly was a Jinx and borderline suicidal. I feel like Vander and Isha, Grogu, made them both realize they were wrong. And he says, right, it opens up a new window of opportunity. After all, Vander's demise is really what created Jinx. Thus, saving Vander becomes an opportunity to save Powder.
He still killed
man,
lots of
that is
people.
like that's like a different interpretation of what season 1 was. That like is, it's almost like
Actually
difficult.
bizarre.
What can I even do with that?
This is like Joker
Like,
levels of
you guys
you've
happen to
completely
remember
undone everything
Gotta
you
be
set
The
up.
Joker.
final line of the first season.
yeah, like we.
What
it
was the
seems like
final
we're
line?
Here's to the new us. That's the.
Unless you're talking about the
Here's the
music.
new us.
that's the last line.
And then the music, what could have been.
And then what
Yeah.
could have been.
Also,
yeah.
what about Milo and Clagger?
Yeah.
Because
no,
they are
I-
dead. They didn't get turned into robot zombie wolves.
Yeah, but just
Man, I
Don't
feel like
care,
it goes
but true.
beyond. It goes beyond even just the specific like events of what happened, but more so like the broader interpretation of what happened. I thought the takeaway was meant to be. It's not like, oh, Jinx was created specifically because of this event. It's like, well, no, Jinx, like, that's who she is. That's the life that she's lived. It's been like years.
Yeah, and
she's just a different person.
It's
They
Silco,
didn't
it's
grow up-
Vi, it's Vanda's death, it's the
Yep.
killing of Milo and
It's
Clagger, it's
world
the
they live in.
the carnage that she's been through.
insecurity that comes
It's
from
just
her
the
treatment by
experiences
others.
that they have. That fundamentally, the experiences that they've had have led them in two very different directions, and that it was kind of delusional to hold on to the belief of like, oh yeah, we can just be a happy family again. It's like that's not what's happened makes that impossible. So it's
Yeah.
really weird to see it said like, whoa, if they can save Vanda, then that's I mean, it becomes an opportunity to revert back past all of the things that actually happened.
So Vanda's death was absolutely the catalyst for what ended up creating
Yes.
Jinx, even though, as she says at the end of season 1, that Silco didn't create Jinx, you did, talking to Vi.
Mhm.
So it was Vi's reaction to Vanda's death and the realization that Jinx had essentially killed him
Yes.
through not listening to her, and her incessant need to prove herself, essentially. That is what ended up creating Jinx. And if it turns out that actually Vi's behavior was I don't know how to phrase this, but if it was unfounded and Vanda was not actually killed, then I could see that going some way to putting their relationship in a different direction. The problem is that it is completely separate from everything else that Jinx did from that point
It
onwards.
contributes to who she is as a person.
Yeah, you could
It-
write
Yes.
you could write essays on what created Jinx.
Mhm.
Because it's the sum. Jinx was not created in a moment. Jinx is a person that was created by the sum total of their life experience, which led them down a particular path due to the influential forces on them.
That can't be
and
undone
their
by
own
some girl
personal
falling on her
psychology.
head.
The ending
No.
was the recognition of, yeah, it was kind of like foolish to even assume that it was possible to just reverse as if everything that happened didn't happen.
And yet, that's
right.
what they've shown us in Act 1 and 2 so far.
Yeah.
It makes such a clear point
Yep.
of Vi appealing to everything that would have like maybe given Powder strength, and it's just actively hurting Jinx.
Exactly.
They make such a clear point of that.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
It's
and,
like to emphasize just how wrong essentially Vi was. Right? Of
Yes.
like, oh yeah,
Mhm.
picture Milo, and it's like, and then it's him screaming at
Yeah.
her because
Yeah.
that's not going to be helpful.
And aside from Vi, if we had to choose a person, it would totally not be Vander. It would be Silco.
Yeah.
To say who created Jinx, if you had to put it on a person, which you shouldn't because it was not anybody's fault. It
Or
was
is it like
just
now
a
that
collection
Silco's
of
out
events.
of the way, he's not in a position to essentially like twist her
No.
perception of herself? Is that what was
Well,
meant to be concluded?
Silco did do that, but then because basically if everything in Act 1 of Season 1 had gone down exactly as it did, but then after Vi temporarily abandons
Mhm.
Powder, if Powder had just run off crying into the night and had never been adopted by Silco, then she would almost certainly have turned out very differently.
Yeah, he
But-
would have helped soften her resistance to doing evil, essentially. He would have gradually taught
Yes.
her more and more and made her desensitized to killing, like a lot of the broad things that would have led it. But that never would have been a possibility without other things happening. And this is why it's a whole collection of events that are
Exactly,
really
yeah.
complicated, but the conclusion is, that's what happened. It's happened. It's done. That is what it is.
And I don't know.
Right.
It's just
Mhm.
like this being sort of offered as an explanation for how things are going. It's almost like it extends well beyond this specific point to more of like a damn. One of the things that was really cool about Arcane Season 1 was a willingness to essentially commit to the reality of the situations and the scenarios that the
Mhm.
characters were placed in
Mhm.
and what that means to them. Whereas this definitely comes across more as like, we're back to like very conventional lame writing.
Yeah.
Like,
Well,
I was fucking dumbstruck when I read at this point they either team up or they don't.
Oh, that's
Like-
just...
What the fuck do you
Yeah.
mean, my
Oh,
man?
gee.
How were you involved in the first season and this is a thing that you're able to write about these two characters?
Well, and he's
I
he's pretty pivotal,
I
right? He's the
sincerely
guy
don't understand it.
in the Bridging the Rift
He is the
documentary. He's
guy-
like the main guy.
Yep. He's
He is the guy who's
Yeah.
responsible
He's
for the
the
show
guy,
existing.
yeah.
He
People
fought
love
against
to-
Riot Games in order to actually get the show made because they originally turned him down and he kept asking for more money, and they were like, "No, you can't do this." And then he just
Like, what happened,
put in
dude?
the effort and eventually
Was
made it.
the
Amanda
The
guy.
show
Overton's
exists
a big
because of
credit
him.
as well, but yeah, he is the guy.
So
It's a
the notion that they don't have anything to talk about and they gotta team up or not. If I had heard him say that before this scene, I'd have been
Crazy
fucking
talk.
in
I guess
disbelief. Like,
I almost want to
so.
like bullet point the things they could talk about, but we'd be here all night, and we're already going to be here
Mhm.
all night.
Yeah.
I mean, so his advice to any siblings that have like immense like problems, terrible situation, terrible relationship, just fight it out, and you will have nothing to talk ever.
yeah, it's done
Yeah,
then.
Talk
never
about.
ever again.
Well, if they were
Just-
gonna
just
talk about it,
punch.
they would
Punch
have.
each other.
Alright? It's done. Because yeah,
It will be over. Just try to choke each other, and then you'll be fine. You'll be good to go. You'll never have to speak to each other about anything ever again.
I also find it amusing that the writers obviously decided that they wanted Vi and Jinx to reconnect to some degree. And that is entirely dependent upon Singed making a giant robot zombie wolf out of Vanda's corpse and then getting himself arrested and then summoning it to Stillwater. And Jinx also being there at the same time to break everyone out. It's this insane sequence of events and them getting out of Stillwater, I guess, which we haven't mentioned, but yeah. It's ridiculous.
When I first saw Jinx
Mhm.
show up here, like part of why I thought she was a hallucination was because, like, wait, how are you here? What
Yeah.
happened with Vanda?
yeah.
Yep.
What?
Well,
Mm.
I
we'll
can't
get
even keep calling him Warwick, man. But
just as a selection at least, it would be like Vi would obviously want to know from Jinx's mouth, why did you fire the rocket? Why are you trying to kill me all the time? Why do you feel nothing for killing so many people? What do you think Vanda would think of what you've done to the whole fucking world?
Mhm.
What do you
why do you
like?
want
Why
me
do
to
you
I
kill
would-
you?
why are you doing nothing about Zorn basically drowning in Piltover's bullshit? Why any of this?
Mhm.
And what's next? What are you gonna do now? Like who are you even? There's I was about to say there's so many questions. The truth is, there's all questions. There's only questions.
Only questions.
Yeah.
Nothing was answered.
It-
Yeah.
Their
And vice
relationship
versa,
never
um,
actually got redefined.
We don't need to pretend as well. Like there's loads of questions on the other end. She'd be like, Vi, why have you abandoned everybody? Like last I saw you,
Yeah.
you wanted to kill
Yeah.
me. What's your life now? Are you beating people for money? Do you care that Piltover
know-
is in so much,
Do you
you
know
know,
what
with
Echo?
Zorn?
Last time I saw him, he
Yeah, what happened to
exploded. I
Echo?
don't know.
And then, by the way, I have a little plot device called Grogu, and I'm good now. Like it's there is
Yeah.
only things for them to talk about, but apparently one of the most important creative controlling people of this season said, "Nah, they either team up or don't." Like it's an Avengers post-credit scene.
What
It's so
happened?
it's so infuriating because I guarantee you, Twitter realizes when I've watched the show and then it just keeps pushing me these cringe fucking tweets where they all talk like, "Oh, they're back together, it's so cool." It's like they all. It feels
Yeah,
like
the
they
show
just
was
wanna
made
watch,
for them.
They just want to watch a show that has all the family drama, and I'm just here like, did you forget all the people that died on the way here? We can't just bring them back together like this. Like we can't just do this. You're just leaving out all the context and like, oh, that's so cool. I like them together. Kate Vi. It's like, fuck off.
Remember when
One
we
of
were
the things that made
grounded?
the first season so good was that if someone died, there were repercussions for that. Because in the real world and the way that people and societies work is that when people are killed, there are repercussions, there are consequences for that. But in season 2 of Arcane, a huge amount of people are killed and they are instantly forgotten by the story, and there are no consequences to it.
The sight of the bridge full of enforcers that Jinx blew up was enough to make Jace vomit. Like
Yeah.
a real, a
Mhm.
very like hard acknowledgement of the fact that yeah, this is hard to
Yeah.
see.
He's not
This
eased to
No,
death.
gosh.
He couldn't.
This
he
is
couldn't
not a
take it.
pleasant sight.
Act 3. So
And then we just get that gory fucking spectacle that Warwick left, and
Mm-hmm.
There are
I
no.
guess
There, if anything, there are anti-repercussions where the person who made that beast is allowed. Well, we'll get there, but is essentially allowed to continue that work when I guess all of those enforcers and everyone in Stillwater didn't have like families or important people, and this isn't like some massive scandal.
that shit have no effect on Jinx as well. By the way, That fight with Warwick,
Oh yeah.
that fucking monster that's apparently her dad,
Yeah.
her old dad. How does she feel about Vander?
Oh, Vander's been drinking again.
Like, because she's been talking to Silco a lot. How does she feel about Vander?
That is true, yeah. It's leaning entirely on the idea that it uproots everything that happened to her, which isn't how. That's not how a person's personality works. That's not how life works.
Mhm.
So,
Oh yeah, and I would say also Jinx being so invested in Vander just does not make sense. Not that she was too little, but she wouldn't care at this point.
well, especially with all the other
That's
junk
a
in her
guy
brain,
from her
she's
past.
Yeah.
entirely
She
scrambled.
does not care.
Like,
Especially, imagine how much Silco has manipulated about him,
Yeah.
and manipulated her about him. The shit she had to probably hear growing up, it just does not make sense. It's just a guy from her past that she once knew, and yeah, she didn't even her reunion with Vi was so uncomfortable for her because. I mean, I know you. You're my sister, but I don't know you. Who are like who are you now? What are we?
I think
So yeah.
I think reunion with Vander, or like acknowledgement or an understanding that Vander is alive, would raise a lot of complicated feelings. But
Yes.
it certainly would never lead to them expressed as we see them here. It isn't,
Let's save her dad.
let's go and save our dad with my sister. Hey, what were
Yeah.
my last few interactions with my sister again?
Mm-hmm.
Below
and,
average.
Yeah.
the dialogue to follow fucking sucks. She says, "It's Vander," and then Vi says, "I'm not falling for another one of your tricks." And I almost want to sit down with the writer and be like, "No, Vi doesn't say that yet because there's no trick yet. All she said is it's Vander. What Vi says now is what's Vander."
The fuck
Because
do you mean?
she has no idea what Jinx is referring to. Then Jinx says, "There was a giant wolf that tried to kill me. I know that it's Vander." And then Vi says, "That's one of your bullshit tricks." She can't call it a trick until there's a trick that could be had. Her just saying, "It's Vander" in isolation is one of the most like, huh? What is?
Like,
What are you
even
talking
thinking about him?
Yeah.
They describe it also, the idea of one of your tricks, as if Jinx has
Yes.
been pulling like harebrained schemes
Yes.
on Vi for like ages,
Yeah.
which
She
That's-
sends her a
that's
lot
what
of
I'm-
emails.
they've had
Yeah.
months
Well,
of no
emails.
interaction.
Theo,
I'm
it was in the
thinking-
music video. Didn't you see it? She put little... God.
There are no tricks.
Vi in this scene
How-
as well. I really sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go for it.
No. I mean, Jinx just never did anything tricky to Vi, besides like that mirror thing that she did, or whatever, reflection.
The fucking plate, yeah.
Yeah. Besides that, there's nothing near a trick that she ever pulled with Vi, so it's very weird.
The thing with
that
Caitlyn,
they... Yeah.
at the end of season 1, I mean,
Well,
because baits
a
Vi into
cupcake.
thinking, yeah, I fucking
but
cut her
that
head
time
off.
she was tied up, and it was that I don't know.
Sure,
It's just
but it establishes like. It doesn't establish precedent, but it establishes a causal chain of one incident of Jinx specifically
Yeah.
fucking with Vi, I guess. Woo.
Yeah, it's just I think the different wording would be more preferable, because I totally buy that Vi would think, okay, she's doing her psychosis thing, like she's completely off the rails, she's just blurting out random shit. Stop, you're crazy. And besides, like, aside from, oh, you're tricking me, what the hell?
I was going to say just quickly that the like Vi's behavior in this scene, I don't like it at all, because like Jinx tells her that Vander is alive, and that makes her like pause momentarily, which makes sense because Vander's really important to her. But then she says, "I don't believe you," and then when she sees Jinx like tearing up, that is what convinces her to like let go and stop hitting her, because she doesn't want to see her sister in pain. But we did that repeatedly in season 1, and then she by the end had rightfully given up hope that Powder, her sister, was still in there. And the idea that these two are going to have any kind of a bond going forwards is entirely reliant upon Vi's completely foolish hope that Jinx is telling the truth and that Vander is alive,
Which,
when she knows that
the
cannot
whole point
be
of this
true.
sequence is she gave up.
Yeah.
Yeah. It is persistently shocking that Vi indulges in a conversation whatsoever.
Oh,
like,
Yeah,
if
that
she
is-
can't
yeah,
if she can't
that's
muster
bizarre.
the will to like kill her,
which
straight up,
she
it's
she
get the
delivered
fuck
several
out.
kill shots at the end of Act 1. Several
Yep.
moments where it was going to crush Jinx's fucking face into mist, and
Well, this
someone stopped
season.
her.
Yep.
That's what I said.
Act
Act
1.
1.
I thought
yeah.
you said season 1.
I don't
Oh,
know. Maybe I'm wrong for thinking that she would have, like, this is very visceral, and in isolation outside of them hunting her, if they were in a room together like this, I think Vi would have not remorse but more empathy for Jinx than like choking her right away, because it is like still
Sure.
powder in her.
Like-
Like she would be much more conflicted. Just because she's lost and kind of depressed doesn't mean she's completely sociopathic now. I just don't understand.
I feel like what should have happened is if Jinx shows up and says, "Oh my God, Vi, it's Vander, like he's still alive," Vi should have just sighed and said, like, thought that she is quite clearly having another one of her psychotic
Mhm.
episodes, felt a little bit sorry for her, and thought, "Well, I'm not gonna, we're not doing this now because I do have a bit of pity on you." Open the door and just said, "Get out." The idea that she indulges this at all, especially knowing that Jinx is frequently psychotic and hallucinates things,
Mhm.
and she goes on to agree to let Jinx prove that she's telling the truth, which I don't buy that at all.
Because,
And I mean, could buy it, but they do this in about 20 seconds. Like, if you want me to believe
yeah.
that, you have to do a lot more work than
I mean,
this.
They do this with several
last time they
characters.
were
Jinx and Caitlyn are two others that
Yeah.
get this exact treatment of being bounced back and forth between complete edges, opposites of the human psyche. But it doesn't matter because it's like, yeah, but we got no time, so they're there and now they're not. You're like, that's not meaningful. And they're like, yeah, it is. We did it. There it is.
Yeah.
It's jarring because we went from Act 1 at the end from Act 1. It's like, if you got a shot at her, just do it. I'm ready. She's gone, and now we're back to okay. I'll hear you out.
Yeah, but see,
Like,
that was meant. That was. That was. She was trying to convince herself. But that,
The saddest, yeah. It's just what depresses me about Vi the most is that she's out of all these three, she's the most passive one. Caitlyn and Jinx kind of still make some decisions in this season. Vi is just there. She's just floating around wherever the plot takes her. It's very sad.
So Jinx says, he's alive. And then Vi says, we both know that's bullshit. Which honestly isn't even a line I would entertain giving Vi here if you had actually had Jinx say, after everything that's happened, to Vi, Vanda's alive. I can't even imagine what kind of reaction I'd want to write for Vi. It wouldn't be words. Because it'd just be so unbelievably fucking disrespectful and enraging for her. I would, like, how dare you say Vanda's alive? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
It would be a psychotic rambling of an obviously demented mind.
Yeah.
Because that's what this character used to be. But
But, like, it's so weak.
you're
Like, we both
hallucinating.
know that's bullshit. Like, what line is that? Like, oh.
Well, if that's the case, then how come you're not killing her right now? If we both know that's bullshit.
Just give it up
Because
on
if you
everything,
say
Rooks.
something,
Give it
all
up
right
on
then. Well, fair
everything.
enough.
Yeah, and then Jinx says, he needs our help, I can prove it. This is not true, by the way. Like, that she can prove anything. And Vi wouldn't entertain it for a fucking second. But yeah, we gotta get her out of here. We're done with this. This was the result of someone else. We're moving on.
Yeah, we're done here. That's all we need.
Also, Shieldman is abandoned. He'll come back in a different act.
Yeah, that's right.
It's so funny.
Vi was mean.
That's right.
Vi was mean to him in the music video, so he left.
Oh man.
Yeah. Rip Shieldman.
That's how they
He
get
was
you in the music videos.
Mm-hmm.
There's so many little details in the music videos that you could easily miss that, like, actually convince people that a different story is happening. But yeah, that's the scene, and it's already, like, setting in motion something that any viewer should be able to pick up, which is, oh god, we got them two hunting down Warwick / Vander at the beginning of the episode, so We
Hold up. Wait a minute.
like by the end of this episode, no, they wouldn't do it that fast, would they? And the writers just nodding their head, looking at you. The Jack Nicholson gif, just yeah.
Yeah.
Can't fucking stop this. But yeah, this is the acknowledgement. Ambessa survived. She's okay, and everyone
Somehow?
else is dead. Somehow,
She got
indeed.
scratched up a little bit on her mask.
Yeah, got a little
She used
scratch.
her ult. Wait, her ult is
Where
aggressive.
was
That doesn't
she?
even work.
Well,
My
her
meme
ult
doesn't
makes her
work.
go unstoppable. There is like an interaction where if Warwick uses his ult and Ambessa starts channeling her ult before it hits, Ambessa's ult will win because she goes unstoppable
See?
during the cast turn.
Hey, so it all makes sense.
We did it.
Yeah,
High
yeah,
five,
yeah.
Theo. We did it.
Right, nice.
Nice
Welcome
one.
back,
Saved the show.
Dracula Caitlin. We missed you.
Mm.
Bleh, where's
It's so
James?
goofy.
This is to let the audience
like,
know that
look at
Caitlin is
her
currently evil. She is currently evil.
It's time
It's-
for you to die.
Don't worry, that'll change in a moment's notice if needs
Come to
be.
suck your blood.
What does she do again?
In this
Sucks
scene,
your blood.
I don't think she does that in this scene.
I think she
Unfortunately.
does.
No.
She does.
Like as an occupation, what does she
she's
do
Commander
besides,
Caitlin. She commands things.
She's a count.
She's
of Transylvania.
yeah. What
Well-
is her? She's the commander who's
Yeah,
in charge.
besides the
She's
title.
in charge entirely.
She's the-
She's like
She's a martial
She's the
law dictator.
dictator.
Yeah.
yeah, I guess so.
She
But hey,
Which
remember
is-
how she did detective stuff in season 1?
Which must feel great to put on the
Oh
resume.
boy, do
Yeah.
I ever!
They don't
Um,
have detectives in Piltover.
in season 1, if you watch the detective scene, it's actually kind of cool in terms of how she draws information, how she deduces how the events took place, and then following trails and finding there's still a guy on the scene. In this sequence, she looks at rubble on the floor and pictures a fucking Warwick arm slashing down onto it as though she has
As
any
you do.
concept of what that would even look like. Like, how do you know this?
That's- That's something that you disqualify as an option until you have evidence that this is what actually happened.
Look, maybe Ambessa briefed her, okay?
described it in detail, and then
Hey,
that's how
so Caitlin, there was a big wolf man monster.
She gets her smartphone out. It's like, here, took a picture. Look at this. It's
Look at
crazy.
this
but easily the undefeated champion of this scene of just contrived nonsense is blood is splattered everywhere. Caitlin looks down and spots individual droplets and pictures Singed dropping the droplets deliberately, and from this concludes that Singed summoned Warwick.
It's
To
the
be
most
clear,
annoying
though-
kind of detective shit because it's just you look at something and immediately make up the correct answer
Yeah.
Yeah.
when that
There
should
is
not
nothing
even be
intuitive
remotely
about
intuitive.
this.
No.
Yeah, exactly.
Impossible
nothing
you
about
could have
this
concluded that.
Yeah. If you
Mhm.
did, you would you wouldn't even think to think this because nothing matches. He came here
think of-
because of the blood. No, that's
How many people died down there? How many thousands of reasons could there be for an isolated droplet of blood? Also, are you a blood spatter analyst? Like,
Is
that a new profession?
it's so stupid. And the interrogation scene just opening with her saying, "It was summoned by you. The beast
Yeah.
came for you." You're just like, you made that up. You have made that
you
up.
did this.
how the fuck would you know that?
Absolutely.
We joke
fucking
about
invented
her
that
being
shit.
Dracula, but it would be very convenient for her in this scene to be a vampire.
Yeah, she
She
can.
goes,
Just
"Oh,
smelling
there's
blood.
so
Trust me,
much
I know
blood in
blood.
this room.
This blood is
Please leave me
different than
alone
the
with
other
it."
blood. He's deliberately dropped. I can tell.
Do not ask questions. Please leave.
Detective skills is such a weak, tenuous bit of nonsense that it would have been better off just having Singed admit it and be like, "I summoned the beast," just whatever.
Just knocking on the bars. Can you let me out now, please?
I need to go
At least we
pee.
get. At least we get the
Actually
taste.
have to pee. I will do it on the floor.
Don't make me. I have smelly pee.
I will stick my dick through the bars and pee in the hall.
You'll slip when you walk by.
You will.
That's how they get you.
But even if they interrogated him, his story is so bullshit. They would not believe him. They would be like, "There's something else. You're lying." They would totally know. So you locked yourself in the cell. In the cell was open and you locked yourself in and you called this monster for what? What is your objective here? What are you attempting to do?
Mm.
You have a hidden agenda of sorts that you're not sharing. F
I
you,
was
we're
really
gonna
waiting
torture
for that
you.
shit.
I think
I was waiting for. Okay, so I understand why you've made this on like the surface level, but like why like this, and why did you do that to Stillwater? Was it just to get free? That it?
Mm.
Mm.
And
I don't
once
even
we
think
learn
Singe
his true
knows.
motivation, it makes even less sense.
He's just operating off of pure vibes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Ambessa says, in my
What a
experience,
bro.
only guilty men answer accusations with silence. And then he says, in my experience, no one in power is innocent. So really, they're just
That's a
criticizing each
non-
other.
Yeah, just
Yeah,
a bit of a
that
non
was good.
sequitur, his response, but
Yeah, they're just having a bit of
And
fun,
Bess has
back and forth.
never heard "Don't talk to the police," you know.
They
I have the right to remain silent.
Dracula Caitlyn has got this lighting going where they really want it to be intimidating, but it's just not working. And she has this
No.
speech where she's like, there are cells buried deep within this prison so devoid of light and fresh air and all basic human considerations that up until now I have forbidden their use. If you do not want to waste away the remainder of your days in one of these, you have one recourse. It's very like, could you have
I just
Ambessa
need
say that?
Ambessa. I just need Ambessa to put like a hand on her shoulder and just shakes her. It's like, let me do this. Just go away.
Well, Ambessa would have said
maybe
it
be the good cop.
faster, shorter, and more effective. It just
Yeah.
it's like Caitlyn just keeps talking. Like the threat loses its vibe entirely by the
Yeah.
time you're
I
like,
mean,
what?
To be fair, it doesn't work on Singed.
No, you don't
So-
care. Why
Well,
would
He
it?
specifically says I'm
Yeah,
super
Singe
patient.
Is,
Singe is
Singe
based.
is a bit of a he's a Sigma male.
Yeah.
So he's unfazed by such threats.
Caitlyn's beta energy doesn't work on him.
No, it doesn't. I mean, it's funny. I'm half memeing. Singe is very much this character who just seems to exist in this world,
Yeah.
pretty much unfazed by anything that's going on. And I mean, wow. I suppose we can't talk about his ultimate. You know what ultimately happens with him, but it's just kind of he's a funny presence in this show.
Well, and this is supposed to
I
be
like
a bit
how-
of a culmination of like, look how far Caitlyn has fallen, and
Yeah, look at how
it's just
how
like,
mean
oh,
she's
whatever,
gotten.
flip it back. We all know. Flip it
Well, yeah,
back.
The worst
It's-
she could do is a long-winded threat of "I'm going to put you in the bad cell."
Oh,
Not
no.
the bad
Funny.
cell, anything
It is
but the
funny,
bad
it's like,
cell.
It doesn't work when it's just like, okay,
All right.
you know,
Yeah.
alright, sure, okay.
You can't
whatever
you can't
say.
sell someone as being like intimidating when they're talking to the guy who just no sells every single like
Well, of
personal
course,
consideration thrown at him.
The absence of faith in the writing at this point, it's like Mola just said, like we know you're gonna switch her back.
Yeah.
Or who even cares? This is just a waste of time. And unfortunately, there's no reason to believe that the switch back will be, you know, patiently sort of patiently play out or constructed. Instead, it's going to be like an instant turn.
Also, if Caitlyn did lock Singed in the deepest, darkest corner of the prison where you have to pee on the
Yeah,
floor or
wouldn't
whatever,
he just cut his
he would just summon Warwick again.
Yeah.
Can you imagine like 3 or 4 times they repeat that?
All
Let's
right,
find
we'll
an
try it.
even
We'll go
deeper,
even
darker
darker.
cell.
I just
and
want
then
the
he just
payoff
cuts
if he
sand
finally
again.
gets to him, that Singe climbs on his back and they just ride out of there. Be beautiful.
What
Well, 'cause,
happens?
yeah,
What does Warwick do
Caitlyn-
when Singe pees, though? Does he just do something, or
He,
is it
he
just
plugs
blood,
himself
or
into the tank on his back and
what
he
if he
refills it.
vomits?
I think that's Singe like marking his territory. Warwick knows to respect that.
Yeah, obviously.
That's how he also
We're
works
built
in
in.
League of Legends, to be fair.
Yeah,
He just
yeah.
marks his territory everywhere, he pees everywhere.
It would have been funny though,
Don't
because
step in the pee.
Caitlyn does close with saying the tell me what you're planning, how is Jinx involved, you're gonna rot in here. And he's just sitting there like, I don't even, how do you, like, I have nothing,
What?
I'm not connected to any of this. Like, I don't even,
Like,
I
I
like
don't
how
even know
he
why I
finds
was
it.
there, man.
I literally just
I
went
like
there
how
for
he
ice
finds the
cream.
accusation amusing because Jinx had absolutely nothing to do with his actions involving
Yeah.
Warwick, and Caitlyn is just insistent that it did. So I like that Singed finds that funny.
Where's
I
Rictus?
just like to
Let him
imagine
do
the
it.
scene.
Oh,
I
that's
imagine
true,
the
actually.
scene where Caitlyn tells him, "You summoned him," and he's like, "Oh shit, you believe that already? I actually had no idea how to explain this, but yeah, I did.
Yeah, sure,
Absolutely.
it was me."
Yeah.
That's
With
actually a
blood and
good point. They could have they really should have had Ambessa just be like, yeah, I'll get Rictus in here. He literally has a knack for this sort of thing. And then Caitlyn could be like, no, I'm going to do it because this is like more serious than last time.
Oh, I need to have a conversation with Rictus and Singed. I think it would be funny.
It was one of those things where Caitlin's
There
like,
is no
Normal
conversation.
people talking to each other.
Caitlin does her thing, and then she's like, he's not going to talk. And then Rictus just is like, oh, okay, you go. I'm just, it's fine.
The scene with Rictus and Singed would pass without dialogue. Rictus would walk
yeah.
into the room, they would glare at each other. Rictus would do his interrogation tactics, then Singed would retort with silence, and they would glare at each other again. And this would just continue until they agree to just go and get coffee
Well,
or
he'd
something
beat
instead.
him, he wouldn't get anything out of him, and then Bess would be
Yeah.
like, what have you learned? And Rictus would be like, I kind of like him.
Yeah, okay, it's kind of cool.
Yeah, because in the back of his mind, like Singe
should
would just
hire
be
him.
imagining turning Rictus into Warwick 2.0.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Yes, do it.
This time themed after a different animal.
So, Mel wakes up in Black Rose Prison,
Oh boy.
and she immediately starts speaking to some guy who's also here. And it's just the first thought I had was like, so he's probably an illusion then, if all of this is bullshit.
Not a real person.
Yep.
Exactly.
It's so weird that they thought that would be a twist when it's like the default assumption is that everything here can't be trusted. Oh, I bet you didn't see that coming. Okay.
I mean, the twist would be that the twist would be her assuming that everything is made up and then doing some rash action, and then the trick is that he was real.
Oh, and
right? That feels like the twist, not the other way around.
Alora, the
Story
assistant, she's just dead. That's it.
Yeah, she's
Yeah,
gone.
Yeah,
that's
right,
that's
Absolutely.
fine. She's. I
Yeah.
thought.
Bye-bye.
I think
Um,
we were talking about maybe they were trying to set up or misdirect it, that
Yeah,
she was maybe in
but
on
no.
something or a part of it. But she's
Nah.
just dead. That character
She's just
who was
dead.
pretty
She's not a
competent
champion.
and
She's not a champion.
she's just dead. She
Mm.
just dies.
So,
Yeah.
Yeah, because the scene where she actually gets abducted and Elora, the assistant, has like the black rose growing out of her, and she says "Black Rose." That made it look like she was doing it, like she was responsible for the abduction.
I thought she was
And
gonna.
if that-
Yeah,
Why
I
did
thought
she
that was
say
gonna
that?
be. Yeah, this is what I mean. I think we talked about this last stream, but I was like, oh, it's so obvious and so framey to be like, oh no, here we go, getting captured by the Black Rose. That's what's happening. That's what's happening right now. It's like, I wonder if it's something else. That is like, no, it's the Black Rose. Like, oh, okay.
It looks almost like a little bit disheartened. Like, no, that was the idea.
Yeah, like they're
Also,
just
yeah.
it's just standard bad writing that they worried the audience would understand, so they have Alora announce it's the Black Rose. You're like, thanks, I guess.
Well, remember remember in the opening credits where Mbessa and Mel have the Black Rose,
Whoa,
and it turns out that actually that actually stands for the Black Rose.
sweet.
Wow.
Don't
How
you
about-
worry about your time being wasted, valued audience member. This plot line is going places.
Oh, so
The Black
many
Rose
places.
stuff
Sure
is the bit that I just find the most confusing about the plot so far. Bearing in mind, I haven't seen the
Oh
final three
boy,
episodes
you're
yet.
gonna say that
Because-
times 11 when you get to the fucking third act.
Because I
Like
don't
said, this plot
understand.
line, going places.
I understand vaguely who the Black Rose are. I don't understand what they are doing or why, and I don't understand their capabilities. Because what I think is happening is that the Black Rose wants to stop Ambessa from acquiring Hex Tech, because then theoretically she'd be able to defeat them. But the reason why she wants Hex Tech is because the Black Rose abducted and/or killed her son, and
Endor.
why can't the Black Rose abduct Ambessa or kill her? Like they could remotely kill Elora. Why can't they do? They can
Well,
seemingly do
so-
that to anyone.
To be clear with what they did with Alora now, like the Black Rose are immensely powerful. They can just boop
Yeah.
anybody they want at will at any time.
Yeah, they can just teleport them out of there with their thorny.
Maybe
thingy.
not the set of powers I would have given them.
No.
No.
It's
Well,
a
I
bit
understand.
Are they in charge of the League of Legends world? Are they just like totally in charge of it, or
No, they are a powerful faction in Noxus.
okay?
They're like a shadow cabal of weird evil people who do evil things all around the world.
So they are magical in nature, then in
Yes.
League lore.
They
Okay.
deal heavily in like, secret magic, blah 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 kind of stuff.
Okay. Because yeah, giving them
As-
the ability to remote kill anyone they want and to also remote teleport anyone they want to their evil prison, that's something you have to account for, and they don't. But it again, like the way that it goes down in Act 2, it's like, well, don't worry, this will be clarified later, because right now it doesn't make any sense.
Mhm.
And I'm guessing
Don't
from
you
what you
worry.
guys have said that it will not be clarified later. So Yeah.
I played a lot of LeBlanc in my league time, and to know
Matt
that
LeBlanc?
would be
Is he
in
champion?
in the show could have been a huge bit of potential, but oh well. Especially with what, even just from the game, what you're offered, it would have been really cool to see some of that in the show. But you know what? Maybe
It
next
is what
time.
it is.
Does he have the cool helmet and the gun from Lost in Space?
What?
That is a bit of a deep reference.
No, I know what you're talking about. It's just you're stretching a lot there to get that to come in.
Long-term silence into the
That's
quiet.
not a.
I'm just
that's
your
not
jokes are
no,
usually a
that's
little
great.
bit better. I'm sorry.
He has got the helmet on and the gun, and
Okay,
it's
all
LeBlanc because he
Give
is
you a
in the
little-
movie
give you a little
Lost in
pat.
Space.
Yep.
Lost in Space. Gary Oldman was in that movie.
That's
Oh.
1998 movie.
Rex, stop, please.
No.
It's all right. It's over.
Matt LeBlanc and Gary Oldman
Didn't work out.
were in that
It's
movie.
all good. So
They had the blue robot.
yeah, Mel is convinced for now that that is actually her brother that she is captured in this little prison with, and we're gonna have to spend a lot of time before we can move past all of this. You don't gain a lot of information from these parts. Like what? I was about to say, you
It's
remember
so
the
weird.
we're gonna get
It's
to it a little
all
bit later,
weird.
but the labyrinth parts where she's like solving a puzzle, quote unquote. What was the whole point of that?
It's
But
nothing. I
why?
was wondering about this, but it's just nothing.
Well, have they put? Well, I mean, if you say it's nothing, then I guess that's the answer. But like, did they? Are you supposed to be thinking at this point in time? Have they put Mel? Why have they put Mel there? Because it's not just a prison. Is she there to solve a puzzle for the Black Rose? Have they deliberately put her there so
Well,
that she can escape? I don't.
Perhaps
I
to
don't know.
induce something.
There
I
isn't-
don't know.
Please
yeah, there's an
pick
answer
the
to that.
puzzle for us.
Technically in Act 3, but like
Okay.
knowing what happens in Act 3, you would want to spend these scenes better time wise. Knowing the whole season, you'd want to
Fair enough,
spend
yep.
these fucking scenes better. But oh well. But yeah, they just say it's an ancient built specialized chamber to seal away false prophets. I don't know how much of that is even true because he's obviously a part of it. So whatever, we'll come back to it. It's fine. So this is where it gets real fucking confusing. Jinx takes Vi to here. This is the location, and she says, "This is where I lost Vander." So we're back in Zorn. I don't even. This is so
We've
fucking.
made a long journey.
We go from the prison, and presumably she went walkies with Warwick. There's no way she's gonna keep up with him. He's way too fast and consistent. They got on a tram together. They walked into Zorn together,
Awkward.
and then at the
Swear.
opening of a tunnel, she lost him.
Is
I
there
love it.
any interesting facts about tunnels that you can think of? That
I would
might...
say tunnels are possibly the number one place you can't lose a person because there's not many ways you can go. Now, you can have forks in a tunnel, which may be the case in this tunnel, but she
Yeah.
lost him well before any forks. She simply lost him at the tunnel.
when he ran into a
Did
tunnel.
you go into the
This-
tunnel to
I
try
need-
and search for
I need to sit the writers down and explain that they've got this backwards. She would have not lost him at the tunnel, but definitely lost him from the prison to Zorn.
Yes.
You made the opposite things happen. Stop it. But what if it's dark in the tunnel?
True. You didn't think
Well,
about
the
that.
tunnel
Yeah.
is
This
full of
leads to-
mushrooms that respond to
Hey.
sound. So
Leads to
Nuh-uh.
Moria.
Jinx's eyes glow. Warwick also glows.
Well, I thought the joke was you can't even lose someone in a tunnel even if it's dark, 'cause you just go forward. Where else are you gonna
They
go?
were the-
Hold
no,
out your
they're
arm.
like against- No,
This
they're
Warwick
crowding up
fellow-
against the wall like Krunk when he was
yeah.
hiding by the wall.
This
Got his own
Warwick
theme
fellow
song.
is not quiet. It's worth mentioning as well. He is rather a loud boy, shall we
You
say.
can say that, yeah.
He likes to scream
So-
and lope.
this, I don't know if this is a reach, but I wrote this in my notes. So either I'm definitely reaching or this is supported. These are the mines that were mentioned once in season 1. Yeah, there we go. We got like the minecart track. So I mean, these are the mines in
Mhm.
Zorn.
Yeah, that's where they
Where-
worked.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
So
yeah.
the air is now entirely clean, and it was not clean before, which would suggest
Mhm.
that these mines are connected to the ventilation system, which means Warwick currently has access to the entirety of Piltover.
Yeah, and technically he had that
man.
anyway, right?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, sure, he could have run across the bridge, I guess, but now he has like a direct tunnel access through the ventilation system and into Piltover if he wanted.
Sure.
He doesn't want anything. He's a dog.
Remember, he got
Hey,
neutralized
dogs
at the
want
end of
things.
last episode. He's a chill little pupper
He
now.
had to run away back to his memory cave.
Yeah.
Because I guess he
Mm.
forgot about Singed. Yeah.
Well, yeah, this episode, I mean, we'll get to there, but yeah, he's quite inconsistent with that.
Well, he would have.
At least.
I just realized, like, Jinx and Warwick and Grogu would have had to have walked past Ambessa.
Yes.
What the fuck? Like, none of this makes any sense.
Maybe there was like a hallway or like a side passage, and she took it.
It seems like
Yeah.
a really strong comedic beat, like seeing Ambessa out there. Like she sees Warwick run in, she sees all of the like prisoners run out, she sees
This is
sees a
all
bunch
an
of
act.
enforcers run in, sees Warwick and Jinx
Off-screen?
run out.
Off screen, they're all friends. They're all chill off screen. That's
Yeah.
why
Actors in the
Ambassa didn't
trailers, yeah.
die with Warwick.
And Beth's just like, I'm not gonna deal with this. Fuck this shit. I'm gonna scratch my mask and say I just barely escaped or something. I don't want to do
Yeah,
this.
the dangerous beast who
Yeah,
waits
so-
for
Oh,
oh,
the
you
they're
almost
all
got
good.
me.
guy
Look, my
running.
mask.
Thought this was worth mentioning here just quickly. So, Stillwater is a prison that is located on an island, and the benefit of that is that it's secure. There's only one way in or out. So, surely Piltover would be able to shut off the cable car system to put the prison on a full lockdown. That would
No
be
one
part
knows
of the
Of
point.
anything.
course, they
about
would be
this.
able to do that. Of
They would
course.
have
Yeah.
to be able to do that.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah.
People don't exist. There's no people outside of these things that exist
No,
in the
it's
world.
only the champions,
Mm.
and if the other people exist, then there's really a high chance they're not making it out of that scene.
I will say,
No.
Free, I assume we don't need to be spoilers, but like that whole theory of protecting the champions is blown out the fucking window by the time we get to Act 3. You understand that,
Well,
right?
it seems
Mm.
like basically, yeah, the champions are safe until we get to the finale area. Except for
Jesus.
one. There's only one champion who there's one champion who perishes before the finale.
Oh boy, we'll talk about that
Um,
someday.
Allegedly.
Yeah, we will.
Allegedly.
Yeah, maybe. I'm just speculating. I don't know.
So this is nitpick, but like she picks up one of the mushrooms and eats it and says, "I'm pretty sure they're not toxic." Like, why eat a radioactive
That's one way to
fucking
find
mushroom
out.
and then what would it matter even if you weren't killed by it? You're a
Ah.
shimmer person, so it proves
Because
nothing.
she's so quirky.
Yeah,
Why are we
it-
wasting a screen time on
I don't
this?
know. I'm just it's like it doesn't work
Jinx
in any of the
eating
ways. But
A
anyway,
mushroom.
Comedy.
And
Also,
sticking her tongue out.
I'd like to raise real quick that Vi has the Atlas gauntlets.
Yeah.
Anyone in
Yeah.
perhaps Piltover think that a
No.
little
No, those
bit
belong to
interesting?
her. Those are Vi's
No.
signature weapons. They are hers.
Hold on, who
Well, I
built
thought-
those?
Those
They're
are
their
iconic
things.
gloves. What are you talking about?
Iconic
Piltover
gloves.
recognizes the sovereignty of iconicness, and
I
so they
see.
have given it
She put 'em in a
to
drawer.
Vi to use.
Yeah, it's weird that she still has them, given
Ah.
that she's been on a bender of getting drunk every night, and like someone could easily recognize her and take them.
If only we
Someone
had
could
like
recognize her and take them, or like someone up topside could go, "Hey, isn't it a bit dangerous to have a Zornite running around with hex tech weapons?"
Oh yeah, Caitlin would have. So Caitlin goes
Yes.
back to Piltover and
Yeah.
speaks to Ambessa's like, "Where's Vi?" No, we're not having that discussion. Like,
yeah,
she'd
if
have to have
Jace was
told
like
someone.
a character, then maybe we would get his perspective. on
Jace?
things
I remember
of that nature.
Jace
I
from
think-
season 1.
Jace is a magic card, and he makes.
Dude, I
So
can't
it's
fucking
really
wait
bad.
to
Mind
talk about
Sculptor.
Jace's adventure in episode 7. What the hell?
It's my favorite. It's my fucking favorite, dude.
It sure will be an interesting thing for us to discuss and comment
could it
on.
all
Boy,
mean?
oh
For the
boy.
record,
What a mystery.
and I'm holding some people in chat responsible for this notion, but episode 7 is considered right now the only good episode of the season by a lot of people.
Re-
Yes,
You
gotta stop.
yes.
You
yes.
gotta stop.
Unfortunately.
Why?
Look, all right.
Is because there's so much wasted time in it.
Abandoned hope.
Abandoned.
Run far and
Well,
fast.
At
It
least
is
you
an
could
episode of the
say
show.
it's not like as terribly rushed and there's not a lot
No,
that is going
there's
on there.
crazy. There's crazy stuff in that episode to,
It is,
to
there
look at,
is.
you know. Like,
But
there were-
like in terms
yeah.
of plot wise, we don't really have like I don't know, it's just there's not a lot that happens. There are a few things that happen that are freaking bonkers, but
We'll get there. Fine. We'll get there.
yeah.
Alright. Vi
Enough about
says,
like characters from a different series.
Vi says, why would Vanda be all the way down here? And Jinx says, beats me, ask him yourself. I can't help but
Can I
think
jump in on
Vi is such a fucking moron who've been strung
Yes.
along through all of this. Everything
No,
would
no,
point
I-
to this is just absolute insanity. Why the hell am I here?
No, yeah,
Why
I
am I in
tracked
this
him here to
abandoned
this
tunnel?
tunnel, and then
But
I
they-
lost him.
You know what
We
they-
should go down the tunnel and look for him
They
together.
totally
if
cheaped
the
out.
other
They didn't show us the
was-
part where Jinx says he is a giant wolf man. Just, by the way, I'm not insane. Definitely not.
Well,
It-
so
d-
she says, why would Vanda be down here as if she's accepted that he is maybe alive?
Yeah.
He literally
Yeah.
died in her arms. She knows that he is dead. So what she should have said is, why the fuck have you brought me into this tunnel? But if she had said that, then it would have highlighted that she probably shouldn't be following a
Yeah,
mass
like,
murdering psychopath into a tunnel.
The aspect at this point should probably be, I'm so uninterested and despondent about everything in life, I'm willing to just see what you want to kill me with. Like, wherever you're taking me, you obviously want to... There's some other motive, right? It's got nothing to do with Vanda, so I'm just curious now just to see what you're going to do to me. Like, that could have been, like, an
Vi-
angle, but
Yeah.
the problem is that requires me to accept that this is who Vi is now, which I still don't.
Vi comes across as someone who has no autonomy whatsoever
No.
and is a freaking dumbass. Idiot.
She spends this whole season just getting inflicted with the plot.
There's
Yeah,
always,
she's
there's always
passive.
someone
She's a
dragging her
Completely
somewhere.
passive
like
character.
me. I feel
Yeah.
inflicted by the plot.
So Vi says, when are you going to admit this is one of your fantasies, or do you just not want the kid to know how delusional you are? And then Jinx says, she wasn't always like this. She actually used to be pretty cool before I kicked her butt. And then Vi says, see what I mean? Delusional.
It
They're just
hurts.
chatting. We're just
Stop it.
chatting.
Marvel
We're just
humor
having a
again.
fun time chatting.
Whoa.
I'd like to reiterate, these two people, for each other, have hurt one another more than anyone else in the world.
It's insane
They've tried to
that the
kill each
writer
other
guy,
many
or
times.
creative guy, said there's nothing for these two to talk about, and so instead of having meaningful discussions, we're having them do zingers.
Zingers. Look, it's like the
Mhm.
siblings again. They're having banter. It's like siblings. They're
So clunky.
so bad.
And
Vi has lived
So
in
scrumply.
Jinx's head for years now. Like, she has been a voice in her head for so many years, and now they're in a room together or in a tunnel together, and there's not much that she wants to say to her.
nah.
And Vi in prison, the only thing that got her through with her, it's her own words, is like thinking of powder and getting to powder. And now that they're together, they have nothing to say to one another.
Nothing to talk
Beautiful,
about.
wonderful.
Well, and that was a fucking lie, because the next line is, I wish I was just seeing things when you decided to throw in with the Pilty goons who murdered Mum and Dad. Which is such a, like, okay, yeah, are we having this conversation? That she is...
Oh yeah, let's go.
You put on the enforcer outfits, the very faction that gunned down your parents. So we're gonna have that. That's an interesting thing to talk about. Looks like the writers are aware of that. And then Vi says, at least they never had to see the psycho their daughter turned into. And it's like, okay, yeah, I get, but like this is what I mean. It's like the broadest almost title of a discussion. Okay, we got lots to go
This
through
is
here,
the headline.
but I'm
Then you
glad
go into the conversation.
this is what I mean about, like,
Speed
it
running
feels
it.
like the episode has acknowledged a contradictory to what those tweets said, that there is things for them
Yeah.
to talk about. And then Jinx says, which psycho? Wake up, sis. I'm a hero. I busted half of Zorn out of Stillwater while you were passed out in the bottom of a mug. Now can it and keep walking before I kick your ass again.
What has
Okay.
happened?
So
What is
painful.
happening?
What did you do?
Who are you?
What is
Both
what was the
characters-
point of season 1?
I bother.
Both of these characters have just become a caricature of what they were.
Yeah.
This
is
should
a-
be like a payoff of this season. Them
This
like
is huge,
it-
but it's tiny
yes.
in actuality. Like, wouldn't it be interesting to characterize Jinx as taking a major issue with Vi having switched sides, essentially, but simultaneously you need to reconcile that with having murdered so many innocent people, causing what's happened with Piltover and Zorn right now, and annihilating like any hope of peace by destroying, Silco and the council. is kind of this. How could that not be addressed? How can you have such righteous indignation against someone who's done far less damage than you, also to your parents' memory? There's so much to discuss, but they say it like it's a meme. Like, hey, you remember you're the character who did that thing? It's like, well, you're the character who did that thing. It's like, oh, I hate you. I hate you too.
Riveting.
The audience
dialogue.
just sort of
I love
awkwardly
it.
sits there being like, what the fuck happened? Like,
It's like
at
scenes
least
you watch, you just slump lower and lower into your chair, and it's like, what
Mhm.
is happening?
You know that "You Orphan Children" is such a better line compared to at least they never have to see what psycho their daughter turned into. Like, and you know, I'm saying this is like the dialogue's like getting worse even from the previous act.
Mhm.
It's like, is that really that bad compared to wearing a Piltover uniform? I don't think so. But we never get to like have the and then all that Jinx does is just like, yeah, well, I'm a hero now.
I'm a hero. Stop saying that, by the way.
And her
Cringe.
little facial expression just annoys me. Season 1 had none of those because season 1 was sane.
Good people.
This was made by
Goblins.
I don't even know.
Goblins running around yelling. These sorts of like comments as well. It starts to get me super cynical, and then like Arcane has been swallowed by we brought this up at some point. I don't know if it's on stream, but you know, like parallels and I think I said like jokingly perpendiculars, like just look at how opposite the thing is. Look at how in line the thing is. Look at the path. Look at and it's like we're skipping through all kinds of
but
crazy
who cares
things.
how we get there, right?
Yeah,
This
the journey
it's almost
doesn't
like the
matter.
universe.
It's the
Well, I think
it's
that's- but
it's
it
the
does,
end point,
though.
and then
It
you
actually-
compare. Well, that's what the writers have become. It's like look at what Vi is now, and look at what Jinx is now. Oh my god, they've kind of swapped positions. Isn't that crazy? And you're like,
don't know.
whoa.
Yeah, that is kind of crazy.
Yeah, it is crazy. How did we get here? Pretty badly. It really is like one of the biggest problems you can. I don't know. It feels like one of the most important things to being consistent when it comes to delivering good stories is recognizing the importance of the connective tissue, not just like the ideas for the crazy thing, the thing that's you can spread on Twitter, or that when people watch it they're gonna spread it on Twitter saying like, oh, look at how amazing that is. How you get there fucking matters. Like it just does.
Yeah.
Ideas are cheap.
That's what I mean
execution
when
is
I see
everything.
those.
That's the story. You
Yeah.
skipped the story.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I mean with all the posts on like Twitter, X, whatever the fuck you want to call it. It's like, look, they're doing this thing. Look how amazing this looks. Like, oh, I'm crying. All caps. It's like all these fucking accounts that shows their identity for 2 weeks. It drives me fucking insane.
Yeah, and then they move on to the next thing, and they forget this exists.
Yeah.
So as if it wasn't bad enough, Vi then says, "You wouldn't last 1 second without all of your ugly gadgets and chicken shit tricks." And then Jinx says, "Ha! What about those over-designed bitch mittens that you didn't even build yourself?"
Who are these characters again?
I don't know who
What's
these are.
happening?
It's impossible to kind of undersell how disconnected this is with essentially the majority of the first season of this TV show.
Yeah.
This is like a weird pocket dimension that exists within the Arcane, I guess, universe that makes no sense. I don't know who these people are. I guess I know everyone said it, but it's worth repeating that I don't know who these people are. This is insane.
Mm-hmm.
They have a cat fight. They're like going.
Mm.
And then Grogu bites Vi, and so she hits Grogu. And that
Nice.
creates a powerful parallel with the first season where she hit Powder. And in this case, instead of being abandoned, you see a grown-up Powder cares for this harmed Grogu. You see the parallels?
It's
The
not
parallels.
Grogu.
All Grogu should be harmed. The only Grogu I cannot stand is an unharmed Grogu.
It's
I'm
just,
losing it.
it's
I
just
can't.
pathetic. Like I just watched this shit unfold. I'm like, I don't care anymore. You guys suck at this.
I don't know. I mean, I liked Vi hitting Grogu.
I saw
the
Grogu's
redeeming
nose
high
bleeding, and I
point of
was like,
second
ah,
season.
okay, blood's back on the
Menu.
scene. Vanda's
Looks
gonna
like
do the
blood's back on
thing.
the menu.
It is back on the menu.
Like poetry.
Vanda's
friends.
gonna do the thing. Maybe we'll kill the child. We're not gonna kill the child.
You're the child.
Or are we?
Kill the
Well,
child.
yeah.
Mhm.
This he does get triggered by this little blood splatter, and so that means that nobody has bled anything in the last however many hours in all of Zorn and Piltover, I guess.
You think during police brutality, martial law occupation, people might bleed on a semi-frequent basis
It
in
would just be
Zorn?
people. I
No,
do know it's
Even-
skin. It's just blood is being
Women
spilled.
exist in Piltover, in Zon, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Blood is
Yes,
happening
they
in
do.
Zorn and Piltover show, just so you know.
Yeah.
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 So they reach a fork in the tunnel, and the implication is
Damn.
that they don't know which end
It's
went down.
dinner time.
So they're like, now what? And I think the implication is that they're going to send Grogu down one to see if it's the right one. But she says, like, make sure you come back or something. We're being a little bit
Make sure
confused
you
by
don't come
this.
back.
I know, right?
I must have completely missed that because that's an interesting decision to send the child into the
I
tunnel.
know. That's what
where-
I was going to ask you
Yeah.
guys. Like, if I got that right, because it seems really odd to just send her.
I don't. Yeah, I completely missed that. If that's what happens,
Because she nods to her,
Yeah,
she goes off, and she says, "But don't ditch us."
Gosh,
Mhm.
I like
Just run along. Remember, I care about you very much.
season 1 Vi would be like, maybe not bring a child into this
Maybe
because the
not.
last time I did that, remember when the show cared for children? Remember when Vi left Powder at home because it was just too dangerous?
Nah.
Um,
This feels even
Powder
younger. That means she's more
no.
powerful.
Yeah, Vi does not care. Vi is dissociated. She's
Also,
oh gosh.
if a fucking huge wolf beast was crawling through these tunnels, do you really think there would be nothing to track which tunnel he went down? Serious?
They show
feel like there would
that
be
the
some
tunnel is
trace.
moist and wet, and Warwick's big, and he's
really
got
big.
big
Wet.
old claws. I feel like it would be very, very easy to track where he's gone.
Hmm.
I
If
can
only we had
imagine
Caitlyn
him. Maybe you
here,
could
she could
imagine him like
where he went.
tiptoeing around, making you step only on the rocks or staying on the rail really awkwardly, so he doesn't leave any, prints or anything behind.
I feel like tracking him would be pretty. So
Yeah,
Vi
you hater.
says, "Why'd you come get me? You don't actually need my help. You haven't for a long time." And then Jinx says, "Last time Vanda needed us, we tried it alone, and nothing was ever the same. So maybe this is a do-over. Besides, he's your father too."
Just stop.
Actually
Just not the
painful.
thing.
So first of all, the writers knew they couldn't make it through that line without clunking the fuck out of it, because you can't say last time we didn't do it together with Vander and that's what made everything go wrong. It's like, no, you blew everyone up.
You did that.
Remember, I told you to stay away.
And had
That's
you
what
done
you
And then
did.
you
that,
didn't.
it would have
And had
worked
you done
out.
that, they would have won. So
well, and
yeah.
the problem also wasn't that they didn't do teamwork. If Vi had believed in in Powder, and Powder had come with them, it may well have been even worse because as
Yeah.
soon as she detonates a bomb, they're all going to be much closer.
So yeah,
Mhm.
they had to write it such that she argues last time they went together and that was bad, and this time they are and that's good, which is just like best of luck with that one.
Yeah. Also, as I mentioned, I do not buy Jinx ever talking this way about Vander. I don't think she would ever see Vander as her father. She sees Silco as her father. Maybe Vander at some point, but I don't think she would ever say this.
Absolutely
well,
not.
Season one.
She'd feel some type of way about it. She would not be,
Mhm.
first off, not referring to him as father necessarily, at least not easily. Secondly,
No.
not he's your father to Vi.
We
She
just
spent more time with Silco as her father than Vander, and like I don't think that she would necessarily have any kind of disdain for Vanda, because even though Silco and Vanda were enemies, Silco very clearly did respect Vanda.
Mhm.
What?
So if he did, spin some lie, well, not necessarily lies, but give Jinx his perspective on Vanda repeatedly and warp her perception of Vanda, I don't think it would have been to the point of her actively, disliking him.
It's
Mhm.
sort
But
of a
that's a
yes
step away
and
from
no
this.
to that because Silco lost a lot of respect for Vanda due to his unwillingness to like fight for a cause in any
That is
way.
true, yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, I don't remember Jinx. I remember there being a line of her referring to Vander. I don't remember, but it was not in a very like compassionate um way. I don't think so. I think she would more so see him as like a cowardly person who effed everything up by not having any balls, like Silco thought of him. I think she would
Well,
just adopt that view of him.
yes, but then at the same time, like the final thing that Vanda did is that he did, put the gauntlets back on and then fight to save his family. So, and,
Mhm.
and then Silco acknowledges that after he stabs him in the back. He says, I always knew you had it in you. So, yes, he definitely did, as he says, lose respect for Vanda, but to some degree, I think he earned it back because he finally pushed him to the point where he became the monster that Silco wanted him to be, which now in season 2
Mm.
has become, literal.
Mm.
They
But
referencing that night, by the way, and not actually having it out and being like, "You killed Vanda, Milo, and Clagger." It was horrifying,
Hmm.
and I got kidnapped and imprisoned, and we've never really gone over all of those events and what everyone did and how it turned out. There's so much baggage, but we're having
Yeah.
cat fights instead.
Yeah.
They team
Mm.
up or they don't.
Insane.
Such a shit. Wanna die.
I want to know, like, I wish Vi would say, like, do you care that Savika and Silco killed our dad? Does that matter to you at all when you're referring to him this way? Like all of
Mm.
that happened because of Silco, your beloved father. He made all of that happen. You know that, right? Like, does she know the truth of it all, or does she know Silco's
Well, then,
insane lies about it?
but I feel like even past that, would just be like, dude, Jinx, like, you do really bad things like regularly, and you don't seem to care.
You've killed a
Like, this
lot
is
of
While
this is
people.
like a
simultaneously
big
judging
problem.
Vi all the time. It's so weird. Like,
Yeah,
look at
exactly.
you with your
Because
enforcer armor. Like, oh yeah, crazy.
it is a
Hmm.
strange thing, right? It's like having Jinx still like express kind of like her political opinions, right? Like about the world. But it's like, I don't know, man. Like it really it's like if you put enough distance between it, the characters will forget about it, and kind of substantial amounts of people who watch the show will forget about it. They'll just forget like
Yeah.
what happened at the end of season 1, along with all of the other things that happened in the interim.
Jinx does not have like opinion. She doesn't have a like a perfectly morphed worldview. She is just an anarchist that causes chaos because that's the only thing that brings pleasure for her in life. This is the
I
opposite
think
of.
what bugs me, I suppose, about it as in terms of the character is that like an essential part of trying to, because you have multiple options for where you can take Jinx. Obviously, it's pretty clear at this point that we're going in a specific direction, which is the redemption arc. They want to make her into a hero. Pretty obvious at this point, even putting to one side an awareness of how this story ends. But like a really important part of moving Jinx in that direction means grappling with the notion of responsibility. Responsibility, accountability. What is Jinx going to do to like make up for the choices that she made in the past? Not like erase them or balance the scorecard even, but like what is she where is the guilt, remorse, desire to change and like enact positive action and express, like a desire to do that. But it's like none of that's here.
Mhm.
We get very little of her perspective, kind of in general.
Well, anyway,
Anyway.
no beast is more savage than man. I trust you have terms. That's what Singed says to Ambessa, who's visiting him in prison.
Good.
And she says, "You're going to serve me. My enemies will be yours. Your weapons will be mine. In return, I'll supply you with all that you need. And you'll be treated as an esteemed advisor. but I demand absolute loyalty. Don't test this, or you will yearn
It's
for
pretty
Caitlyn's
funny.
dungeons.
It is pretty funny that she would say this. It's like, dude, you do. It should be pretty obvious to you that Singed would have no loyalty to you. He would only be loyal to you insofar as it benefits him, and at the perfect moment, like as soon as a better opportunity presents itself, he'll betray you. That's so obvious.
Yeah.
Clearly, yeah.
I almost
Yeah,
feel like
that-
it's
yeah.
pointless to say that. She might as well just be like, I will essentially give you every reason to stick with me.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I will make your life so. I will make it so easy for you to achieve your goals that you won't even like think of betraying me.
I feel
Like
like
a-
they're also leaning pretty heavily on the idea that Ambessa empathizes with him to some degree for having a daughter. And she doesn't know exactly what the link with the daughter is, but she did see in the previous scene the locket that has the photo in it.
Yeah.
And she then returns it to him in this scene. So obviously, she at this point, her own daughter has been abducted, and she hasn't seen her for months or however long
So-
it has been. But that's it. That's
I'm not even kidding. There's that. Then there's the in reference to Warwick. Singe said he isn't a monster. He was once a man, well respected at that, a victim of great tragedy, which is obviously doubling up as referring to himself. And it's the first time in a while where I was like, oh, 2 lines of dialogue that I like.
Yay!
Mm.
Yeah.
It happened.
At this point, I was like, just give me more Singed. Like,
Yeah,
I've-
Singed.
I'm not miserable
Yeah.
when Singed is on screen.
Well, it's kind of awkward. On the one hand, I'd like more Singed, but on the other hand, I feel that his even though he has a significant impact on the events of the narrative, in a sense, he's almost divorced from the plot, and thus
Yeah, he
is
really is.
spared from a
Mhm.
lot of damage. He's like one of the few characters that I'm still like pretty generally like happy with. By the end of this season.
Yeah, I know what you mean. He kind of almost like a plot device as well. It's like, here, I know what you want to do. I need you because I need weapons for the next scenes. So you're here now.
He has a big impact, but like he's not
Yeah.
that invested. Like his investment is very personal. It doesn't
Yes.
really have anything to do with the central plot of the show.
He says he has a ferocious will to live, an incredible tolerance for pain, and with him I was able to make strides impossible with any other specimen. But the mind I could not recover, the man forever lost in the bowels of the beast, compelled only by the scent of blood, or so I thought. It now seems I have yet to uncover the right catalyst. And it's showing imagery of him with powder. And it's just like,
Fuck, man.
yeah.
Mm.
That's all it takes.
Sure.
Singe tried everything, but one look at powder that's all he was
It
missing.
wasn't even powder, it was a grenade.
Oh yeah, my bad. Sorry. One
If
look
only
at
I had a
powder's
grenade.
scribbles.
If only he had the grenade, exactly. And a picture of
If
powder
only
baby.
he had a fucking crayon. Like,
Yeah.
It's
Could be
just
sorted.
I'm not trying to argue that Vander had no like love for Powder or any less, but the way season 1 established everything, Vi and Vander's relationship was much more built up and contextualized than Powder and Vander's ever was. So this feels so jarring from both perspectives for me in season 2, from both of them.
We got another Black Rose Mel scene.
Whoa.
Whatever that means.
She does a thing.
Talks about how they did the funeral shit for her brother to a guy who isn't her brother and just an illusion. And then she figures out that there's like a puzzle to solve in this room that doesn't go anywhere really either.
No. It's really weird. She does like the sign on the floor without looking, then touches it
Like it's
and it
totally
goes
random.
inside. I don't fucking know what's happening. But
Uh,
she's
then-
like, I have a feeling this is a puzzle, so this is a puzzle now.
They talk about how Ambessa had a kid that was important and the Black Rose want the kid. Like, alright. I don't know, a lot of the stuff to do with this is really not until Act 3, so
Yeah.
it's more like, yep. Nod and move forward, I suppose.
Also,
Yes.
Brava's weirdly teleporting around here and there, so in
More
case you
evidence that
haven't
he's
noticed. It's a,
fucking, yeah, it's so obvious he's not real, but it's
Yeah.
fine. We'll get there. So Dracula's back, and she's upset because Singed
Kinda
has
Dracula.
a history, according to the Kierman files, where he was a friendly little alchemist working with Heimerdinger, but he got fired because he was doing evil. And she figured out also that he's the inventor of Shimmer. Did Caitlin
Oh.
facilitate with Ambessa this offer, or is this all a surprise to her?
I was very confused when we
That's
were
a good
watching
question,
it
actually.
initially, because it just seemed like, oh, you've just, because the impression I got was that like from the scene of Ambessa going to Singed, was that it was going to be something secret that she was going to keep from Caitlin, but then showed up here.
She
So-
must have okayed it, because otherwise she'd be like, Ambessa, what the fuck are you doing?
Exactly. Yeah, this reaction
Well, you
wouldn't.
say that,
This reaction doesn't make
It-
sense if she
but
knew
It
it.
is
You know?
it is framed as if
She
Caitlyn is
didn't know.
walking in on them.
yeah,
Like,
it very much like the whole commander. She's like general, like oh,
guess.
Ambessa,
Yeah,
the way
I
Ambessa
guess.
turns.
yeah. Ambessa looks
that's weird. That's
surprised to see her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't know what, like, but then why wouldn't Caitlyn be like, what the fuck have you done? This goes against all my
Exactly.
orders. But whatever, I guess we
Yeah, I said I was going to put him in a dungeon and punish him,
Mm-hmm.
and you've taken him out of the dungeon. You defied my will.
And then Ambessa just replies, no, it's okay, it's okay. We're going to use him to find the giant zombie wolf, and we're going to use it. Caitlin's responsibility.
We're gonna do what? Sorry.
Wait, what was that sentence?
Yeah.
It's weird. I misheard you. I thought you said something else. What was that?
And Ambessa just like, did I fucking stutter?
No, I think my brain stopped working for a second. What did you say?
That's been going around lately.
Yeah, it
should-
really
you should-
has.
you should
It's
be
like I don't
careful.
even know who you are anymore. Honestly.
We spent so much time together.
Caitlyn says, we know who you are now, Dr. Revik. You're a monster. And there's one little bit of animation I really like here of his reaction, because Singed is just, he's doing okay. All right, everybody? He's
doing all right.
Is all right.
His combo
Yeah,
meter is
yeah.
much
Singed is our
higher than
little
almost everyone
oasis.
else. But he,
Right, yeah.
100%, yeah.
it's
I
relatively
don't know if he's
subtle.
quite an ultra combo status though. He's not quite there.
No, just higher than other people. He has a little subtle reaction that tells me it's a sort of him, like she calls him a monster, and he's like thinking about how that's true, but it's all been or something that he's desperate and relatively close to
Yeah.
completing. Or at least, you know, maybe he thinks that. It's just like, oh, that stuff.
Remind you a
We
little
did
bit of the from Serenity, the operative.
Oh, I was gonna say it reminds
Yeah.
me of season 1, where
Oh.
like things weren't shit. But,
Yeah.
you know.
I remember, that was nice.
Yeah, she says, why do all of this? And he says, why does anyone commit acts others deem unspeakable for love? And then he says he's trying to cure death. Imagine a world where we no longer fear it. And he shows these
quickly-
two. Yes.
Oh, just wanted to slide in and say that the what he just said applies directly to both Ambessa and Caitlyn, which I quite liked, because they've
Sure.
both done things that others might deem unspeakable, and well, Caitlyn is more doing it for, I guess, revenge. but broadly
Well, you
speaking,
could
you'd call
say
it for love of her
revenge,
mother.
and yeah, that's right. And
Honestly-
hey, it ties into something
So-
Victor says in episode 6, right?
I think that it would have been slightly better, the line from Singed, if he had said, "Why does anyone commit acts others deem unspeakable?" for family, because that would work for him as well. It would also work for Mel, and it would work better for Caitlyn. I said Mel, I meant Ambessa.
Yeah.
Because yeah, then it would just apply straight up to all three of them. It would make the Caitlyn one a little bit less shaky.
So they want to know why he's committed like a bazillion crazy crimes in relation to science, and then he reveals his big old room that has his daughter suspended in like a stasis, Mr. Freeze style, but obviously daughter instead of wife. And this scene ends, and I feel like there's so much more that we would have to hear them talk about. For example, oh, so you did it all to try and bring this girl back to life / away from death. You still created a drug that destroyed the whole world, essentially.
Yeah, you made Shimmer and then used all of the well, not pilled over all of Zon as your test subjects, which
Like,
is
You have
really fucking
you have the
crazy.
severed head of a man mutated by Shimmer in your lab. Like,
it's just
It's
hanging out.
purely decorative.
That's not mine.
That's not mine. I actually
I'm holding it for
funny
someone
story.
else.
I found that while I somewhere.
That
Yeah,
was you when I moved in.
There is
I
a
would like to
very
speak to my
long
lawyer.
conversation that needs to happen here for Caitlin to sign off on this man
Well, yeah,
continuing to walk free.
She's
Yes.
about to shoot him, and the
Yeah.
idea
Yeah.
that it's like, well, it's okay because I'm trying to save one person. I don't know that would fly.
It's like they've got ammunition with Ambessa here. There's ways to make it work, but man, we need a lot.
and they
You've
just
got
end the
some work
scene
to do.
because it's too
That's
tough
the
to
scene
do.
because they dropped the reveal. They
Yeah.
did their reveal. The
Put it
scene's
on the
over.
list where
Which, yeah,
it's
worth
the
mentioning.
fucking
People
those
are
of you who
waiting
don't
for
know.
this because Oriana is a well-known League of Legends champion, and this is known lore as well. That Singe
She's one of my most played characters. She's really cool. I like
is
her a
pretty
lot.
cool. Clockwork Lady.
Yeah.
But oh well.
So now
you'll
that
get, you'll
we've
get
got
your
This
series
is,
for her. Don't worry, it'll be great.
now that we've got the reveal of what Singed actually wants to do, he wants to resurrect his daughter and save her from death, implying that she is dead but isn't decaying, I guess. So he took Vander as a test subject, and the natural next course of action was to turn him into a robot zombie wolfman. I don't entirely understand the link there. If his objective was to use Vander as like a proof of concept to see if you can like reanimate dead tissue so that he can then refine the process and then resurrect his daughter, surely Vander, because he says that like he chose Vander because of his apparently unique qualities, his ability to endure intense pain. That would completely defeat the purpose, because he can't then do the same process with his daughter. And I don't understand at all what the whole combining Vander with a wolf has to do with saving his daughter.
I think what they want,
This
the
fucking
idea they
hell.
want you to get at is that what he's done to Vander was how he essentially brought him back to life, and that was the way he found to do that, and presumably there was no other path.
Combining him with a wolf.
Yes.
All of his projects are just like, broadly speaking, genetic experiments that he's learning bits and bobs throughout all of it until finally cracking
Until he
some
can
code.
achieve the ultimate goal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In order to ultimately be able to,
This doesn't explain his actions in the previous episode, though, really at all.
no.
Yeah.
There's no way that it was his plan essentially to be in a position where, I mean, it doesn't. Why would he summon Warwick?
There's no point in any of this.
Yeah, there's no point in
compared
even
to-
talking about it. It's stupid.
If his goal was
Wait,
to
means-
work for Ambessa, he would have submitted himself as like an offer. He would have sent a message. He would have done.
exactly.
He's smarter than just, I will pretend to be at the rally in support of it so that I'll get captured, and then I will have Warwick try to save me, proving that he's a really great weapon, thus convincing Ambessa to want to hire me. That's so convoluted compared to, I can make you a weapon. That's amazing.
It's just so
Yeah.
crazy if you think about it for a second, because like, especially since they knew this was coming as a reveal. So like, Singed is from Piltover natively, right? So what the fuck interest does he have in a Zornite rally? Especially considering everything else we see of him, he keeps to himself and does his shit.
Well, the
Like,
impression you get
most
from
of
him
his
is that
time
he doesn't really give a shit about anything that's
It
going
read like
on.
a trap too. He's too
Yeah.
smart to go to something like that. That would be
Yeah.
stupid.
Exactly.
He is just doing his thing.
He's been
Why
hanging
would he
out in
give
the
a fuck?
cave. He doesn't want to
Exactly.
be bothered.
Little happy little cave.
He's like, I just want to sit here and do my crazy genetic experiments in peace. Okay,
You
so
guys
go
can
away.
have your civil war up there.
Yeah. You have your civil war, I'll have my severed head.
Yeah, I hope you guys have fun or whatever.
But yeah, like it's just required for them to get Vi and Jinx back together with Vander. They needed Singe to do everything he did in episode 4, even though, I mean, there is no explanation for it other than that he just did it for shits and gigs.
Which is very funny.
As Theo
Just
says, he
felt
went
like
by
it.
he goes by vibes. It's like
He
"Oh,
felt
what's
like
this
getting
rally?
arrested.
What's going on here? Oh shit, I'm arrested. Well, I guess
think
I'll
I
get
wanna
my
go-
werewolf.
I just imagine he got up from his desk. He was like, "I want to go and stare at the Vander statue." I don't know. I feel a
Yeah.
compulsion to go and stare at the Vander statue.
Yeah, if it
And
was
then
like
he
a-
was oh, there's this whole rally. Damn.
If it was a potion meeting where everyone's sharing the genetic crazy shit, I'd buy it more. But it's
Welcome
just
to the local
A
Annual
conference.
potion
There is a
meeting.
conference.
Yeah, yay potions. That's like
Yay,
their mantra.
potions.
Potion seller.
What does this
Woohoo,
potion
yeah,
do?
Strongest
potions.
potions.
Oh, that potion's
Yeah.
too strong for you. And then arguments start.
Singed, this is the third year in a row you've brought a severed head in a jar. We told you to stop doing
not a
that.
potion.
It's
this
not
isn't
mine.
head in a jar.
It's potion juice.
Where it comes from. So we get
But
another.
It's also just like ridiculously lucky that Vander/Warwick is this giant rage monster that is capable of busting him out of prison.
It's
'Cause
one
that-
of those. Go on.
Well, I was going to say those properties have absolutely nothing to do with his ultimate objective of resurrecting his daughter. Though it's just like a happy accident. It's a byproduct of combining this absolute beast of a man, Vander, with a wolf and pumping him full of insane chemicals.
Yeah.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with it. And if Warwick was not what he ends up being, what he actually is in the show, Singed gets arrested because he went for a walk, and the show ends.
It's one of those real frustrating things that Arcane has run into in changing the history of a champion while having to keep their design. I remember in season 1 this came up a little bit with Jace's hammer. Like the Jace we see in this show seems a little bit strange that he builds the weapon that he does, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And with
Super
Warwick,
practical.
with
Right.
Warwick, we're in a position where like Singed in League of Legends as opposed to in Arcane is comically evil. He made Warwick out of a good man specifically as an attempt to demonstrate something about the base nature of humanity by taking and turning just a good man that he found into this creature and specifically
up.
turning him into a big fucking weapon monster thing because
That's fucked
he's
up,
a
I love it.
cartoon villain. He's evil as fuck. So that's why Warwick is a weapon in that capacity. That's why blood drives him fucking crazy and all that sort of thing. None of that is really present in Arcane Warwick. He is useful specifically for his like regenerative qualities and whatnot, which draws into question, why did you give him metal-tipped claws and stuff?
What's the idea
Why
of
did you
this?
give him an insatiable bloodlust?
He's just like, oh, it's just crazy about how it all ended up. I don't know. you know, you
Again, it was just
tinkering and,
vibes.
yeah.
Like
And then,
I was just
and then Kayla's like, "What's that?" And it's like a schematic that shows all of like the designs for Warwick's claws, and the title is like super awesome, crazy fucking wolf monster.
Werewolf
that's just some
monster.
awesome. No. That's just some awesome shit I drew. Like, you want to see my fan art?
No, I'm working on a comic book. It's unrelated. It's
Trust me,
also
all of-
about a crazy, bloodthirsty wolf monster.
You're not gonna believe this.
The head guy at
No,
the
it
jaw,
was-
he's in it too.
It would be, you're not going to believe this, but creating a giant bloodthirsty wolf zombie robot monster is absolutely necessary in resurrecting my daughter. I promise you. Don't
It makes sense. Stop questioning it. So, we get a Mel Black Rose scene again.
Wow,
This
epic.
one is she's doing that meme from The Hangover with all the numbers and the
Yeah.
lines and stuff, like figuring
But
this
it's
all out.
rude.
Even though there is nothing to fucking figure out other than the guy is actually an illusion, and then she pushes his head into a wall.
Yeah.
All of this is like useless to me. When watching, I was just like, "What is the point of all this? He's so obviously fucking an
yeah.
illusion."
Gotta wait.
Well, yeah, of course. But what I guess I mean is, like, in retrospect, that's even more potent. It's like, why did you waste so much time with this?
No, I guess that's what I mean. Is it's kind of like, well, there's nothing I can do with this because like I basically just have to wait for you to explain what's happening.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and
And
but
until
then
the show explains it, we're just sort of in limbo with Mel.
We know that, like, for some reason, this character that is pretending to be her brother is kind of going out of his way to be suspicious and to reveal that something is up because he's like teleporting around her
yeah,
and like showing up on the other side. It you know, not normal behavior, which clues her in on it.
You
And
don't
you wouldn't do
teleport
that
around?
if you. I don't typically. I haven't yet learned
Wow.
how to do that.
That's cringe. You should do that.
Hmm.
but I will say, like,
Become teleport based.
That German
I don't
tech.
know.
visually, she gets chained up, and then her armor does the same lighty stuff that it was doing before, and you're like, oh, I see, something's gonna happen, and I think that's it for Mel
You'll
now
find out
until
what this means in episode 8.
yeah.
It
so
is
bye, Mel.
Going places.
Yeah.
Bye.
The only thing I learned from this is that Mel should have died at the beginning of this season. Holy hell.
The
Well,
writers were
it's
never
kinda
gonna let
funny,
that
right?
happen.
Like, speculate on that being a possibility when you see how this story goes, that would have never even been remotely entertained.
I see someone who's getting set up for the champion treatment.
Oh, definitely.
Oh,
I mean, it's
100%.
that way in season 1 anyway. So
Yeah,
now
and now she has magic powers.
Well, I was gonna say, I
Yeah.
thought after surviving the rocket or whatever, I was like, oh, she'll be a support, and then it's like after Act 3, it's like she's gonna be a fucking mid mage.
AP mid.
Yeah,
Hey, I hope
AP
so,
mid
'cause
specifically.
that's
Not
all I
yeah.
play.
Well,
Yeah,
that's all I
give me a
played
new
usually
character
as
to
well.
play.
I love mages,
Yeah.
but I don't know. It's just all we'll get there when we talk about that
Yeah.
in 10 years from now. So Vanda enters the tunnel, and it's like, well, wait, but I thought they were going into the tunnel to get to Vanda, and then you're like, yeah, and then
Well, did he
so
go in the tunnel,
he went
then leave
in.
the
Juked
tunnel,
them.
go
he went in,
far,
but the thing is, it was
back?
boarded up, so he went in, he went out, and boarded it back, and then came back.
I'm just imagining him going out and
Nails.
carefully placing all of them. Yeah, all of the boards at the entrance.
This is just a
Because he
comedy.
reaches the fork.
He's like
and
cackling to himself, like.
I don't understand at all. He gets to the fork and he follows the trail for the blood. It's just like what? But oh well, yeah, okay.
I forget they lost him in the tunnels. Does the tunnel like pop out somewhere else, and he like circled all the way back around?
I don't know. We're
There's somebody
generating
wandering around.
other payoffs.
Like-
you gotta shut up.
If they hadn't
There's
showed up, he
someone-
would just keep going in circles. Is that the idea?
There's someone in the tunnel, and Jinx and Vi are like, "Hey, we lost our dog. Have you seen him?" Kind of thing.
It's okay. We're gonna get another ferocious Warwick scene.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
So they encounter Vanda's little man cave for a mining operation, and they find a message he always intended for Silco but never got to deliver, where he says,
"Oh yeah,
Silco, I've looked everywhere, but it's clear you don't want to be found. God, I'm shit at this. I'm sorry, but when she died, I lost my head. I told myself what I did to you was for the greater good, that you deserved it, but the dirt was on both of our hands. Anyway, you know where to find me, ballistas and bedrock." And Jinx says, if he had found this, everything might have been different. Now,
Okay.
this is obviously supposed to parallel because these two are having their moments in this scene, and she even goes to put Vi goes to put her hand on Jinx. Like, look how close everything, it could have worked out, but it just didn't. And it's like, but generationally it happened. You know, Vi and Jinx are a lot like Silco and Vanda, which I thought we already did thoroughly in season 1, but alright.
Mhm.
Yep.
That's fine. The idea that if only this message reached Silco, it would have saved the relationship, feels to me like we've forgotten a lot of what drove them apart in season 1 wasn't just their fight. It was why that fight took place and why Silco does what he does to Vanda at the end
and how
of
it
Act 1.
changed them.
And just their big.
Do you ever wonder what it's
disagreement.
like to drown?
It's not really. I don't think it would have been solved if Vanda was like, "Bro, I'm sorry. Are we chill?" Like, I don't think so.
Yeah, if
I don't
Vanda
know,
sends that
usually-
letter, that doesn't undo the fact that he tried to kill Silco.
Or do you want to go and get back on that fucking bridge? No? Okay. We're still enemies then.
Also, unless I'm
Remember-
forgetting it, we don't get any reason why that letter didn't get sent. He just wrote it and left it on the
Yeah.
table.
He wrote
Yeah.
it and
So
left
do you
it
remember-
here.
Vander,
Yeah, I think
Vander
isn't
does
the,
not seem. Go on.
Oh, I think the idea is just he was looking for Silco and then just put this here because he thought he might end up here checking this place out. Maybe,
That's true.
possibly.
Yeah, because he wouldn't
something.
know where to. You obviously
Yeah.
can't post it to Silco if you don't know where he is. So yeah, he probably left it there, hoping that Silco would come here and find it at some point.
Yeah.
That
I don't know
doesn't
why
it's never happened.
seem.
Yeah.
That doesn't seem like he's too invested in getting this message across, because he's like, "Hey, sorry, my bad," and leaving it in a freaking tunnel of all places.
Especially with how
You could,
reachable
like, search
Silco
for
is,
him.
not only like,
Yeah.
personally, but also just through messaging, like anybody to send.
Oh,
a
yeah.
message. But
They know each other. They're best. They've been besties for so long. He would find him if he wanted to.
it was the deals with Piltover that made Silco like a hardcore turn on Vanda. The idea that that would be solved in any way by a message is an impossibility.
I feel like it's like, do you guys not understand that sometimes people just have like fundamental moral, philosophical like disagreements that are like difficult to reconcile?
Yeah.
Like that you
Mm.
can't just be like, yeah, but have you considered that like peace is good? Like as if that's a meaningful response to people who
Well,
fundamentally disagree on what they believe is important and and like fundamentally disagree on what they believe the ideal world should look like.
So, like, in that case, if this message could work, in that case, Jinx right now can go, haha, sorry to Vi, and we're done.
It's just so
Everything's fixed.
it's a little bit simplistic and
Naive.
immature.
simplistic,
Yeah.
childish,
Silco-
naive,
It's like-
cowardly.
Mm.
This
It's
would
like
probably
saying,
make
why can't we
Silco
all
fucking
just get
angry.
along?
Yeah, they probably would.
Well,
This
because
would
it would
piss
be
Silco off.
it
From
would
what
be
I
nuts
understand of him.
to pretend that there's any way within the next like 10 minutes to have them all happy families hugging, you know?
That's
Uh,
true.
That would be crazy.
But what if we manipulate the audience emotionally before that happens?
Whoa,
There
now,
is just-
crazy.
There's just so
I'm
much
just asking
history.
questions. Maybe
There's
that could
so
work.
much history that would mean that that can't happen.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
And
I'm
as
just-
part of the nature of the maturity of the writing in season 1 was the recognition of that with Vi and Jinx. But now it's like we've given up on that. We've given up on the essentially correct understanding of like people, which is that people are an accumulation of a vast array of experiences and like instant change or being able to just sort of like revert back to a prior state of being is it's not that simple.
no.
I'm so glad Silco is as dead as he can be. Because if there was even a slight chance of bringing him back, you know they would take it, and they would have him hug it out with them.
Yeah.
I was
Oh,
so
I'm
wrong.
So happy.
Well,
I was
feel
so
it would be,
misguided.
Man, that would
it
be crazy
like,
if Silco said something just
They would
cringes.
totally go for it.
Oh
Yeah,
man.
Yeah, that'd be nuts.
Yeah.
But yeah, just for the sake of like addressing as well, because the notion that like Jinx can be wrong, can't she? I would just be like, yeah, what's the point then? If we're not supposed to think about it, because if you remember, the conversation in Act 1, Episode 3, Season 1, he says, Vanda to Silco that if you this whole thing is going to destroy everything we would want to fight for, right? Like if, in fighting Piltover, it would like essentially kill everything we're supposed to value. And he says, "Kill me, but spare the lanes." And then Silco says, "You die for the cause, but you won't fight for one." And I'll show you what you really are. We were talking about this earlier. These kinds of like this fundamental breach between the two of them was so fucking interesting. And to try and convince me, even for a second, that a note saying, "Hey man, I went too far," would fix anything is so insulting to the first season.
Gross.
Well, because if the
Silco
only
would
reason why
be-
Silco survived was because Silco grabbed the knife and stabbed Vanda. Like, had he not been able to reach the knife, Vanda would have killed Silco in that moment.
That was a
But-
life-altering experience for Silco. He has a
Yeah.
whole fucking monologue about it.
You can tell he bases his
It's-
whole
it's
life
so-
there, like he started there.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
feels like he has like there's lots of almost like baptism, being reborn in water imagery with Silco and his whole view on things. He does it with Jinx a
Mhm.
lot.
Passes that, yeah, to Jinx, exactly.
Was that
Yeah.
before or after he kisses her on the lips?
This is
I'm
before.
95% sure that
No,
was
this is after,
after.
yeah. You always give him a smooch before you dunk him.
So
Smooch
confident.
dunk.
So confident.
So confident.
I was actually listening recently to Nicholas de Oreo of all people covering it. He was just doing a stream or whatever. He's like, "Yo, chat, did you hear about how fucking insane this was on EFAP?" And he brought it up and he just played it. And I'm like, "Oh
good
yeah,
memories.
that was a whole thing that
Oh.
happened. That was a whole
Good
occurrence."
times.
I have no context for this, but I find it very funny. Whatever
Go
it
watch
is.
the season 1 Arcane
Yeah,
EFAPs.
hell
They're
yeah,
Mhm.
do it.
kinda
Yeah,
they're
I
kinda
haven't
goated.
seen it.
Wouldn't regret that at all.
I don't know.
So, but yes, in relation to the Powder Vi
Not-
stuff, I also resent the idea that Powder and Vi only need them to say, "I'm sorry about everything. I'm just sorry. Let's make up." All of the shit that's gone on that we've talked about several times being brushed aside because we want to get to the happy family shit is just
Yeah, I almost don't want to make it into this conversation because it almost feels like it's too soon for that. But I mean, even by this point, it's pretty clear, right, in terms of like addressing the notion of the cycle of violence and like what seems like you're pointing towards what you consider to be something of an answer. But I don't know, I feel like I'm getting a little bit tired of stories not dealing with the reality of like, man, seems like no matter what, people still like kind of like revenge seems to be something that persists throughout humanity since like the dawn of humanity. And like the cycle of violence, man. Well, it's for whatever reason, like violence continues to happen. People still have conflicts and everything, and it almost feels like can we like get to the part where we start to like have a little bit more of like a less simplistic kind of exploration of this topic, rather than sort of leading it to like, yeah, man, if everybody could just like hug and make up, it'd all be chill. It's like, oh damn, why didn't anybody think of that?
Yeah, that sounds like a really good idea, my dude.
I wonder why nobody ever thought of that.
Not everything has a resolution. Not everything has a conclusion. And sometimes
Me too, buddy. Me too.
What if we just didn't fight though?
Yeah.
Sometimes
How
you
effectively
don't
it
get
said
what's
it.
blood.
Even like portraying the idea of the cycle through imagery in the very last fucking shot where the rocket as it like cracks the window, its face is reflected back.
Yeah.
Man,
what could have been? And then it's like, nah, not what could have been, what will be. It'll all be chill, don't you worry.
the writer steps in like, no, don't worry, we got you.
Also,
yeah.
If Silco ever found this note, realistically, he would be even 100 times more pissed off. I would try to go after Vander.
I actually do think he'd be
Yes,
annoyed on
it would
Vander.
be very
The idea that
insulting to
that
him.
level of conviction can just be undone by actually I wasn't feeling it.
Yeah, do you think I mean, you could take it as Silco being like, dude, you sure it's like you don't think I believe in what I believe in. Like I don't have any convictions that you could just sort of, convince me out of my worldview just like that. Pretty bad, That can mean a lot of negative things.
It would be more. It would be like, you tried to kill me. Damn you. Whatever. Fuck you.
He said sorry
no.
though.
He did say sorry.
Yeah, I'm not sorry. Though.
You don't
Did
even
he
stand
say
behind your
please?
I'm not
decision.
sorry though.
Because like
I'm not
Silco
sorry
is
though.
very much an
Hello,
own
but
your
I'm not
decision
sorry.
guy.
Hello.
So, fucking Vander's on the way. We know what's going on there, but of course, remember, Vi has zero context for anything that's fucking going on. And I love the idea that she sees
She's
this.
an idiot.
Like, look at
Jinx
this.
has not told her anything about
And Jinx is
the
like,
wolf
oh, look,
part.
it's Vander. Look at this. You're like, what the fuck are you talking about? What is that?
What the fuck do you mean?
I just
That's a
followed this
puppy.
psycho alone through a tunnel.
The conclusion there is like, oh, okay, so this isn't a hallucination, but you are absolutely irredeemably insane.
Yeah.
This is what your plan was to get me. What the fuck is this thing, Jinx?
Yeah, killing me with this guy.
I was really dumb for following you through here.
Can you imagine the
Oh,
questions?
it is one of your
have?
tricks.
Well, we get this cinematic shot, and all I could think about
don't
was,
want it.
wow, he came
Yeah.
like inches from killing that little baby Grogu.
I was
Holy
praying
shit.
for them to kill the child, even though I knew it wasn't going to happen.
Kill the child.
Holy
Sacrifice
shit.
the child. Drive a knife
Biggest
into
mistakes
that
in his
child.
life.
But it's all good. It's Vander, don't worry. It's like, what does
He's
what does
chill.
any of that mean?
Yeah, man, spit an image.
This feels like yet another instance of it was mentioned before, but I think my favorite action set piece in season 1 was when Vi and Jace went down into like the Shimmer production place and fought all of those
Yeah.
guys. I really like that action set piece. And I don't know, looking at this with all of these shots, right, of all the slow motion shots, it really does. It's like, like, yeah, they look really nice, but I do like actually enjoy seeing like the fight sort of play out at a normal pace.
Yeah.
The thing I
rather than
fucking
having-
hate about slow-mo is it takes all of the energy out of it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's like you're trying to it's almost like you're trying to capture, like comic book imagery, right? Panels and stuff like that. You're trying to capture that, and it's like that's like fine. It can even be really good in certain instances. I mean, there was some of that in the fight scene with Vi and Jace going down and fighting all the Shimmer guys, but like I would like to see the fight just sort of play out at a normal pace with like less slow motion.
Yeah.
I would
The thing-
appreciate it.
The thing they did in that fight scene, which is what I really appreciate about it, is they would cut between sequences. Like maybe we don't
Yeah.
necessarily see how we go from sequence to sequence because we have to cut back and forth between the characters, but we see like technical sequences get to finish playing out rather than single exchange into cut to next exchange into cut to
Yeah.
next like diorama slow-mo paneled exchange. Essentially, it's like you said,
Yeah.
it's comic book adjacent. They're doing paneling essentially.
Which again is fine, but like not exclusively. It's not what I because if you do that, then you miss a lot of the cool little moments in that, like the one where Vi like launches herself back up into the air with the gauntlets, or some of the little moves that Jace was doing. You know, like when he got grappled by one of the Shimmer guys and then bashes him with like the end of the hammer. Like all of those little things you don't get to see play out, and a lot of those little things were cool to see, but like they're gone. Because everything is these big slow motion
The
sweeping
fight
shots.
just has no energy. Like
Yeah.
They showed her get her spine broken at least.
no,
That's
she can
nice.
do
More
that
specific.
because she's
Yeah.
got Shimmer. Wait, hold on.
Oh,
She's got her
no,
gauntlet
we
shield.
forgot
Wait,
she's
hold
not a
on.
super soldier. Damn it.
When you're wearing the gauntlets, they just imbue you with overall general super strength.
They're like a
It's
League
right.
of Legends
Stat
item.
boost.
They give you
Yeah.
increased health.
Dude, I feel
Hold
like
on.
I feel like Mr. Incredible isn't walking away from that, you know? Like that even he's gonna be in trouble with a hit like
It's-
that.
I just don't get how they
The
make these
gauntlets have a
mistakes. Like,
shield.
why? Yeah, you could have rescued her from that, but you don't. You
No.
should show it such that it's like she should just be dead. Do you not remember who Vi is? Like, she can't survive that.
They don't.
Yeah.
By the way, they do not remember who Vi is.
No,
and they don't
definitely
remember
not.
who Jinx is, or really who anyone is.
During
Except for
this
Sin, I guess.
I guess, yes, I understand.
during this big old battle, you have Jinx being like, "Don't hurt him. It's him. You have to believe me. It's Vanda." And I actually think they failed real bad in this sequence because there is nothing that makes me think Vi would be convinced this is Vanda at any point.
Yeah, nothing.
No, nothing at all. She's just in full
fucking
fight
monster.
mode,
Wouldn't it
protect
be a lot
mode,
easier
whatever
to
you want to
assume-
call it.
Especially what you know about Jinx, that this is like some schizophrenic, like paranoid delusion or something that she's convinced herself of.
Yeah.
She's
rather than,
completely
like-
lost it.
Oh yeah, she may not be like lying maliciously to try and trick or kill Vi,
Exactly.
but that's not the question that Vi needs to be asking.
And so, we get a particularly painful resolution. I was expecting
Woo!
that he would, like, the fight between him and Vi would be stopped by Jinx having to put herself in the middle and calm him back down. You know, fucking Hulk and Black Widow style, as was mentioned. But no. Instead, he is sprinting toward Vi with the most vicious, like, I'm going to tear your skin, just all of it's coming off. And Vi just goes, you know what? He probably is Vanda.
I am
It's like,
convinced.
That's it.
how did you
I don't
conclude
understand
that?
why
That's
you
where
would
this
ever
shot
do that.
came from.
And it's so
That's
sad because
If
this shot looked
this-
amazing in the trailer, and this is what it is.
But
Yeah.
also, could you
I
imagine?
really.
Oh, sorry.
No. You can go.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
One of you
No, I
fucking
just-
commit.
When I saw this in trailer, I hoped he would show up in one of the pit fight scenes. I thought it would be so cool.
Yeah,
If he randomly just, it would be so awesome.
I don't know. I
And-
just find, I
Bills.
just find the
I
idea really
expected-
funny that if he was charging at him, like charging at her like so fast, and then she's like, "Oh, Vanda," and then like he I don't know, like he sort of wakes up. He's like, "Oh, Vi," and then just like stands up, and she's just mangled on the ground because I mean,
Well,
it's like
they
That's
cheat.
a
Mhm.
that's a Van Helsing payoff. That happens in that.
oh yeah, it does. That's right. Yeah.
He
Yeah,
dies.
like in the editing here, they cheat though because she says Vanda, and then we cut away to a flashback, and then when we come back,
Yep.
everything's okay.
There's a little
exactly.
thing
When-
called
which-
momentum.
momentum.
Mm.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So what
If this
literally
season-
happens is that Warwick is charging Vi.
And then
She
instantly
puts the
comes to a
gauntlets
stop.
down, says Vanda, and then his charge turns into a hug. Is what happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it would be a
Mm-hmm.
very violent hug. That's
It would
the
be a
problem.
very violent hug.
It would be a bone
Projectile
breaking,
hug.
spine snapping hug.
Gosh. If this season was as ballsy as season 1 was,
That would
I
be GG
feel-
for Vi.
We wouldn't have been here.
Well, I
Th-
mean,
this-
we wouldn't
this-
have been, but that might
Oh,
this
be
no.
would
the
have
payoff.
come with the consequence of it would be very ballsy to not have Warwick snap out of it for
No, it
once
would be.
and
It would be.
have them to deal with the consequences of what
Well,
they just done with their stupidity. I think that's what season 1 would have done with this, but no. He snubs out. He recognizes why.
It really fucks me off that the most we get on Vanda's internal experience of being Warwick is described by Singed, and that's it. We never get to live in his psychology at all and experience how fucking awful that is, and like to give us a greater understanding of the tragedy that is his existence like this.
You could do a whole season about Warwick. You could do like a whole
Yes.
season that's just exploring the nature of his existence,
Like-
leading up to like by the end of season 1 would be like the sequence with Jinx in episode 4, but done better. You know, that it would take
episode
that
1 is
long.
like Warwick day 1 out in the world, like
Yeah.
Singed first lets him out for the first time, and then by the end of the season, he is like finally maybe conscious enough to have stray thoughts from time to time.
Yeah. Oh, could you imagine it from the like what things you could do with the POV shots that we saw before, right? Of him following, like maybe that there's almost like little flashes or glimpses of these other aspects of his past life that sort of seep in. Maybe
Yeah,
even like
there's
he
like a
remembers the
parallel
way that
from
the
the
world
image.
looked
That's what
like
I was
10, 15, 20
excited
years ago,
for,
right?
man.
Like he walks past an area and then like it flashes what it looked like, you know, back when he was a human at some point.
Or now,
Or
because he's a
speaks
like
now,
a
it's
wolf,
just
his
okay.
smell is really strong,
Yeah,
and smells often
yeah.
trigger memories more than anything else. So like the smells would like,
Mm.
oh, it's that thing, it's that
I
place.
don't know if all of
And
the
there's
things that he
something-
hears, right, his hearing would be really improved as well. So maybe he's constantly got a deluge of information coming in. You know, your standard like Superman
Yeah.
thing, right? Where he's got to like figure out how to, you know, funnel all of that information in a way that's comprehensible and useful.
It's like there is something there to him in terms of like data from his past, but yeah, again, just like the smell of blood or whatever the fuck it is that Singed did to him is just driving him so crazy all the time that he can't stop long enough to actually pass it out. None of it makes any sense. It's just like meaningless emotional response data points that don't tie back to anything because there's no time for him internally. But like, we never get that. We never get any of it. The tragedy that is Warwick is never actually really explored.
Mhm.
It's just presented once by
Yeah.
Singed talking about it.
I mean,
And
since
he's the guy who made him. Like, there's never any acknowledgement from anyone else. What the fuck did they do to you? They just go,
Yeah.
that's Vanda. Here's Vanda. He's Vanda.
As opposed to the question of like, wait, how the hell is that even like a thing that
Yeah.
can even be possible?
Yeah.
What we are seeing,
Yes.
this fucking creature is so far beyond the realm of possibility for everyone
Yes.
present. Everyone that sees this
Nothing
thing
a
is like,
single montage can't fix.
yeah.
no.
Good point.
Yeah, like
I'm mad again.
it's almost like as incomprehensible as the idea of like, I don't know, somebody hands you like a pencil and you say, "Oh, thanks for the pencil." Like, no, that's George Washington. It's like,
Yo,
the
George,
guy-
what's up,
oh
bro?
my goodness.
George Washington.
Turned myself
yeah,
into a
he's that
pencil.
man. I'm Pencil George.
Dude, I got so many George Washingtons in my closet. Closet? Drawer. Never
You
mind.
can have
can
George
put 'em in the
Washingtons in
closet.
your closet.
Yeah.
You can fit
Oh,
more
okay,
George
okay.
Washingtons in a closet than you can in a drawer.
Yeah, but, I meant to say drawer.
Even
so
if you
I
like
confused
put him in a
myself.
blender and liquefied him, then you
He's-
could still fit way more in a closet than in a drawer.
Good old George smoothie.
Yeah.
Is having a pencil closet a German thing?
It is
How
now.
many pencils do you need? Just get a pen.
Now I'm
Did
just
you know that
imagining
a pen is
Metal-
a
I've got my-
lifetime supply of
I'm imagining
pens?
Metal opening a door, pulling on the you know
Yeah,
like
but-
the bulb that's dangling from the ceiling, and then it just reveals a whole
Just all
bunch of
pencils.
He just closes his eyes and inhales. He just gives a big whiff just to get that
Yeah.
wooden pencil,
Ah,
rubbery
the smell
eraser.
of pencil.
That's why whenever Metal says I need to go take a number 2, he's not going to the bathroom.
I'm going to my
He's
pencil
going to the
closet.
pencil closet.
That's how it works.
But now we have
There's
a
no way
scene
to
that
avoid
needs
it. We've
Yeah.
got it. So when she says
No.
Vanda,
Oh.
the editing goes blim blam blim bloom, and then it cuts to
No.
Vanda's actual eyes from the past, and we are
Whoa.
No.
gifted a scene from the past with Vanda, Silco, and Felicia, who is the
Oh, that's her name? I
mother
never even got that.
of Powder and Vi. Now, this is what you could call sacred. You're not allowed to touch stuff like this when it's so in stone. You got to be very careful.
This is treading on very thin ice.
You do not have the goodwill to be messing here around here.
Yeah, this is restricted zone. You know, it's bad enough you continuing everything, but you touching things that very much don't belong to you at this point. Or don't feel like they belong to you at this point. This is Prometheus. We're now doing like whoa, 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 whoa. Listen, I like you for what you did before, but not currently. So stop it. Stop telling me what the space jockey is. You're ruining everything. But you know, in this sequence, we have a celebration is happening, and Felicia says, tonight a harebrained scheme these two bozos cooked up turned a dank crack in the earth into a thriving, healthy community. That became a reality. Like, whatever's happened here, it seems there's a bit of a milestone that's passed in that people are happier and healthier, or at least the beginning of that vision has begun for Zorn. Like, oh, that's nice. And then she says she's also knocked up, and I like that Vanda switches her drink when she says that.
Yeah.
Cool. We're okay so far.
He is a responsible bartender. Very, very good.
Looks like we're fine. Nothing bad happening here. And then she says, I can't protect her from all the shit down here and work out how to be a parent at the same time. And then I realized I don't have to. And Vanda's like, well, why is that? He says, because the second I told you, I put you on the hook. You two are going to figure this Zorn thing out. I don't care if you have to carve it out of the bedrock, covered in blisters. You're not allowed to fail anymore, for her and for me. And then they have a cheers, because they all agree as a fun little set here that, oh boy, Zorn's super important, as is you and your children. Let's talk about this, shall we? We'll go. I think there's two significant pieces of damage. I'll go with what I think is the actual lesser damage, which is Vanda has now been specifically told to care for these children. So when their mother dies in the beginning of Arcane, the very first scene, it would have been his obligation as given by her to essentially try to stop fighting and protect them, because that's what he has already promised, essentially. That's a huge shame, because the opening of Arcane gives a really strong, I would say, thematic foundation of the opposing forces of what you could call broadly life and death through love and violence. That Vanda was a person generated essentially by systems that were crushing him violently, right? And that the cycle almost keeps going, but he decides, springing back, that he's going to stop the fighting and invest in two little girls that he's found abandoned, orphaned on the bridge. He's going to care about them. He's going to raise them, because that's more important than continuing the killing and the death.
He has been shown firsthand the consequences of this sort of violence and what it leads to.
Yeah,
In a non-personal way. A non-personal
Yeah, this is a broad statement. It's not because he was told by their parents to care for them. It was because he cared about life in the form of these two people who had no one.
They changed it with this scene from, I actually didn't notice that with this, but because the way that it was is that he had an implicit responsibility, whereas now they've made it an explicit responsibility.
Yes. And
the meaning vampires are out again.
Yeah, that bleeds season 1 of a lot of meaning, and I don't appreciate it whatsoever. And that's enough to make you relatively upset with this scene. But how about we check out the other side of the coin of damage? Now,
yeah, they gave Silco a man bun.
Silco was on the hook for protecting the children of this woman, on board and invested in her. She has 2 kids, right? And then she dies for his cause during a battle, and he decides, ultimately, that he is happy with killing both of these children in Act 1, in such a fashion that implies he almost has no idea who they are beyond Vanda's kids, because he was never, ever this associated. His arc in Season 1 is coming to understand what it means to love family to such a degree that it has them come up against his whole life investment in making Zorn and the people he fights for healthy, wealthy, sovereign, whatever have you. This scene wipes that out because that was so beautifully built in season 1, but now they're telling us that like he already did care. He was already invested in these people. That's just so incompatible. And the thing that killed it for me, I think, Nutsu, you actually sent me the thread, people discussing this. When Silco first sees Powder properly in the end of Act 1, Episode 3, Season 1, he says, "Hello, little girl." You want me to believe that he says that to the girl whose mother he promised to care for her? Like, is it this
That would be a
invested?
really
Holding a
bizarre
knife on
thing to
her.
say.
He had no idea who that fucking girl was, but now this season's telling me, no, he knew her really well. And you know the part where they have the explosion and he gets up from it and just goes, "Kill them." Just like, yeah, that's how he feels about this lot. Just kill him. Just kill him.
Is there any wiggle
you see,
room
he
at all?
changed.
Yeah, well, that was what I was going to appeal to. Is there any wiggle room at all in suggesting that what happened to Silco in between this and the start of season 1 changed him to the point where he did care, then he doesn't, and then he learns.
How could any of
to-
Vanda's actions change how he feels about the woman who, like I said, died on the cause? She died on the bridge. What the fuck? That to me sounds like something that Silco would mean. That, like, you have infinite protection from me. Your mother died for me. / the efforts that we've had to make
Doesn't
Zorn
work.
sovereign. It doesn't make sense.
It's incompatible. And
There's
and
no
it
way.
erases
Silco's an
meaning as
asshole,
long as
right?
you treat-
In a lot of ways, but there's no way I buy such a breach of what I would believe to be his principles that he would just happily fucking kill those two after what the mother did
No
and what
way.
he promised her. No way.
No, absolutely not. It's like you said, it erases meaning as long as you consider it canon, which I don't.
Well, so
Nope.
this
This will not be difficult to ignore.
when we completed Act 2, I think that's the first message I sent you, Theo. I was like, this is not canon anymore. And this is one of the scenes that I would say has made it impossible. It's like, you can't be canon with season 1 anymore. You've ruined it.
It's
Bye.
I feel like the more that this keeps happening, the easier it's getting for me to just say like, nah, that didn't happen. Like for these, installments or sequels to stories that I like. With each time that it happens, it becomes easier and easier to pretend that it didn't happen.
This is what we
Becoming
call
second
fan
nature at this
wank,
point.
like fan pandering bollocks. This scene.
We had Vanda essentially name Vi.
Yes.
Stop it.
Yeah.
Stop it.
They think they're making it more meaningful. It's the opposite. They don't even understand.
No.
They're cannibalizing
On
meaning.
On the
Man.
topic of Silco, just quickly, Bleeders in chat says, remember when Silco believes that Savika is about to betray him to Finn, and he talks about how loyalty held them together?
Yep.
Oh well.
This sure
Yep.
seems like fucking loyalty to me, yeah.
Mhm.
What a.
You have to understand. Silco
Not
didn't,
even the dead.
Yeah, I know. Silco didn't see himself in Powder, and hence decided, you know what? Instead of killing her or ordering for her death, I'm actually gonna raise her. It wasn't that. It was because
he had
he was on the hook.
temporary amnesia where he forgot that he
was on the hook.
This promise.
She said he's
No,
on the hook.
that's
He was
right,
on the
yeah.
hook, so he had to do it.
He also,
So I'm
after
extra
adopting her, styled her hair, because
Oh,
his
dude.
hair in this scene.
Fucking
is the
hell.
same
I
as-
saw people comment on that. They were like, look at Silco's hair. It's just like Jinx's. He styled it that way. And he's like, what are you talking about? Like, what are you... It's insane. He tried to kill her several... What are you talking about?
After this revelation, you're gonna need a serious makeover.
The
So
Silco man bun is not okay.
I'm annoyed right now
Let
because
me brush your hair.
I feel like I've been tricked in a different way by this scene because I didn't even realize all the things you just said. So I hated the scene mostly because of the placement and where they put it, just for the payoff we get right after this. And in isolation, if you don't consider any of the context, I think like the scene in general is like it's like fun, kind of fun banter, kind of wholesome and whatever, I guess.
Yeah,
But now
the
I'm annoyed
the
because I got
scene with no surrounding scenes before or after or a
yeah.
part of it, sure. Like,
Because I was like, oh, at least I get a little bit of normal conversation. So I guess I didn't think about the consequences that you just all provided. So yeah,
Well, it's just
fucking hell.
this is one
This
of
is
the
like,
worst scenes of season 2.
yeah, I
God,
just
it
realized that, and now I'm
sucks.
annoyed that I even gave it
This
any
is a really
leeway
bad
in my
one.
coverage, and now
Yeah.
I want to fuck.
Again, it's
God,
the
just
meaning
fuck this show.
vampires are the worst part about it. Like
Mhm.
actively going back and trying to cannibalize what makes season 1 as strong as it is, and change
Yeah.
it to fit something new, which is like infinitely worse.
Yeah.
The
I
very
just don't
basic
get it.
idea of like Vander and Silco knowing their mother already pisses me the fuck off.
Yeah, this
I-
well,
Not to
this
talk about
well.
anything else.
This well, yeah, is how I'd put it.
Anything else.
No, knowing her as
Yeah, I
as
mean,
a
yeah.
citizen of Zorn is fine. Knowing her to the point where they're
Yeah.
like besties is fucking annoying.
Yeah, that's what that's what I was trying to say. I mean, they probably would have come across her at some point, but they're like sitting in a probably like a closed down bar talking about her pregnancy. It's just
I just don't understand why they would consider it more meaningful, and certainly in the context of the story that was presented in season 1, that the reason why Vander adopted Vi and Powder was because of this promise, rather than simply that he saw that they were in need and
Yeah.
that he was in a position to help them.
And he had
Like,
seen
And it
the
was
I don't
enough.
consequences of his
understand.
actions
Exactly,
firsthand.
and
It
that
was
was enough.
enough.
Yeah, and that was the wedge, the divide between them. That this was where, you know, essentially the change and the divide between Vander and Silco. And then that Silco goes on the exact same arc as Vander did.
Exactly.
And
Yeah.
but instead, like, it really is like, I don't know. It feels like it's something that it's kind of interesting to say this in the sense that this is a flashback rather than like a prequel. But it's a problem that a lot of prequels can potentially run into, where in an attempt to essentially justify the existence of an earlier story, you can create connections that otherwise didn't exist when it was originally written, in a way that actually ends up undermining the story that came before. That it was written in a specific way with a specific intention, and then when you try to insert stuff earlier, you create connections that you didn't mean for, that didn't exist, that create problems. It's crazy to achieve that much though in what is only like a 3 or 4 minute flashback scene.
Yeah.
This much damage. It's kind
Also-
of unbelievable.
Fucking-
this like serves as some kind of like a core memory to snap Vander back to, I don't know, consciousness, I guess. But
Mhm.
I don't know, like if we were to use, like if he were to remember something very, very core and important and integral when it comes to Vi in this case, wouldn't he think back to some of their own interactions
You'd
as
think
opposed
so,
to this?
but I guess the idea is meant to be that it's reminding him of his promise and that was
Yeah.
enough to break him out, rather than what feels like probably, well, what has to be the better choice if we have to commit to this being what's happening with Vander Warwick, of
Mhm.
just like some I don't know, memory of Vander like hanging out with Vi and Powder at some point, maybe like teaching them some important lesson, some life lesson instead of this.
It's so stupid. Like, can you imagine being a writer and we will have to have a scene where Vander snaps back from Warwick and needs to realize he needs to protect Vi instead of harming her. Let's have a flashback sequence where he literally explicitly says verbally and swears to protect her. That's just such a... Oh my gosh.
Bad idea. It's a bad idea.
Wouldn't have been
Yeah.
my
You
choice, I
bet.
think I can say.
And we
Pretty,
got a really emotionally riveting scene coming up though.
Fuck me. Fuck that.
Oh,
shit.
good. That's what I need to. I need something to clear my mind.
Well, you know, it was mentioned at the beginning of the episode that there's fears of where we would end up by the end of it based on just, you know, Jinx coming to Vi and saying we gotta go get Vander. It's already like, oh god, they wouldn't do that in just one episode, would they?
Mm.
not.
Jinx is looking around with her lighter. What's going on? What's happening? And it turns out, yeah, luckily, it was a projectile hug, as was mentioned.
Good old
So,
projectile hugs.
Vi and Vanderwick are hugging. And
Mhm.
as if that's already not, like, such a cheat. They have Vi look at Jinx and say, "What are you waiting for? He's your dad too."
Holy fuck,
Christ.
man.
Christ,
And then,
it's
as if it
she-hug.
wasn't bad enough, they have Grogu run into the hug as well.
Mm.
As very dramatic music is playing.
This is a very dramatic and emotional
It's a
moment.
dramatic scene, it is.
It's
I
meant
was.
to be.
I will say this: there were tears in my eyes.
Yeah, from all the vomiting I just did.
So
It's true. All the
this is,
vomiting that Metal did made me cry.
this is cringe.
This is.
what
We
this
have
is
gone
right
off
here.
a
You
This
cliff.
is
At this point, it's just like,
cringe.
you've been exposed for cheating. You are cheating.
Yeah.
The writers have cheated. They use cheat codes. This is not fair.
Like-
You can't do this.
Yeah.
You show me this image like at any point, like even before I've seen the season, and I'm already like, that wouldn't have been my choice.
Yeah, this isn't one
Man,
of those
we
things
have
where
to
it'd be like,
do-
oh, maybe season 3 or 4. This is more of a,
Yeah.
well, no, you can't have this. Not after what
Especially
season
like,
1
hey,
was.
who's the
This is
kid?
Warwick's second scene, isn't
It
it?
would take a lot of work. I
Well,
could buy this if they took
Uh,
more time to do it.
There's two main
Um,
avenues for this. One is how long it would take to get here, but secondly, whether or not they should be able to get
Why
here
would
at
you
all.
even-
When
Well, yeah.
Sure,
Mhm.
sure.
the thing about it
I
is,
think it's so
I think-
important to season one. That
yeah,
you
season 1's
can't
weight
get here.
is kind of dependent on locking this off. The whole point is that like we
Yeah.
lost this.
Like
What you
I
want
don't
is you need to re-establish the meaning from somewhere else. You need to like this can't exist. There needs to be different emotional payoffs
Well-
for each of them
Mhm.
individually in their own lives, maybe
you wanna
relative
leave-
to one another in some respect, but
If
this
you want to
can't
leave it to anywhere that isn't tragic, you have to just be like, yeah, sorry, that's gone, but that doesn't mean that you can't extract meaning from new relationships, from new grand goals and sort of like a new purpose that you can dedicate yourself to. Not the
Mhm.
idea that you can actually like recapture the thing that was lost. Not very mature. Certainly not something that would have happened in season 1 of Arcane.
Yeah, I think if you take the quality of the writing in season 1 and we were to say that like it's going to continue at that level of quality, could they at some point in the 5 seasons or whatever they were planning fix the relationship between Vi and Jinx? Is that possible? I would say, yeah, you
guess
could
it's
theoretically do that if
Yeah.
you really wanted to. But it would take a lot of work, a lot of time. And what they've done
Mhm.
instead is they've had it happen in about 10 minutes because Vi is really dumb and because of all of the logistical strangeness involving Singed and Warwick.
Yeah.
This-
is where
this
this is where
image-
the
Go on.
scene before this pissed me off because it's like, oh, see, you had this emotional scene right here, so now you're already in the mood, if you know what I mean. And it's almost like they realized, okay, we're doing this pretty quickly, so how do we convince the audience that this is actually happening right now? Oh, how about we do a flashback where he makes a promise never fail or some bullshit, and then make this really wholesome and family stuff, and then we go do this family thing, and then everybody is crying, and on a lot of people that worked, and I was just groaning and yelling.
This
You're right,
this
it's like putting
image.
distance between the fight and this moment. Sorry, Theo.
Mhm. No, it's all right. I was just gonna say this image also like further highlights how Warwick doesn't look great without his snout, man.
Yeah.
He just looks like a goober, and I don't know
He-
why. If you wanted to have this payoff,
Big-
you still could have done it with him being a big wolf
Yeah.
man. You know,
That would have made it
Thoughtful.
more meaningful, perhaps, because he
Yeah.
is further from being human.
Yeah.
yes, that's right.
Mhm.
It makes your task harder as storytellers and artists. But you know what? I
Instead
believe
have
it
him-
well. I did.
Fucking oversized green yeti. Like
Well, green is good
Yeah,
though.
I
Green
do-
good.
I do
Green good
like that-
color.
I do like that it's green as well.
green
to
sure as
signal
shit
that
isn't
yeah.
good for normal Warwick.
No,
No.
that's right. He's evil and he's got green, and yeah, exactly. So you
Someone
know.
in chat says he looks like Blanca.
It's really weird because regular ass Warwick, he turns red when he smells blood, not
Yeah.
when he's in evil mode, and then green is good mode. I don't. Why would they do this?
I don't know.
No, that's
you know,
that's
it's
really
for this image and the music.
that's an expression of
saying-
Singed. He made it that way. Singed
I
wanted
see.
it. He wanted to know if like he was on safe mode or not, just to, because
Yeah.
it's just good. Yeah,
He
it's
He added a
like the
green
color
LED.
green.
to this.
He does
Yeah.
like the color green, so I guess it makes sense.
It does,
And just man
you
of
know,
style, really.
I know that Caitlyn is Dracula at this point, but you look at this image, it's like, yeah, Caitlyn can't do that. Jinx made sure of that. That this is locked off from her forever. You
Yep.
know, it's almost like a reminder of yeah, cool guys, but like you don't exist in a vacuum. You know, it's just like, oh yeah, look, Jinx, she got what she wanted. It's like, yep, you've made that impossible for a good number of people. But
The
no
absolute-
acknowledgement or awareness of that.
The absolute tone deaf bullshit that is Vi inviting Jinx into
Yeah.
the hub.
Well, and, can I
What
just
were they thinking?
Yeah.
what like fucking high school level writing is? What are you waiting for? He's your dad too. What is that?
Mm,
That is unbecoming of
As-
season 1 of Arcane, but this
As
is not
Nuts has
season 1
been
of Arcane.
belaboring, Jinx probably doesn't feel that way.
No,
mm.
but
Well,
but
Well,
But
was pretty funny that
you wouldn't
Coco was
write
in-
that. You would have her invite her
Yes.
physically,
Yeah.
like hold the arm out. You wouldn't have her say, "What are you waiting for? He is your
No,
father
but do you
as
see,
well."
it's a parallel of what Jinx said to Vi earlier.
Yeah.
That
they
doesn't
think that's
fucking
really-
matter. That should have been said anyway. That's the
I know, yeah.
There was like there was one of those speedrun setup and payoffs like in Rings of Power. It's like, see, we did this earlier in the episode a couple of minutes ago. Now we're gonna do
Yes,
it again.
setup and payoff in the episode is not impressive. Like, it's not.
As if setup and payoff is like a game of ping pong, where like, you know,
Yeah.
just straight back across.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe
I
it
just-
bounces
We
once.
set this up 4 seconds ago.
I'm just
know,
remembering Rings of
it's-
Power. Fuck.
It was said, you know, Random was mentioning, and I agree. Like, it's possible to get to this, but I don't want this. Like,
don't
I don't
think
even.
you should.
I don't want this as
want this.
an avenue to go down. It's not what I. It's just
Just
like,
because something
it's
is
not
logically
very
possible.
interesting. It's not interesting to me. And it's not like
you know.
I don't think it's particularly like useful, which feels like an important part of themes and meaning in stories. Is cool. Well, how is this going to be useful to? How can you bring this forward into life? Right?
It doesn't
it's
speak
like,
to
why were they-
anything.
Exactly. Well,
It feels like a
it's
retread.
it only functions because of essentially impossibilities. And I'm not talking about
Yeah.
impossibilities strictly from like a science fictional fantasy standpoint, but like impossibilities when it comes to dealing with the nature of like human beings.
Yeah.
It's,
feel
it's
like-
just not,
oh,
not
sorry.
meaningful. No, go for it.
No, I just didn't want to interrupt. No, it's just I feel like the way this would have made it more sense to me at some point, like because I don't really want this as well. I feel like a more powerful tool to do this would have probably been in whatever season we pretend this could have gone to, where they have to fight him properly and they somehow have to really try really hard to get him down and kill him, and then like in this last moments, like a classic, like the last moments he comes to himself a little bit and it's like a little moment and then he dies. Like something like that could have worked, I guess. But like this, it's like nah. It's like fuck off.
Remember when Arcane used to do 3-episode arcs? Where, like, the thing was set up and contextualized for the entire 3 episodes, and by the end of the 3rd episode, you had the big payoff, whatever that would be. That's the way it was structured. And now the season 2, every episode is so disconnected and it's all over the place. Every episode is just doing its own thing. It's a completely separate story. And we're
Yeah.
building up to something, I guess. We'll see what that thing is, but oh my gosh.
Oh boy,
It's a
the thrilling
mess.
conclusion. So with this, the thing I kept saying after Act 2 is, with this especially, the emotional core of the show is gone.
Yeah.
Like this was like the headline, I guess, Vi and Jinx and stuff. Like
Yeah.
for this season, for the whole show, really. Like Jason Victor is a very important plot line as well, but this is the main event, and
Yeah.
it is the central emotional narrative in terms of what sort of thematic content they're going to be covering. It's gone, reduced to atoms. There's nothing left
right.
of it.
Yeah,
Now
this
all
was
that's
one of
left is
these-
basically plot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is one of these points where I was like, oh man, if I wouldn't cover this like with people or myself, I would have just stopped watching by now. Like, I'm just so disconnected
Yeah.
from what the fuck I'm watching right
I
now.
think that was
how-
all of us at this point.
I think I
There's a
might be
degree to which
curious.
I'd want to see it through to the end.
Yeah, like,
but I mean,
yeah.
where
like,
will this go?
The investment is gone by this point. It was kind of
Yeah.
already like not like by the end of Act 1, it's already like not in a good place, but like it's gone. It's totally gone now. Now it's just like, all right, I guess we're just gonna see what crazy shit's gonna happen. Especially with how predictable it is, like where it's gonna go at this point. You know, the fine details, I suppose, and the nitty gritty of like how everything's gonna play out, but
Mhm.
like it's so apparent. It's like, all right, so we're on the Jinx redemption arc, probably leading to heroic sacrifice. Like, oh, cool. All right, can't wait to see how great that's gonna be as it plays out.
If you had told me after the end of season 1 that okay, season 2 is going to be a Jinx redemption arc, I would have laughed at you.
I would have been
I
like,
would
no,
not have
the
believed
writers
you.
of Arcane, they're too brave as storytellers, you know, and to go in that direction. Because yeah, it's I don't know, it's I'm reminded of, you know, it's sort of something worth complimenting about the Penguin. Is that is a story that has balls when it comes to, you know, like making really interesting narrative choices and essentially following through and committing to the way that it wants to, you know, present its characters and the arcs and like what you're meant to take away from that. A willingness to essentially be gutsy as a storyteller. That's something that Arcane season 1 had, and I don't know, poof, it's just gone.
It really
Yeah.
does feel like just
Flat.
completely different writers.
Mhm.
That like it's so hard to square this being the same people.
I don't understand
It is, isn't it?
especially with
Because
those
season 1
those
is
Twitter
not
comments
something
as
that
well,
it's
dude.
not-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Season 1 is not it's not a fluke. It's too much good storytelling to be an accident. Which is what
careful.
makes it really, really annoying. I suppose what's funny is you be like, so what about Infinity War and Endgame? It's like, nah, that's luck. Like that was a fluke. I don't know what to make of that other than yeah, that was a fluke.
Well, we've got one more significant scene before we wrap up this
Yes.
episode. Let's see here. It's good old Jace is back.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I guess.
And
Yeah.
Jace.
Punish Jace.
yeah, there's some
He's got
enjoyment
a
to be had
beard.
here, I suppose. He's looking pretty cool. This is the
Yeah.
place where Heimerdinger and Echo disappeared, and we've got Salo is collecting
Oh, man.
some fuel rod, the arcane inflammatory.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
how?
Victor
maybe-
must have told him to do it because Salo is doing this seemingly
No,
like
no, that's not what he
entirely
means.
willingly.
That's not what he
I
means.
mean,
That's not
who
why-
let him in? Who let him in? How was he
So,
allowed in
The
here?
current
Oh,
state
I
of
see. Yeah.
Piltover is complete control with the combined powers of Ambessa and Caitlyn controlling Zorn and Piltover and forces and stuff. Victor is currently deep in Zorn in like the lanes wherever the fuck. And so how is Salo got access to this place? Why would they ever let him in here?
He stumbled upon the key, man.
Oh, the key man.
That was it. Key man.
It's just
Demon.
the same
Man
guy
of
that has the
keys.
key to everywhere.
Yeah, jokes aside, this shouldn't even be possible. But whatever. That's
Yeah.
never stopped this season. Like, why would it stop it now? But yeah, Jace reappears. He goes and just comes back in, and you know, I've missed him.
He's looking a bit floopy.
Haven't seen
Yeah.
Jace now since the end of season 1. It's been a while,
Yeah,
so nice to see you back,
That,
buddy.
oh
I'm-
yeah, that's true.
I'm
Been-
sure he's
What have they been
okay.
up to with him?
It's just
Well-
been so crazy.
He's got a fancy hammer.
Yeah,
When I
Goop
first
Hammer.
saw
He got himself a
him now,
vacation.
the bit that distracted me is the handle from his hammer is now on his knee, and I was thinking, has he been like scrambled? Did it not put him back together properly? Like, I
Well,
don't.
you'll
That would be
find out.
You'll find out in
Okay,
the
okay.
so you got
In like 4 episodes time or whatever it is.
you got Victor controlling Salo says, Jace, I feared I'd never have the chance to speak with you again. He says I'd prefer to have the conversation in person.
Yeah, we
but
haven't
it's
seen Victor for since episode 2.
Yeah.
been a fucking while. It's so
Which
much work
means
to
they
do.
just let the guy with the hex tech core inside of him. No one didn't checked on him.
It's
by
kind
That's
of crazy
building
to
a cult.
it is actually
Mm.
crazy to consider how long he was absent, considering how
Yeah.
fucking important he's going to be in Act
Yes.
3.
Dude, it's
Mhm.
this season might be one of the best studies in bad pacing. Just some of the worst
Yes.
pacing in so many
Mhm.
different ways.
Mhm.
100%.
You'd think
Yeah.
for Ambassa, so Jace is gone. The next person she would search for would be Victor.
Yep.
Victor's gone. She'd be like, okay, where the hell is Victor?
He's not hard to
Um,
find.
He's not even hard to
yeah.
find.
Making
That's
himself
what I'm-
available.
Nope.
That's what I'm thinking.
He's got a
It-
gate and everything.
they-
He probably has a mailbox at the front of the commune.
She would be like, she would be getting information from all kinds of places about
We'll
him.
do that at the.
She would be totally informed.
We'll do that for episode 6. For now, because remember, we don't know any of this stuff. It hasn't happened yet, okay? Who knows where Victor is? That's a mystery.
Yeah,
We've just
she's
got this guy
searching for
doing weird stuff.
scientists.
And he says, I thought you were done with Hextech and me. And he says, Victor, through Salos, says, I was clouded by emotions. Come visit me. See what I've accomplished. I've helped so many. And then Jay says, Hextech isn't a miracle. It's a curse. And we have to end it, Victor. We have to. And after that, Salos says, you seem different. Which is like, no shit.
Different.
He said, yeah,
That's all we've got for this conversation.
You're well. He says, you've touched the arcane. I see. You've suffered. Anyway, bye. And then Jason's like, I can't let you leave. And he's like, well, I'm sorry you feel that way. And then he's like, I'm also sorry. And then splats him.
Annihilates him. Like it's
a
actually
gif of that splat has just been making the rounds in all of my arcane circles because it just looks so funny.
Yeah.
it's
I want to
It's-
say that
I never-
the Sallow splat is probably the most shocking moment for me of both seasons so far, because I was just like, I don't know what I just saw. Why on earth
Yeah.
would that happen?
That's funny.
There we go.
I think both me and Friggy were watching it. We were like, Sal is dead. Definitely dead. There's a death scene. He's dying.
Yeah.
This
Yeah,
only
I'll
ending with
see
him
it.
dying. Yeah.
It's going to be a reveal that not Victor, Jace has seen shit.
Yeah.
And you're going to be like, oh, I wonder what he saw. And it's like, well, it's pretty fucking obvious, right? He probably saw like some doomsday shit.
Yeah,
Yep.
something crazy happening.
Arcane
with
leads
the
to everyone
Arcane.
dying. It's the simplest explanation.
Yeah.
I'm sure
Which-
what they actually show, should they make that decision,
Yes.
will live up to the expectations or the hopes of what I can
Well, 'cause-
imagine in my head based off of this scene.
Because I still haven't seen Act 3, I only have this and the next episode to work with. Neither of these episodes give us anything as far as Jace's motivation.
No,
Which means
not
that
really,
but
no.
for now,
it's-
it basically means that for now, until we get to whenever it is in Act 3 that they offer whatever the explanation is, the writers have just, again, downloaded a new set of beliefs into his head and
Yeah.
haven't justified it.
Well,
they've
it's
turned
for drama.
Jace into a murderer.
They've done it for drama, right? Because basically the events, because I saw it on Twitter, everybody's like, oh, I hate Jace after what happens in episode 6. It's like, yeah, but obviously, like, they've not shown you the context of
Yeah.
what he knows.
Yep.
Like, that's the point. Is you're meant to be like, oh, why would you do this? But it's like, well, I mean, of course there's going to be like
He's
some
obviously
explanation
seen
for
some
why he
shit.
did it. Like,
Yep.
do you not think that you're going to be provided an explanation? I mean, of course you don't get provided a good one. But like,
Yeah.
that's...
I think the issue that I had with it is I don't understand what explanation they could give the character of Jace, as we have seen, that would lead to him murdering someone in cold blood like
it would
that.
just be Hex Tech really,
Super
really
doomsday.
bad.
Yeah.
Hex Tech super duper awful, and I got to do what it takes to
I
stop
still,
it.
honestly, I still think that's a stretch. I think if you were to show certain characters,
Jace would murder someone if it was saving the world.
if it was that binary, then yes. But you have to assume then, does he have absolute knowledge that murdering Sallow will save everyone else's life? If that's the case, then sure. But
We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. We're not
We'll
there.
talk about
Yeah.
it when we
We
get
will,
there.
yeah.
We'll talk about
Yeah.
it.
I just like when it comes to season 1, it was Jesus Victor and Daddy Jace face off would never make into my bingo card. I swear. What are we?
We're not there yet.
Well, it's
I'm
a
just
bit
annoyed that
awkward
Victor and
because,
Jace didn't really get to talk about anything.
No,
They just sort of
it's
said
really
things at
annoying.
each other and didn't have a conversation. And I'm also
Yeah.
really annoyed at the vague retconning of Victor's decision to like step away from Jace. It's like, oh no, yeah, I was clouded by emotion. That's why I
It's
said
just
we
they
should
needed to
stop the hex
separate
technique.
them. They needed to
Yeah.
get him overdoing his stuff, and they needed to have Jace separated so that he could get sent elsewhere, essentially. Because it really is like absurd. The last thing that happened was basically Jace saying, dude, it's really hard balancing what I want to achieve as a scientist with my obligations to the city. And ask for this, and then like, oh, see ya. It's like, oh wow, that's like
Yeah.
crap. I don't know what to say, man. Like Victor was one of my favorite characters in season 1, and
Oh,
it's
yes.
it's almost like there's no point in even like referencing that character anymore. He's been like completely transformed
But
into something. He's been teleported to essentially a different like storyline, like a different arc. So it's
Yeah,
like,
because
oh
he gets-
damn, all
he
that
gets-
investment's pointless.
yeah, he gets revived, and it's like, grr, why did you revive him with Hextech? I hate Hextech. And then we have a time skip. You know what? Hextech, pretty poggy.
Exactly.
Love that
Yeah.
shit.
Exactly.
It's
It's
like,
like,
what?
It's
What am I
the
meant?
most.
What am I meant to do with all of the great moments of Victor in season 1? Right, like of him healing his leg and then outrunning the boat, and then like desperately, essentially trying to do more of that, and then Sky gets vaporized, and him realizing like, oh, it's all gone too far, and in the pursuit of great, we failed to do good. It's like all of that's like
What
a
a
dead
fucking
end.
line.
It's
That
a
is such
great
a good line.
It's an
Do you-
amazing line.
Yeah.
You'll probably remember Victor fans like talking your ear off about how excited they were to see
Yep,
Victor get
yep.
from what we saw to the Victor we
Mhm.
know.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Talk about it.
We didn't really see him get there.
Nope.
Mm-mm.
No.
And the same
There's
thing happens
more
with
on that,
Jace.
but later,
When
I
he
guess.
disappears, he's like, maybe we should use Hextech. And now he's back, it's like, I'm gonna kill this guy. It's like, oh, yeah, sure. I guess I'll wait.
Well, I almost
to
feel
see what
like
happens.
an angle that you could go with, right, is that like what might be a thing that might sort of push Victor to actually like embrace Hex Tech again. It's like, maybe there is an angle to like basically all of like the negative, like his ill health is basically a consequence of things that are totally beyond his capacity to control, right? Like that he essentially became ill in the first place because of the gas, poisoning him. And then maybe like that he was starting to overcome that, but then it's like he nearly died essentially because some crazy person like just undertook this insane action. Like almost, I don't know, like this idea that
Yeah.
he's so like terrified by the prospect that like his life is totally beyond his control, and that I don't know, Hex Tech is like the only means by which he can gain some agency in his life, and that might be enough, that like these near death experiences, it just pushes him over the edge. But I don't know,
Well-
it's just like he only got a couple of scenes and then he's teleported, we've skipped over all the way over here.
I don't know. I don't want to like skip ahead too much, but I would expect it to come from a deep interest and excitement for understanding and mastering what he now is and is now capable of.
Mm-hmm.
Haven't got time.
No, we don't.
I guess
we've gotten
not.
to the point where he's basically instantly
We have
got
still-
this capacity of understanding and power.
Even at this
Right,
point,
we
if you were
have-
told what's going to be happening in the final episode, you'd be like, "How the hell are we getting there?" And it's like, "Yeah, we got loads
Yeah.
of stuff to rush
Buckle
through."
in.
No fucking clue.
Yeah.
On that note,
Sad.
this went on a little longer than I was expecting. Again, I will not. I have a time limit I didn't expect to actually be reached, but it's too close now to risk doing another episode, which means we're gonna have to lock it up there. I'm so sorry, but also I'm not, because we had such great conversations, and I think breakdowns.
It was a really good one.
Yay.
That was
Yeah.
cathartic. That was very cathartic.
There's so much more. In fact, there are 4 episodes more, so that may end up being 2 episodes of EFAP or 1 or whatever. We'll have to see how it goes next time. But for now, that will have to wrap the next chapter, so to speak. But before we head out, why don't our guests tell us what they're up to? Random, how you doing, buddy? What are you up to?
I'm doing okay, thank you. I'm kind of using I'm playing through God of War Ragnarok for the first time, kind of as a bit of therapy for dealing with Arcane. Yeah, which is unfortunate, but yeah, God of War Ragnarok is quite fun. As for videos, I mean, there's going to be an Arcane one, but I'm not going to do it soon. I'm going to wait a little bit, I think, because I got a couple of other videos that I need to do first. Final Autopsy Rings of Power, probably by the end of the year, but not going to promise it. It'll be soon. That's about it for now, though.
Right, well, sweet. And yeah, I imagine it's not going to be fun making Arcane Season 2 videos, to be honest with you. It's not like Rings of Power, is it?
No, I don't
It's
envy
not-
you.
Yeah, I don't know exactly how I'm gonna do it, but it's definitely gonna be a case of comparing it directly to season 1 because we just have the perfect example of how to do it. They already did it once, and then they've basically ruined something that was amazing, which was obviously not the case with Rings of Power. So yeah, it's not going to be fun, but I think it needs doing. I think the show has earned it.
Well,
Mm.
Theo, how about you, buddy? How you doing?
I'm still just cooking away. Don't expect anything in the near future. I'm spinning a bunch of plates right now, and I have to see which one I want to keep spinning. Essentially, I've batted around the idea of doing something on Arcane season 2 a couple of times, but I don't think I'm gonna do that. I don't think the interest is there actually. But
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I'm just yeah, I'm working away in the background. Don't worry about me.
I don't know if it's the same for you, but like, you know, some people have suggested like, oh, Unbridled Rage, blah, blah. It's just like, guys, this killed my investment. Like, it's
Yeah.
you can have so many kinds of
Mm.
results. This one for me was an absolute like, I don't want to deal with this once we're done with it. You know, just like get it out.
The way I've described my opinion on this is like I'm gonna get my piece said on the EFAPs and I'm never talking about it again. And in terms of my investment in like the next set of shows they're gonna do or whatever, I'm just right back to pre-season 1 Arcane view of like I'm gonna be skeptical and distant until I see reasons to be interested.
Well, and I'd still like, I've already had someone ask, is it still worth seeing season 1 on its own? It's like I think it is.
Yes.
Just
Absolutely.
I'd say definitely.
and
It
as
is a
crazy as
crazy
it sounds,
story.
I'd be like, don't watch season 2. Just it ends
Yeah,
at season
you
1.
just got to watch
do it.
season 1
Do
as
not
like
do
a
it.
tragedy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
basically.
season 1 is narratively and thematically a complete work if you take the ending as it is, and that's the end of the story. It doesn't matter what happened next. It absolutely functions on its own in a way that like Game of Thrones seasons 1 to 7 don't function on their own.
Mm-hmm.
Nutso, what about you?
Mm. Well, I'm up to not much. Just
Sick.
yeah, really good. I'm trying to work on a project I've been working on for like weeks. Redrafting, re-editing, not much progress, but yeah, I'll just try to recover from Arcane. And yeah, probably something will happen soon, maybe. Yeah,
Well, good.
I don't know.
Exciting.
I don't have much going on.
Well, good. I understand when the cast is just sort of like, I'm doing work, leave me alone. Like it's it's more of like this is a chance to just say whatever you want, you know, go right ahead. Mel, what
Yeah.
do you want to say about things? Do you have things? Are you thinking?
I have tons of things.
Look at him,
I
he's
have
thinking.
exciting news. I have exciting news. I reached the big 10,000
Woo!
subscriptions.
Everyone say
Woo!
congratulations to Metal.
Congratulations to
Congratulations to
Metal.
Metal.
Nicely
Thank you.
done.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm very excited. This is really cool stuff. Very happy that it actually happened. Which also means, Mala, we're gonna do Dark Souls 2 when I'm over. Woohoo!
Which will be in what, a month? Just over a month?
Yeah, just over a month. It's, I'll
So-
be in Longman Land again.
Yeah, we'll probably have to do that first because we need to get that one actually finished.
Yeah.
I don't know how long it'll take us, but holy fuck, yeah, we'll be doing a playthrough of DS2. It's gonna be nostalgic.
Yeah.
We're gonna hot seat it. I don't know what our rules will be, but it'll likely be with drinks.
There's just lots of drinks.
Lots of drinks to dull the pain.
Gonna be
And
good stuff. But yeah, of course, I'm not hopping off the Arcane train because I watched Act 3. Now I'm here. Tomorrow I'm gonna rewatch Act 3, and then we're gonna do the Forge on Act 3. So I'm having the full-on pain train, and I am not excited.
train.
I am happy to be done with it. I want to move on. I want to watch the penguin and be happy.
Yeah, I mean that's been a
Yeah.
reliable theme of each of these streams that we'll probably have is just general reminder. Check out the Penguin, a really good TV show. It's really good stuff. Good season,
Caught the
solid.
finale recently. Fantastic
I
season
also
of
just-
TV.
Remembering in terms of 2024 being something of a year of disappointment. Smiling Friends season 2 was not a disappointment. So
No,
it
that was
was
great.
not.
yeah,
That
well,
Funny
Smiling
stuff.
Friends season 2. That's another one.
And yeah,
To make
I'll be
smile. Sorry.
And I'm obviously gonna go back to my Rings of Power stuff because of work and me getting ill in between. I haven't been able to work on that at all. I have like a half-finished episode 5 lying around that I just need to fucking do the visuals, and I just did not have the time, which fucks me off because I would have wanted to be done with Rings of Power weeks ago, but now there's actually a possibility I have to carry that over to the next year, which I'm not excited about, but I will finish it. I haven't ditched that project, but that is still gonna come out. Yeah, that's lots of work, too much work to do, and just trotting along, getting it done somehow.
Well, and we very much appreciate all of you hanging out for this not exactly fun on the bun, happy-go-lucky discussion of talking about how great. That's what we wanted. That's all of us wanted. Okay, that's what we were all hoping for. We didn't get to have that. Friggy, Rags, what about you guys?
Hopefully, I'm planning to get a video done before December, as well as the Golem stream. So be looking forwards for both of those coming out in a bit. Won't that be very fun for everybody? Not
Yeah,
for
I'm
me.
just I'm just in the dungeon. Look, all right, it's the dungeon. It calls to me.
He's in this.
even
He's in the
now.
Caitlyn's cringe dungeon where there's no light.
This is
There's no
some
light.
Of this is a fun dungeon, I suppose, in a sense. Even if it's
The
and
fungeon?
also no, just a fun
I'm in the
dungeon.
fungeon.
And yeah, the adventure in Golem has already started. I'm about 2/3 of the way through, so there should be one more stream, and then that'll be wrapped up.
Sweet.
Man, it's a really it's a briefly funny, mostly dull sort of experience. I will say it's just like there'll be glimpses of hilarity of just like how dysfunctional the game is, but a lot of the time it's just painfully boring. But hey, look, all right, you know, it's an interesting, you know, it's an interesting game in a sense. But yeah, I'll be finished with that soon.
Yeah, and just a bonus piece of information for those interested, Wolf on EFAP highlights has completed 2 streams on Golem. I'm not sure if he's completed it or not.
No, I think he's where I'm at.
Okay.
Yeah, he stopped where I'm at
both
as
close
well.
to the end, and I'm sure Joe Danger's already on it, because we're gonna supercut the shit out of the 3 playthroughs and have an EFAP episode probably for funzo.
Joseph Danger.
As a reward for
what his
watching
middle name is,
Arcane
Jeff.
Season 2, yeah. But yeah, that about covers it. We will be back next week with more breaking down of what else happened. I will say that Act 3 is probably, especially the last episode, is, I would say, from what I've gathered, is the most controversial, even among people who liked the show. It's
that
insane.
Makes total sense to me.
Makes a lot of sense. It is an experience.
Yeah.
That is for sure.
But there's plenty to talk about. I'm looking forward to it, and until then, I'm just gonna be working. Really annoying because the things that I'm working on, I'll have to try and like remember to reference this time when I finally get to talk about the things I'm working on for different reasons. But just lots of work has gone into a thing, and I am looking to get to a particular point before I talk about it existing. And then there's another thing I'm working on at the same time that I'm not allowed to talk about. And then there's another thing. It's the spinning plates thing that Theo said, I guess. it's just that. It's annoying. But hey, you know what? It'll all happen eventually. Looking forward to it. But for now, we're going to say good night, or good morning, or good afternoon, whatever
Good
suits.
night.
And we'll see you next time.
Bye-bye.
That's right, everybody.
Bye.
Have a good one.
Night.
See you later. Bye.
Bye.